Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to welcome you to the first day of the Ai+Space Summit, hosted by the Special Competitive Studies Project, or SCSP. Please note that the emergency exits are located on both sides and the back of the ballroom. To find the restrooms, please exit the ballroom into the hallway, turn left, and walk down the hall. Now, please find your seats and silence your phones, as programming will begin shortly.
It has been said that the only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond them into the impossible. For the secret of change is to focus your energy, not fighting the old, but building on the new. The United States has always been at the forefront of innovation, and the Special Competitive Studies Project is proud to carry that torch forward. We're more than an organization. It's a beacon calling forth the best of us, to collaborate, to innovate, to dream. For in dreaming, we create. And in creating, we live the legacy of those who dared to look beyond the horizon. 2, 1, 0. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We are on the brink of another wave of something big about to happen to our economy and our society, and ultimately civilization. I think we understand that this is that moment that we have to get ourselves organized. This decade really sets the foundation for the rest of the century. We live in a society that has checks and balances, that has rule of law, that you can hold people accountable, you can hold companies accountable. You know, there's no country like this in the world. I think we have to preserve what really makes America unique. How do we make sure that we as a democracy are positioned for this future?
Dr. Kissinger in 1957 created a special studies project on national security, economic growth, technology growth. They were revolutionary. Those studies essentially prepared us for the nuclear age and the conflicts we faced as a result. We face similar challenges now, perhaps larger ones, and it's important, in my view, that America win. SCSP is committed to leveraging the groundwork of the National Security Commission on AI to do this. We have a chance in the United States of inventing the future. We have to build this future with American values. The development of an alternative intelligence is a really big deal. It will change the rest of history.
As the world watches, let us show what can be achieved when the soul of innovation is nurtured, when it's allowed to soar. In every corner of the globe, this soul whispers a simple truth, that in unity we find strength, in diversity, our potential, and in technology, a path to a world more connected, more vibrant, more human than ever before.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ili Bayraktari, President of the Special Competitive Studies Project, for opening remarks.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome. For those visiting, I promise you it's not like this every day in Washington when it's rainy and cold. So I appreciate your patience and your time. I want to welcome you to the Ai+Space Summit. This is our 8th summit in a series of summits and part of a crucial strategy that we have launched over 1 year ago. We recognized early that the United States cannot compete effectively for the future without understanding how AI converges with every single critical technology and other sectors. To date, we have explored how AI intersects with energy, robotics, compute and connectivity, biotechnology, science, autonomy, and our last summit was on AI plus fusion. Each of these gatherings was a direct investment in forging a national competitive strategy. Today, we bring that same rigorous cross-sector focus to the highest frontier, space. To our over 1,000 registered attendees, our 30 speakers over the course of 2 days, including congressional leaders, Space Force commanders, global innovators, and leading researchers, your presence affirms the scale and the vital importance of the task ahead. We're here to attempt to define the next era of American and allied competitiveness in the space domain in the age of AI. The objective of these 2 days is clear: to generate an actionable vision for how the United States will sustain and cement its dominance across the entire space domain in the age of AI. This is not a theoretical exercise. Space is no longer an exclusively military or exploration pursuit. It is an unprecedented engine for economic growth, global communication, and national security. And the truth is, the space domain is undergoing rapid transformation. Competition is intensifying, capabilities are proliferating, and the speed required to operate and dominate is accelerating. That is why we structured this summit around a whole-of-society approach, reflecting the true complexity of this domain. So we will start with space security, but our lens is much wider than defense and intelligence. To secure the space domain, we must also focus on pursuing new innovations, emerging commercial opportunities, and much-needed new partnerships. We'll discuss building orbital infrastructure resilience and expanding American launch infrastructure. We will explore the next industrial frontier and the future of power, outlining the policies and partnerships required to achieve this vision. This summit, this assembly of defense policymakers, CEOs, congressional chairs, international partners, and academic researchers is the only mechanism capable of forging a truly national consensus and forging a strategy for this challenge. This room embodies the SESP model, converged leadership for decisive action. The future of American security, prosperity, and leadership is being written now in the cold vacuum of space using the language of AI. We must do more than hold the pen. We must be the author of the next chapter. I look forward to the discussions over the next 2 years, over the next 2 days. Let's get to work, and thank you for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome retired General Jay Raymond of the United States Space Force for a fireside chat with Gene Meserve, host of SCSP's NatSec Tech podcast.
Sit on this end. General, thank you for being here.
How's everybody? Good morning.
So you are the only military leader to have a chance to stand up a new military service since 1947, of course, the U.S. Space Force. It was a transformational moment, recognizing that space had indeed become a warfighting domain. The Space Force will soon celebrate its 6th birthday. Perfect time to sit down and talk with you about what it's accomplished and what challenges lay ahead. The space domain has certainly become more congested, more contested, more competitive. I heard recently that we're moving towards 30,000 resident space objects. What does that mean in practice and strategically?
Well, again, it's great to be with you. We had an opportunity to chat once before for the audience, and it's great to have an opportunity to have a conversation with you again, and it's great to be here this morning with each of you. It is clearly more congested, contested, and competitive. If you look back in 2019 when we stood up the Space Force, there was about 25,000 objects that were being tracked. Today, it's as of August, it was 48,500. That's a 93% increase. If you look at the number of things that are up there, back in 2019, of those numbers of objects, there's only 1,500 that were satellites. Today, in August, that number was 12,750. And so it's clearly more congested. On the contested side, we continue to read about China and Russia building capabilities to deny us our access to space and the advantages that provides, everything from reversible jamming to directed energy to direct ascent ASATs to objects on orbit that are concerning. And then we've read in the paper here over the last months about a potential nuclear weapon. So there's a full spectrum of threats. And so clearly it is becoming more contested and competitive. It is competitive. I think there's pros and cons to that competition. On the commercial competition piece, I'd really like to be able to harness that. What does that mean to us strategically? It's becoming a little bit more challenging to operate in space because there's more things there. It's becoming a little bit more challenging to launch things into space because you have to make sure you don't launch something into something else. It's manageable, but it's taking a little bit more work to be able to do that. I think it also means that space has made our world more transparent. That with the number of objects that are in space, a lot of those are intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance satellites. And if you want to do something on the face of the Earth today, it's probably a good probability that you'll be seen, and there's a level of transparency that we've never had before.
So talking about the congestion for just a moment, this is AI+ Summit event. Could AI help more than it is already with the traffic management side of things?
Let me give you a story to highlight this. Back in, I think it was 2014, it might have been early 15, but I think it was late 14. Russia launched 3 satellites that they told the world about. They were 3 communication satellites. And I was the commander out at Vandenberg responsible for space traffic management, if you will, at the time. And we were tracking those 3 satellites. And then we saw a piece of debris, and that was not abnormal. Usually when you launch a satellite, it's not abnormal for a piece of debris to come off the rocket. And then we were tracking another piece of debris, what we thought was debris. And a couple weeks later, a captain on console all of a sudden saw that debris start to maneuver. Debris doesn't maneuver, it's debris. No. Even business majors from Clemson know that's not going to work. And so it took a few weeks for us to figure that out. What if we had AI that said, if something is tracked as debris and it maneuvers, an alert comes right away? And so that's an example of where, if you look at the number of objects and look at the number of times we track a day, and look at all the conjunctions for every one of those objects against other objects, it's a big data problem, and AI could clearly be of help.
Is maximizing the use of AI critical to maintaining operational superiority in space?
I think in the future, maximizing AI is going to be required for superiority across the world. I mean, not just in space. And so I do believe that it clearly can help. I think, again, as I said, space is a big data domain. You don't, unless I think there's like 600 and something people that have stepped into space as an astronaut. Unless you're one of those, you experience space through data or observations. And so if that's the case, I really believe that if we can harness that data and then apply AI to it, we can really help solve some of the challenges that we face at a speed that we need to be able to operate in.
And speed is essential.
Yes, ma'am.
In March, the Space Force released an updated version of its Data and AI Strategic Action Plan. A lot of it focused on improving the unified data library. Explain to us what that is, why it's important, why it needs to be improved.
It's exactly tied into the question that we just talked about. When we first stood up the Space Force, I had 2 young lieutenants come to me and say, "Sir, you need to build this service as a digital service." And I looked at them and said, "What does that mean?" I'm a digital dinosaur. I was a junior in college before I saw a computer with a mouse. And I said, "Sir, here's what that means." I said, "Go build a plan." And so they went away and built a plan and came back. I think it was about a month later and said, "Here's the plan." I actually showed it to Eric Schmidt and said, "What do you think?" And he said, "I do that and I do even more." And so really what we're trying to do is we started with data and trying to get our arms around the data that we have or that we could get, and trying to put that in a way that we could then leverage AI as it materializes. Our first big step was this unified data library, and that was a place where we could dump all of our data, if you will, and unify that data specifically initially for space domain awareness, and making sure that all the data that we had collected from the sensors that we have were in this unified data library, so we could then apply algorithms and AI on top of it.
A 2023 GAO report looked at that library, and back in 2023, they cited a lack of a single data standard, commercial integration, timeliness of the data. All those things were problematic. Are they still, do you think?
Yeah, I'm retired.
Yeah.
So, when I left, all hell broke loose, and then all went to...
That was a 2023 report, though.
I can't tell you that. I imagine there's still challenges. I mean, I know they're working hard at it. Excuse me. But like anything, it's going to take some time. But it had already started providing us benefit by having this unified data library. We knew it wasn't perfect when I left the play, if you will. I know they're continuing to work it, but I don't know the latest on.
So they dump all the data into this library. How's it then used?
Well, it's then discoverable by many different people. I mean, that's what we wanted to do, have a central place. I used to talk about, I'm still not the AI expert by any means, but I used to talk about being able to have a direct data feed so we could apply. And they said, no, you don't need data feeds, you need to have it discoverable. So we wanted to have it in a place where those that needed that data could discover it and then use it for their use.
AI is already a crucial component of space systems. Talk to us about what it is already doing for the United States Space Force.
Yeah, well, just in space in general, as I think through what AI might be able to do, if you think about space, for an object to stay in space, it's going 17,500 miles an hour. If it's not, it comes back. So the speed of operations is really, really, really fast. And so I think one of the things AI will allow us to do is move at a speed that's tactically relevant, if you will. And I think that's going to be important. I think it's going to be important in an area that we just talked about in space domain awareness. I talked about the trends, and 93% more objects in space than it was in 2019, and the number of satellites is, I don't know what the percentage is, but significantly more than what it is today. Satellites are getting smaller, harder to track. I think AI will be very beneficial to our ability to maintain awareness of what's going on in the domain, which is really critical. It's the foundation of everything else that the Space Force does in space. I think historically, smaller satellites have had the Rodney Dangerfield "I'm not good enough" mentality, and I believe that smaller satellites now are operationally relevant. Smaller satellites coupled with AI, I think, are very, very powerful. And so if you look at intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, for example, and you take a company like, Truth in Advertising, I'm on the board of Planet Labs, but if you take a company like Planet Labs and you look at the amount of data that they have, and then you apply AI to it, you can come up with a lot of great insights. And so I think it will be very, very beneficial in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. I believe if you look at command and control and the ability to make decisions on a timeline that are really, really tight, I think AI is going to be able to help with that. It'll be able to help identify courses of action and recommendations for the commanders to be able to make a decision on. And then I think if you look at our digital plan when we stood up the Space Force, one of the things we wanted to do was really harness digital engineering. And I think that AI can help in that matter as well.
When you talk about digital engineering, what do you mean? Are we talking about design here?
Everything from, we really wanted to go from everything from requirements to design to actually building of the capability having digital twins, for example. And then once the capability is built, operating it digitally, training digitally, and having that same data thread throughout that entire segment. And so we really put a good, again, I don't want to overstate it. We were still babies at the time, but we had put a good step forward on digital engineering as it relates to the missile warning, missile tracking architecture that the Space Development Agency is now acquiring. But we really wanted to go everything from, again, requirements to design, to build, to test, to train, to operate.
I would think on training, you could do really very realistic threat modeling in simulations that would be of tremendous use.
Absolutely. And then also take those models and provide it to those companies that are going to build those capabilities and say, hey, if you're going to build a capability, you better be able to operate in this threat environment. If it doesn't, we don't want it.
What about an acquisition? Would it help there?
Absolutely. I think it absolutely would help. As I talk about, everybody used to yell at acquisition officers, say, you're not going fast enough. And I used to. I said, people would ask me, what keeps you awake at night? And I said, other than sleep apnea, it's not being able to go fast enough. You got to be able to go faster. And I used to beat on the acquisition professionals. Well, really, if you're going to build, and I'm making this up, I don't have the dollar figure, I'm just pulling something, a couple $2 billion satellite, you're not going to do that fast. It's going to take time. If you change the business model and leverage a more proliferated model with smaller, cheaper, disposable type of satellites, you can do things at a speed and a risk calculus that are fundamentally different.
Can AI do it all, or do you foresee someday that the Space Force will have astronauts?
I believe someday, we already have an astronaut. Well, we had an astronaut. He now has left. We had 2 astronauts. They were Air Force colonels that transferred into the Space Force assigned to NASA. And so they were working for NASA as NASA astronauts, but they were Space Force colonels.
Will the Space Force have its own astronaut someday?
I'm getting there. So we have 2. One retired, and one just got promoted to general officer and came back from NASA. I do believe in the future there will be a need for Space Force to have astronauts. I don't think it's next year. I think it's going to take some time, but I do believe there will be a.
And what will their function be? What will they be doing?
Well, you can think of a lot of things: search and rescue, security. As more and more. As the world moves further out from the Earth and goes to the moon and Mars and beyond, I think there's going to be a need for some security in the domain, ability to, for example, search and rescue in the domain. So I don't want to overstate it, but I do believe there will be Space Force astronauts in the future.
So we've been talking about the very positive applications of AI to the Space Force and space environment. Are there downsides? Are there negatives? Are there risks? Are there vulnerabilities that are introduced by AI?
Absolutely, but I think there's a bigger risk if you just say we're just not going to go there because of the risks. I think we need to go there in a big way and figure it out as we go and help shape what we consider safe and professional in the AI business, just like we do in all other domains. So I'm not a fan of let's take a pause and try to figure this all out. I'm in the mode of let's go faster, and we'll figure it out as we go, and we'll be the best, and we'll help shape what's safe and professional.
And a few things may break along the way.
I'm sorry?
And a few things may break along the way.
Yeah, they may.
So what do you see as the biggest risks? You say they exist. What are the risks that AI poses?
I think one of the biggest risks is that our potential adversaries are going to use it and be ahead of us, and they'll be able to move at a speed that we won't be able to move at.
That data and artificial intelligence strategic action plan that I mentioned earlier also talks about the need to bolster data and AI literacy across the workforce. Is this a problem?
Absolutely is a problem. And if you look at, I remember when I was the Air Force A3 back in 2015, I got a briefing from an individual that was a data scientist from another service. And I remember saying, hey, do we have any data scientists in the Air Force? If I recall correctly, we had 3 across the entire United States Air Force.
Wow.
That's clearly not where we are today. We've upped the names. I don't know the numbers today, but clearly we've gotten better at it. But like, I don't think you would say that the military has a monopoly on not having all the experts that they need. I think the world is trying to figure this out, and if you're a data scientist right now or an AI expert, you're in a really good spot because you're highly coveted.
The Space Force has...
Let me give you another example of data and maybe communications. I was in Japan in 2011. I was the 5th Air Force Vice Commander, and Japan had a big earthquake, tsunami, and a nuclear reactor disaster. Right. Operation Tamagotchi is what the support operations were called, and I helped lead that support, the recovery operations. Low-level radiation had dispersed across the country. We were measuring it. We were flying airplanes over top of it and measuring the radiation. We had sensors that were measuring the radiation, but we had no way of displaying it. We had no way of having a common operating picture for this data. And it was really causing challenges. It was causing challenges between the different services, between us and Japan, between Tokyo and Washington. We weren't all on the same sheet of music. I picked up the phone and I called Google. And I said, how would you do this? And they said, well, go up to Google Tokyo. They'll be happy to help you. I got in a helicopter. Within a half hour, I was in a helicopter flying up to Google Tokyo. Walked in, and 2 people with a laptop figured it out like that and had us up and running kind of that day. We sent, but the reason why I was telling this story, I said, well, how would I do that? And they said, well, do you have anybody that knows Python? I said, what is Python? And they said, it's a computer language. I said, I don't know, but I'll find out. So I flew back in the helicopter, went back home, and I put an all call out across 5th Air Force, all the Air Forces in Japan, the U.S. Air Force in Japan. Anybody know Python? 2 people identified themselves as knowing Python. A first lieutenant at Yokota, which was the base I was at, and a young airman at Kadena Air Base in Okinawa. We flew an airplane down to pick up that young airman. He had only been in the Air Force for like 3 weeks. Flew him up to Yokota, put him on a helicopter the next day with the lieutenant down to Google, and we were up and running. But on the lack of experience, I'm sure there was more, but two raised their hand. When we built the Space Force, we were really trying to, because of that experience and because of the value that I saw with software, we were more hardware focused than software focused, that we needed to up our game in that. And so we worked really hard. We built a program to try to develop software coders that were internal to the Space Force.
So if Fukushima happened again today, more than 2 people would raise their hands if you asked about Python. Okay, great. The Space Force has become much more reliant on commercial capabilities. And I read recently that 14% of the Space Force civilian workforce has been lost through deferred resignations and early retirements. I know you're no longer inside, but looking at that number, do you think that affects the speed and efficiency of procurement? And will that make it harder to meet the challenges?
I don't know if it affects the speed and efficiency. One of the things that when we built the Space Force, we were trying to do was keep it small. We didn't want to be the big bureaucracy, and boy, we overachieved on that, and we're really, really small. So I don't think size equals speed, but I do believe when we built the Space Force, we really purposefully tried to keep it small. I think as I went through my 3 years in the Space Force, I think we were probably too small. I think we shot too low. And I think it would be fine if we weren't operating inside the Department of Defense, but if you're going to work inside of the bureaucracy of the Department of Defense, you have to have enough people just to go to meetings. And so I believe we're a little small. And so if you take that coupled with further reductions in civilian workforce, I would be concerned.
Do you see risks in the public-private interdependence that's been created?
I'm sure there are risks, but I think there's more opportunities than risks. I always felt that I was lucky. As a member of the Joint Chiefs, I'd sit in the tank every Friday with the rest of the Joint Chiefs. And I remember looking across the table at the Navy, the CNO, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. And I'm thinking, I'm lucky. I've got this burgeoning industry. And they don't. And if I can figure out a way to harness this, I can move at a speed and at a cost that they might not be able to. If you look at what's happening now, you're seeing that now extend into other domains. You see that in the air domain with companies building unmanned proliferated capabilities, for example. You see that happening now in the maritime domain. That started in the space domain. And so I always thought it was there's many, many more opportunities if we could do this well and leverage this right.
We hear a lot about critical minerals and supply chain. Does this afflict the Space Force as it does so many other entities?
It absolutely does. It affects all domains. I think one of the things that I learned when I was the Space Force chief, we stood up the Space Force in December, and COVID hit just a few months later. In one way that helped us go at speed because the bureaucracy was at home, socially distancing, and we didn't have to go through all the wickets to try to get them approved. We could just run. On the other hand, what I think one of the biggest things that I took out of that was we didn't have a good enough understanding of our supply chain and our supply chain challenges. And when COVID hit, which caused a perturbation to that supply chain, it made it difficult. And so we've learned a lot, but clearly the Space Force, those same challenges apply to the Space Force.
How urgent is the situation in your view?
I think I wouldn't say it's a crisis, but I think it's urgent enough that we need to pay attention to it.
When I interviewed you 5 years ago, which was in the middle of COVID actually, you told me that the Space Force's mission was deterrence. Is that still the mission?
Yeah, I think all military services goal is to deter conflict. You do not want to get into a conflict. If you were to go ask anybody in the Pentagon, they'd be the first to tell you we want to deter war. And if deterrence fails, to then be able to compete and win. God forbid if deterrence were to fail. But clearly, I felt that, typically when you think of deterrence, you think of the nuclear triad as our deterrent force, if you will. I really believe that space was part of that. And cyber was part of that, as an example. But I thought there were things that we had in space that could amplify the deterrence messaging. And if you could do that and deter conflict from beginning or extending into space, you could then potentially deter conflict from spilling over into other domains.
How do you find the balance between preserving stability on one hand and being prepared to fight if you need to?
I think they're in perfect harmony. I think you have to be prepared to fight. I think the way you deter is to do it from a position of strength and to have the adversary say, not today. And so if you look at the deterrence calculus, there's two fundamental deterrence calculus. One is to deny benefit of attack, and then the other side of that coin is to impose costs, and I think you have to be able to do both.
How do you escalate in a domain where a kinetic action can have lasting consequences?
It can have lasting consequences, but it doesn't have to. I mean, there's multiple ways that you can, if you look at the space superiority missions, there are things that you can do non-kinetically, there's things you can do kinetically. If somebody were to do something in space, it doesn't mean that you have to respond in space. It's this integrated deterrence construct using capabilities in all domains, all capabilities with all of our allies and partners to be able to deter. And I don't think it necessarily means you have to end in a kinetic fight that litters space with debris. Although I think you'd have to be prepared to do so and be able to operate in that domain if it went that way.
You told me in that interview 5 years ago that one U.S. priority in space was to develop norms of behavior. How's that going?
Yeah, so I went back 5 years ago, I probably said it's the wild, wild west. We don't have any norms of behavior, really, unless the Outer Space Treaty that was done in the 60s said you can't have weapons of mass destruction in space and you can't militarize celestial bodies. Other than that, have at it, basically. And so we really worked hard to be able to put in norms of behavior. And there's been a lot of work going on in the UN in other large bodies to be able to develop this globally. What we did was we worked with our allies and our partners. And so I pulled all of our allies and our partners together and said, okay, let's come up with a list of things that we can live with. And let's start living that way, and then modeling and demonstrating what we view as safe and professional behavior so we can shape that. The Department of Defense at the time put out a list of norms that we would follow. And our partners worked with us to develop those and to work with those norms as well. There's still a lot of work to be done on that front, but we've taken a first step at it.
China, Russia, are they paying attention to those norms?
I think we'd all be naive if we think that if we have rules of the road that everybody's going to follow them. But if you have the rules of the road and people don't follow them, you can identify who's running the red lights really quickly.
Do we even know what some of these competitors are doing beyond Earth orbit? Can we see something if we're not specifically looking for it? Could all sorts of things be going on out there?
Well, space is a big place.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think it requires, we do not have the perfect domain awareness that we need. We have allies and partners that we rely on as well. We're the best in the world in that, but there's going to be a continuing need for domain awareness. I think, again, as I stated up front, that's pretty much foundational to being able to operate in that domain or in any other domain of warfare that you operate in. You have to have an awareness of the domain that you're in.
But right now, we don't have full awareness.
I would say we don't have perfect awareness by any means of everything that's going on in the domain.
The Space Force has just awarded the first contracts related to Golden Dome, in this case for space-based interceptors. First, tell us all about Golden Dome, because we don't know very much. Share it all with us. And secondly, do you see that project as shaping the future of the Space Force?
Clearly, I think Space Force has a big play in Golden Dome. I think that's one of the reasons why the gentleman that was picked to lead Golden Dome came from the Space Force. He's got missile warning experience. He's got missile defense experience working with MDA. He's been in the National Reconnaissance Office. He's steeped in acquisitions. He was a sitting four-star general, and I think they picked the right person to lead that program. I think if you look at the Golden Dome in total, and I'm retired and I'm not in the Golden Dome business, but if you look at what that's going to require, it's going to require sensing. It's going to require being able to fuse data. It's going to require being able to act on that data, and I think space capabilities, whether data transport layers as an example, or as you mentioned, interceptors will have a big play in that. I think the work that the Space Force did on the missile warning, missile tracking architecture that's currently being built is foundational to Golden Dome as well. So I think Space Force has a big play in Golden Dome, but it's not the only thing the Space Force does, but it will clearly have a big play into Golden Dome. What
big, important Space Force problem would you like to see AI address?
I would start out with, again, what's foundational is helping on the domain awareness. I think that's the thing that I think is the easiest target and the most benefit from day one. I think in the intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance business, the ISR business, I think it's another area that is ripe for AI to be helpful.
Looking back now on your tenure in the Space Force, what do you wish you'd done that you didn't, or what do you wish you'd done sooner?
You know, and I'm not saying this just because I'm really happy with how it went. I really am. We laid out, we sat down and we thought through what does an independent service need to do when we first started. There's no checklist on how to build a service. So we looked at, you have to develop your own people. You have to have your own budget. You have to have your own doctrine. You have to design your own force, both the organization and the force structure. You have to ready that force. And then once it's ready, you have to present those forces to combatant commands. And across the board, we laid the foundation on each one of those. On big, bold initiatives, it took longer. For example, we wanted to rewrite the rules for how you do total force integration. That took, I think we wrote a 160-something page legislative proposal to do that. It took Congress a few years to whittle through that, but we got there. I think if I were to say what's the one area that I think still needs the most work, I would target it back to the acquisition side. And again, it's not just acquisition; it's the it's the requirements, it's the force design, and then it's the acquisition, and it's testing. I believe the Space Force has an opportunity to build that framework for how best to do that with commercial partners, and they've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of work towards that end. There's still more work to do.
So you mentioned earlier you wish you'd set a higher target number, that you started out with a larger Space Force. Do you also think, given the importance of space, that the Space Force should have been stood up sooner than it was?
It was debated for 30 years. And I remember your first question to me back 5 years ago it was something along this lines, and but it was something like, a lot of people are laughing at the Space Force. What do you think about that type of deal? And I'm like, I could have cared less. I really could have cared less. The only thing that I was worried about were the people in the Space Force would listen to the pundits, if you will. I knew the importance. The national security apparatus knows the importance. Today, I don't see a lot of people laughing at it. I think people understand the importance. It would have been great to do it earlier, but I'm glad it happened when it did. And I will tell you, I have not heard one person say, boy, we were better off pre-Space Force than we are with Space Force. We are clearly better postured today than we were before we had the service.
General J. Raymond, thank you so much for talking
Thank you.
with us.
It's great to be with you. And thanks very much for having me here. I hope you have a wonderful conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, we have an innovation talk titled AI for Space Security, presented by Bruce Frost, Vice President of Intelligence at Rhombus Power.
Thank you all very much. Certainly big shoes to fill. Quite an inspiring message from General Raymond about space and what we need to do as a nation about space. And at Rhombus, this is an issue and a challenge we've been addressing now for almost a decade. Give me 1 second, let me find the remote. It's on the podium, thank you. Just quickly for background. I came to Rhombus Power about a little over 2 years ago from the U.S. intelligence community. I was a senior operations officer and the director of operations at CIA. I spent most of my career doing national security. And I see some friends in the audience here who I've worked with very closely. And I always heard in the course of my career that open source is the end to first resort. We should always look to open source first. And I agree with that completely. But it was always a challenge. We had great people working on this issue, but we didn't have the data and we didn't have the tools. So when I retired from CIA, I wanted to come work for a company like Rhombus that was innovating in this space in a way that I didn't see anyone else doing, to give leaders decision-making advantage, and particularly in space. And that's what we're going to talk about a little bit this morning. Just skip right ahead in this. So what do we do at Rhombus Power? Well, we do a lot of things. But our goal is to provide decision makers predictive or forecasted intelligence based on open source and commercial information to allow them to make decisions left of launch. I heard the general talking about Golden Dome and the challenges of Golden Dome. And I think for many people in this room, you know that once that rocket launches, the problem gets a whole lot harder to deal with. If you can have advanced warning with enough time, enough credibility that a rocket is going to launch, it gives you many more capabilities. And that's really our focus at Rhombus Power, integrated predictive intelligence decision support in real time. Now, AI, obviously, for the last 2 years has been a huge buzzword. Everybody wants to put AI next to their company. You'll see on the slide there, we've been doing this for 10 years. Actually, we've been doing it longer. General spoke about Fukushima Daiichi, 2011, when the tsunami hit. That's actually was the formation of our company. Dr. Anshu Roy, our CEO and founder, invented a solid-state neutron detector to clean up plutonium at the reactor. Very, very difficult, challenging engineering problem and material and mathematics problem. He had to build machine learning tools to extract the data in a way that could be useful. 2015, the Defense Innovation Unit opened in California, literally right next door to the company. And that became a partnership for 10 years now. How do we work with the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence community partners using open source and commercial data to provide intelligence that they can act on? And since 2023, with international partners as well. So it's no secret that our adversaries, they're actually quite open about space. If there is a conflict, it's going to start in space. Space will be a major part of it. So how do we defend space? So I'm going to show you this morning a couple of examples of how we monitor events on the ground to predict events in space, and how we monitor events in space to understand events on the ground. But that bottom line, the blue highlighted piece is the fundamental. We have to have first mover advantage. And you can't have first mover advantage if you don't have good intelligence. And today with the ubiquity of commercial data, it's impossible to hide anymore. And when you marry that with deep scientific expertise and a lot of expertise from the intelligence community, you can build some pretty remarkable tools that provide that first mover advantage. So how do we do this at Rhombus? Well, the first is our connected and integrated intelligent database. So right now we monitor about 13,000 sites, military-related sites around the globe, and we provide relevant change detection on a daily, weekly, bi-weekly basis using a multitude of different sensors, including satellite sensors, so that we can automatically identify where are the sites that are showing relevant change that I need to pay intelligence attention to. This gives us synoptic coverage, broad coverage around the globe. I can watch all of China's military bases at once and say, what are the trends and what am I seeing? I can get very, very tactical and show you what are Russia's fighting positions in eastern Ukraine. So we can do the scope of this capability all in the open source to provide leaders insights that they wouldn't have otherwise. We do this through advanced analytics and modeling. We do predictive AI, which in the IC, I should probably say forecasting, and make sure I stick with the ICDs, but predictive is what it is. Anomaly detection at scale, which I talked about, the change detection across the globe. I was looking this morning at Venezuela. What am I seeing? What is a potential Venezuelan response? I can see it quite clearly in Ambient, which is our system to do this. We use proprietary foundation models, and we marry that with the human expertise. Our company's leadership, Dr. Roy, Dr. Sarah Cowan, Dr. Sangam Ganguly, all PhD scientists from NASA, from university backgrounds. They have a decade of experience applying this scientific knowledge to really hard problem sets, whether cleaning up plutonium or working with the DoD and the IC. And we marry that with a lot of expertise from the US military and the US intelligence community. How do you take those outputs and produce intelligence of real use? And when you bring that together, you have that last slide there, predictive intelligence and decision support in real time. So what I'm going to show you first is, this is from Ambient. Ambient AI is our commercial, open source, and commercial data platform that monitors all the sites around the globe. It can tell you a lot of things. Each of those the sets on the left has dozens of different applications within them, each designed to answer a specific intelligence question. You have intelligence features, domain intelligence, military layers, and many other. It's developed over a decade, and it's based on that foundation of our intelligent database. That's a curated data set that we've been building for over 10 years. With that data set, we're able to do some really remarkable things. So the first one we're going to look at this morning is our aggression prediction AI model. Let me see if I can pause it. Nope, I can't. Can I go back? Okay. So this model, oops. Give me 1 second. All right. Our aggression prediction model allows us to predict Russian and Chinese military movements around the globe up to 6 months in advance. and North Korean strategic missile launches also up to 6 months in advance. And again, this is using only commercial and open source data, and it's highly accurate, and our partners and clients really hold our feet to the fire. We provide quarterly reports to them on how well we did, how well our predictions did. And so what you're seeing here is, if we look at around Taiwan, and now we're looking at April of next year, the model is telling us where we anticipate seeing Chinese military activities, mostly Chinese, there's some Russian military activities in there. What is the probability of an event? What are the bases that are correlated to this event? We'll show you that in just a second when we drill down. So these are the correlated bases to the event that we're looking at. In this case, it's telling us, I think over 90%, if I'm not mistaken, probability of something was going to happen there. And then for the analysts, we provide a summarized list of historical events. What has happened in that grid square in the past to give us a sense of what might China do there in the future. So there's a lot of things you can do with this. One, to get a sense of what China is specifically going to do in an area around Taiwan, but more broadly, what is China, what they're going to do around China look like compared to historic past? Many of you will remember Joint Sword A in May of 2024, Joint Sword B in September of 2024. Now, the big surprise for many in the community in Joint Sword B was the launching of an ICBM from Hainan Island landed south of Hawaii. It wasn't a surprise for us for a couple of reasons. One, our model showed a strong prediction at Hainan Island that there was going to be activity at the launch site. And then our aggression prediction model, our location anomalies model, which allows us to monitor sites and identify relevant change, was seeing high levels of relevant change in advance of the launch. So we bring those two pieces together and say, there's a high probability there's going to be a launch from Hainan Island in that time frame. That's how we use events around Taiwan and use our tools to understand what is the potential space implication of these events. But there's only one piece of it. So what I'm showing you now is a summary of a number of the features that we have in Ambient. Our latest intelligence reporting, we have a team of analysts led by a former CIA analyst who's quite experienced, over 20 years of experience. We write intelligence at the U.S. intelligence community standard, and we provide it to our partners. And we cover the globe, as you can see, of different topics. And we use outputs from our models with open source data to write that reporting. In the middle is a summary of Russian and Chinese predicted aggressive behavior. On the right, most anomalous locations based on activity measured from space, and this is using our satellite sensors to say which of the bases are showing the highest level of relevant change. You can actually select it, go to it, and really dive in and understand what's driving it. You can even pull in commercial high-resolution satellite imagery to see what's happening on the ground. We monitor activity using cell phones. Do we see anomalous numbers of activity at a base, more or less people than normal? And less can be as big a driver as more. Why is a military base showing lower levels of activity? What does that mean? Satellite proximity events, and I'm going to show you an example of that. We monitor satellite proximity events in geosynchronous orbit, and we predict them. And thinking back to what the general said about Golden Dome and that ability to have predictive intelligence, again, if you can get ahead of launch, you're so much more advantaged than if you're waiting until after the launch and you have to take action. And by predicting rendezvous proximity events in space, it gives us the ability to say, so what is an adversary planning or doing in space? And if that's where conflict is going to start, then we want to monitor it. In this case, we can monitor Chinese and Russian proximity events on US and allied satellites, and many others. And if you're not familiar with proximity events, it's in satellites in geosynchronous orbit shouldn't move very much. They'll move to maintain their orbits. But you have some that are very aggressive. They move a lot, and they get very close to partner satellites, and I'll let you imagine why they want to do that. And so it's something that is important to monitor and predict. And then the last corner is favorites. You're allowed to, as an analyst or user, keep your list of favorites. This is just one I've been monitoring closely recently, which is a Coast Guard base in eastern China. Looking at the clock, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. So what is the power of AI integrating multi-domain sense making? How do we do this? What do we do? And why does it matter? There are a lot of companies, really good companies, I don't mean this critically at all, that can tell you what is happening. And that's important. That's a fundamental. But there are very few companies that can tell you the so what. What does it matter? Why do I need to pay attention to this? How does this impact my decision making? And that's what we do at Rhombus Power. We use our AI models to understand the what, so we can predict what's going to happen and give you the so what. What does it matter? What does it matter that we're seeing elevated activity levels at China's commercial launch site on Hainan Island during what our model is telling us is going to be a major event around China? That's the so what. The so what is, there's a high likelihood of a launch. Let's bring in some additional collection. Use that for tipping and queuing additional collection to understand what's happening there. So you go beyond the what to the so what. How do we maintain custody at scale? That's synoptic coverage. How do we monitor all of these sites around the globe? And we can update that extremely quickly. So when our partners come to us and say, hey, there's 100 sites we need you to monitor that aren't in there, within 72 hours, we have them updated in the system and with 10 years of data behind them. So we can see what has happened there over time. What is the baseline of activity level? Am I seeing relevant change and why? And let's dive into it and understand it better. Then how do I bring all of that together to build predictive tools that are of value, that are going to give you insights that you're not going to get anywhere else? So this is our second model I wanted to show you today, and this is our space model. I talked about the ability to monitor rendezvous proximity events and predict them in space. So you click Space Intelligence, and what you see there is now we're looking at Chinese satellites going against the target countries, US satellites. This was as of last month. And on the left, you'll see a lot of different events. You'll see the Chinese satellite, the SJ-17 is a very aggressive satellite. It's an experimental satellite, and it's getting very close. In the first case there, 168 kilometers, and against S5, 225 kilometers. And it's our ability to monitor these satellites through their orbital mechanics. And I'm showing you this orbital mechanics because I'm not a data scientist, I'm not a satellite expert, but we have folks like Dr. Ganguly, our CTO, who came to us from NASA, who tell me that the behavior you're seeing is quite unusual for a satellite in geosynchronous orbit, especially if you look at the longitude and the way this is moving. And it's because these satellites are intentionally trying to get close to other satellites. And so by doing this at scale, we can see what has this satellite done in the past, and we give you a little bit of background on the chaser satellite and the target satellite. Here is every proximity event this satellite has done since launch, both getting close to Chinese satellites and getting close to US satellites. And of course, we can change that, and we do for allied satellites as well. So we can show our allies what's happening in space. That's a potential concern. We have all the launches that we track. But this last piece, I think, is the key. I'll wait till we get through this a little bit. This is our space forecasting. And this is the ability to forecast rendezvous proximity events up to 60 days in advance with high confidence. And this is really important. And let me go back to Joint Sword A, which happened in May of 2024. And that was when China was practicing an invasion of Taiwan. Of course, our question was, what was happening in space at that time and prior? Because if China was actually planning an invasion, and the doctrine is to be believed, something probably was being planned in space as well. And what we saw in April of 2024 was highly unusual. We saw more activity against US satellites in a way we hadn't seen in a long time. So again, it's an additional layer of insight to be able to understand, okay, there's a lot happening on the ground around Taiwan, land, sea, and air. We have planes flying and boats in the water, but what's happening in space? Then we integrate that with the information space. We have another tool called Artemis AI, which is our information operations tool. We can integrate that all together and give you a complete picture. So what is being planned? What's being planned on the ground? What's being planned in the information space? What's being planned in space? And we bring that together into an intelligence report that we provide to leadership saying, this is what you need to know. And not only that, here's the prediction of what's coming, so you can start anticipating what's going to happen. So this is a very, very brief look. I think you can see some of the other things that we provide in ambient. But the goal of all of this is fundamentally to make the analyst's life easier, to provide analysts insights that they don't have otherwise, to bring AI to bear in a way it hasn't been done before, and to really unleash the power of open source in a way that we've never been able to do before. And I think what I've loved about working for this company, what I've loved learning as I've really gotten into this program, is you can't hide anything anymore. And so it is really just a question of how do you build the right tools and get the data, and we've curated the data over time. We bring over 5,000 different data sources into this model. So when we come to a partner, we have a solution day one to the Intel question, are we build one? And that's remarkably fun. It's a great job. And that's it. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take the next 10 minutes to enjoy a coffee break. We kindly ask those of you seated in the Congressional Ballroom to move forward into the main ballroom with the stage, as your section will be closed off momentarily. Our programming will resume at 10:40. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, titled Delivering Space Technologies to the Warfighters, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Eric Smith, Space Ignite Director and AI Lead at Lockheed Martin, for a fireside chat moderated by James Ricef, Director at SCSP.
We'll put you on the couch, I think. I'll do it.
Good morning, everyone. Today's conversation is about space, innovation, and mission impact. How we get cutting-edge technology from being an abstract concept to delivered capability for our warfighters faster. Lockheed Martin's Space Ignite organization is taking on that challenge, bringing the agility and creativity of the commercial innovation world into a heritage defense enterprise. It's about blending two mindsets, the startup pace of rapid innovation with the precision and reliability demanded by national security missions. As space becomes the connective tissue of modern warfare, linking sensing, communication, and command and control, the real test isn't just building systems that work, but delivering them quickly, reliably, and at scale. To help us unpack that transformation and how it's happening, we're joined by Dr. Eric Smith, a director in the Space Ignite group at Lockheed Martin and the company's Space AI lead. Dr. Smith, welcome.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith, Space Ignite was created to bring startup speed to a heritage space enterprise. From your perspective, what does that actually mean in practice? And how is it changing the way Lockheed Martin connects innovation to operational outcomes?
So thanks for the question, and thanks for inviting me here today. It's a real honor and a pleasure. When we think about a startup culture, we think about speed, but we also think about a relentless desire to innovate. This tireless pursuit of pushing the boundary of what's possible in a development cycle of learn fast, fail fast, and repeat until you succeed, you pivot, or you just move on. And that kind of culture really has been in the Lockheed DNA since the Corona days, the first successful ISR mission that on its first day collected more film of Russian territory than the entire YouTube program up to that point in time. And we continue that innovative spirit today with programs that we talk about and we all know about, like F-35 and F-22, GOES, MUOS, GPS, and so on, and a whole host of other programs that we don't talk about. And the government in those programs is a very exacting customer. We go through line by line, cost element by cost element, justifying why something costs what it costs, why certain pieces of the program have to exist from a, say, risk perspective or performance perspective. There are detailed mission requirements that ensure that when this hardware fills its place in the battle space at some point in the future, it's going to perform as expected and integrate with other systems and workflows and tradecraft in a way that really adds the value that we need from it. But one thing that we did hear loud and clear from the government in the recent past is great technology, great capability, but in the future we've got to have it a lot faster and we need it at scale. And the at scale piece is going to also mean lower costs through lower NRE and standard processes for things that we build many copies of instead of just one at a time. And so yeah, this is the origin of Ignite as one of a whole slew of initiatives across the enterprise to attack that speed and scale question. So Ignite specifically was built from what I think of as three major organizations in space. There is the Advanced Technology Center, that's the heritage innovation engine for space. The group that works on internal research and development dollars, partners with government science and technology organizations, universities and small businesses with a mandate to rapidly transition technology from the labs to the lines of business for integration and eventual delivery to customers. So that's that core innovation piece of Ignite. And then we've combined that with directorates that hold scientists and engineers and program execution experts in essentially every major domain that one needs to design and deliver space hardware. Optics and modeling and simulation for digital twins of environments and digital twins of hardware, active communication or active sensing, including quantum sensing, communication, edge processing, radar, platforms, AI, autonomy, all of these organizations with the expertise to build and deliver. Plus an organization that has as its mandate rapid development and deployment for these new ideas. So the innovation engine, the domain expertise and program execution, and the rapid deployment to demos all under one roof.
So far, what do you consider some of the most important factors in successfully blending that commercial culture with the dispense innovation cultures? And what have some of your greatest successes been?
I think the most important piece of blending those cultures is a shared commitment to success, and we really have that in Ignite. So it started with the government. We've got to have this capability at speed and scale. Lockheed Martin executive leadership said, yes, we agree. We're going to implement the following structural changes to make that happen. We have organizations that now have a common vision, a common mandate under one leadership chain and resources and legal, SMBD, strategy and business development, finance and business operations, contracts, all under one roof to remove any barriers that might have prevented speed and scale in the past. And we have scientists and engineers that are doing the day-to-day work that are completely bought into that vision. And so that shared commitment to success is creating the culture that I think will make it successful. What are some of the successes? So I'll first say, how I see space in the context of the battle space. Space, I think, will be the fabric through which every element of the battle space will run. As an example, we have a product at Lockheed called Command IQ. And what does Command IQ do? It provides mission and dynamic planning, ISR planning and collection, dynamic targeting, sensor management, track management, threat evaluation and weapon assignment, course of action generation, and an AI decision engine. And to provide that breadth of capability, one has to have a persistent and near real-time picture of the entire battle space. The SDA's proliferated warfighting space architecture provides that kind of persistent, near real-time access of the battle space in a missile defense scenario. So on October 15th, Lockheed delivered its first 21 Tranche 1 transport layer satellites as part of that real-time, complete, persistent view of the battle space for that warfighting architecture. And why is that relevant in this discussion? It's because those satellites came out of a new facility that Lockheed built called the Satellite Processing and Development Center, which was built specifically to take advantage of scale and speed.
Perfect. So following up on your idea that the space is the new fabric or the new connective tissue for modern warfare, how exactly do you think that should shift how the Department of War is thinking about space as part of the joint fight? And how does that shift how you and your group are thinking about how you design and build space systems?
So the government ought to be thinking about space as the ultimate high ground, but with all of the traditional advantages of a military high ground. So imagine being able to query the state of the environment in real time anywhere on the planet. And the environment being, of course, things like temperature, precipitation, wind speed, cloud cover, but it's also who's there, what are they doing, where did they come from in the recent past, and what are they likely to do in the future, such that one can deliver assets, resources, effectors to places on the planet that are contested or otherwise difficult to navigate. Deploy sensors, medical equipment, weapons quality, targeting data over the horizon, even as events are unfolding in real time. So space should be thought of as a layer wherein vast amounts of data are collected and actionable intelligence, and where it's appropriate, directly action is generated. In order to do that, space is also going to have to be a distributed high-performance compute platform, where using that data, a world model is created and maintained to provide context when generating things like relevant course of action in a given conflict scenario as it's unfolding. How does that change the way we think about designing space hardware? The Lockheed objective is 100% mission success. And we really think about that in terms of the mission, not just the particular piece of hardware or software that we're delivering. It's 100% mission success. And in a scenario where we're talking about scale and rapid delivery, one can achieve mission success through something like a proliferated, attritable constellation of satellites with redundant sensors, computing, and communication. And so in the past, we might think about mission success from the perspective of a large, complex, high-value system that is situated in a critical piece of the, say, command and control chain in a conflict scenario. And what are the ways in which this can be disrupted, and what are our few options for mitigating that versus a highly proliferated, attritable, redundant system wherein your options for mitigating conflict are now much richer and more interesting.
Absolutely. You've worked closely with both commercial startups and defense programs in your career. What lessons from the commercial tech world are the most transferable to the space and defense enterprise, and which simply don't fit?
So let me talk about Google X in particular here. So, if you go spend a day in the Google X building in Mountain View, and you spend a day in the labs in Palo Alto or Sunnyvale at the Lockheed Martin facility, you will have two very different experiences. In Google X, there is it seems like a near constant celebration of ideas. There are, where possible, the labs are completely open or behind walls of glass so that you can see what's happening on the inside. You'll be sitting at your desk doing your work, and there might be a robot from across the building that comes to your desk and offers you treats in the middle of the day. There are walls that are covered with milestones for programs that were born and died or transitioned out of Google X into some other startup company. There are sketches of just crazy ideas that either were proposed or in the process of being proposed, kind of written out on the walls, and some of them just really are crazy ideas, but they're really celebrated. And so there's just a culture of celebrating innovation. At Lockheed Martin and other aerospace and defense companies, that the need and the spirit of innovation is there, but we also have real life and death problems that are in front of us that we're trying to fill for the government. We know there are gaps in technology, gaps in capability. There are expected future threats that we have to counter and work quickly to make sure we can counter those. And so while we have that same innovative culture at Lockheed and other aerospace and defense companies, the first question that we ask is, that's great, but how does it fill this particular gap today that we absolutely must fill? And so there's a sense that in a Google type culture, it's a culture of yes, and in a Lockheed culture, it has a feeling of a culture of no. You know, it's a great idea, but this is what we need to be focusing on. And so I'd like to find a way to transfer that culture of yes into aerospace and defense without losing track of what we absolutely can't lose track of, and that is the needs of the warfighter today. What doesn't transfer quite so well in my mind is the concept of a well-defined product. And how commercial companies versus aerospace and defense companies view products. And Lockheed, of course, has products. We have an entire product center whose purpose it is to make sure we drive consistency in cost and schedule and performance for things that we build many copies of. But that's not the way that the commercial world thinks of a product. So we'll go back to Google X and think about Waymo. Waymo's product is transportation as a service. And they own all of the systems engineering and all of the technology. They own everything that comprises that product. And when a Waymo car and a Zoox car see each other in San Francisco, they don't share data, they don't talk to each other. The Zoox car doesn't have the benefit of the history of the Waymo car in terms of what it's planning to do in the future or what threats might be out there. The Waymo car isn't integrated with the traffic control system of the city. It's not integrated with the emergency services in the city. They have a very well-defined area of operation, rules of behavior, business model, cost model, and so on. Aerospace and defense, on the other hand, we're really delivering capability into the product, which is an increasingly interconnected military of the US and its allies. And while we compete with companies like Boeing and Raytheon and Palantir and Anduril, our job is that when we win one of those contracts, we're delivering the product in a way that isn't competing with Raytheon and Boeing and Anduril and Palantir. We're there to integrate, leverage their strengths, and fill gaps such that the overall product, a world-class fighting force of the US military, is as efficient as possible.
Absolutely. We've seen a real explosion of commercial activity in space. Where does Lockheed Martin see itself in that ecosystem, both today and in the future?
So we are actively, we're actively and constantly on the lookout for small businesses that are developing new technology that we see aligned with our business interests. So we have a Lockheed Martin Ventures company up at corporate, invested something like $230-something million in the last decade to make sure that businesses that we see as adding value to the aerospace and defense industry are funded and guided in a way that ensures their success. So Lockheed, as a, we have been a system integrator historically. And a system integrator can't really be an effective system integrator unless you understand the details of the technology that you are integrating into some capability that you're transitioning out. So we see ourselves as partners with that upcoming ecosystem.
Excellent. And finally, what do you see as the most important technological breakthrough or organizational change necessary to maintain U.S. dominance in space?
That has to be AI and autonomy. AI and autonomy. I mean, the explosion in AI capability that we've seen since the 2017 Google paper on the attention-based transformer and the resulting large language models set up in this agentic architecture that can reason in a way that fairly well mimics the way humans can reason and decisions that they can make. Partner that with the physics-informed neural networks and reinforcement learning approaches that helped Google and Dan Baker at University of Washington win the 2024 Nobel Prize for solving this 50-year standing problem in protein folding. And couple that with autonomous systems that are already pretty mature in defined environments. You know, we can fly helicopters and combat aircraft and drive cars and underwater vehicles all autonomously with great effect. And combining that with AI is going to be a force multiplier like we've never seen before.
Well said. Thank you so much for fascinating insights.
Thank you.
For our next session, titled Space Awareness in the Age of AI, please welcome Audrey Schaefer, Vice President of Strategy and Policy at Slingshot, for a fireside chat with Dr. PJ Makish, Vice President for Strategy at SCSP.
So, you get the sofa and I'll take this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Very good to see you all. Very much looking forward to being with you and with Audrey Schaefer from the Slingshot. This is quite a privilege to talk about not only what Slingshot's doing, but how the United States integrates AI into space, and ultimately how we solve some of our biggest policy challenges. And I thought what I would do, just so you get to know Audrey a little bit better first, beyond her bio, is, Audrey, I just want to ask you, beyond your bio, when did you care about space? How did you get fascinated by it, which led to an interesting career in it?
Yeah, thanks, PJ. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to see a lot of old friends as well as new ones, too. So I've always been interested in space. It's actually really hard for me to pinpoint the exact moment when I got interested. But as a little kid, I used to look at picture books of the planets and think, wow, that's really cool. I want to be an astronomer. Yeah. And when I was about 13 years old, just to date myself, this is when the movie Apollo 13 came out. And there's this scene where the astronauts, their ship is crippled, and the engineers in Johnson Space Center say, we need to put this round peg in a square hole. Go figure it out.
I see this scene right now.
That's right. And I thought, I want to be those guys. I want to be an engineer. So I went to MIT. I studied aerospace engineering. And you know what happened? I hated it. I said, I don't want to be an engineer at all, but I still love the space industry. And that's what really launched me kind of on the path I'm on today, where I tried a bunch of different things, eventually found my way to Washington, D.C., where I thought, these are the people that are setting the direction for the future of our nation's space program, and that's what I want to do.
That's such a fascinating story, because I think Apollo, not to mention its inspiration writ large, but just 13 itself, and how everyone came back alive, how we did it, everything, had a similar impact on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. So please just help us all, first of all, cross-level on Slingshot.
Sure.
The mission of Slingshot, the tech of Slingshot, and then we'll talk about how AI is being used.
Yeah, so look, our mission is very broad. It's to make space safe, sustainable, and secure, which means a whole lot of things. So let me just dive one click deeper.
Yeah, please.
So we are primarily known as a space domain awareness company, meaning that we monitor activities in space. And this is our roots. We operate a worldwide network of optical sensors that are tracking objects all the way from low Earth orbit up into geosynchronous orbit and cislunar and beyond, so that we maintain continuous awareness of activities in space. We then apply what I think is really industry-leading artificial intelligence and machine learning to derive insights from all of that data. And this is really what I think we're known best for in the industry. The piece I think that we're a little less well known for, but that I think is really cool, is how we use some of that data to support operations and training. So we're actually building agentic AI space operators. So think like an agent that can act autonomously, that is trained not to talk to you and answer your questions about, on the internet, but is trained to actually operate a satellite. And we use those agentic AI in training with Space Force Guardians to help them prepare for conflict that extends into space. But we also think there's applications to optimize autonomous collision avoidance, which is increasingly a trend that we're seeing in large constellations.
Oh, I would love to dive into that a little bit. Let's maybe start on the situational awareness side, SA. So where is AI taking down challenges that you needed machine learning or AI in a way that just humans weren't doing it?
Yeah, so I always like to start with some statistics for those who haven't been tracking space for 15, 20 years. But the space domain has changed considerably. Even since I started working in the Pentagon around 2010, I pulled up the numbers. Around then, there were about 1,000 active satellites. So this is all the way LEO up to GEO. About 1,000, that's a reasonable number. You fast forward 10 years to 2020, that number had doubled to about 2,000. That's good, solid growth. Then you fast forward just 5 years from 2020 to 2025, and we're over 13,000, approaching 14,000. That is a significant exponential growth. And if you think about maintaining awareness of objects in space, sure, when there's only 1,000 objects, that's a task that a human or a team of humans, analysts, can reasonably do, and they can reasonably identify differences and anomalies and things that they should pay attention to. But when you get to 13,000, 14,000, or what's predicted, which is upward of 100,000 satellites in just a couple of years, there's absolutely no way that humans can really process that amount of data.
Right.
And so when we think about the AI ML piece of it, yes, just the big data problem really lends itself very well to using machine learning to help identify those patterns and understand kind of differences. Where we as a company have done some really cutting edge AI is a technique that some of you will know what this means. I only barely know what it means. It's called inverse reinforcement learning. The AI actually teaches itself what is important to look at. And so we've got a system called Agatha, which we've published, talked about quite extensively, where it looks at large constellations or really any grouping of similar satellites, whether they're in a similar orbital shell or performing a similar mission. And it figures out not only what's different of a given satellite, but actually can explain why. So if you think about, say, a constellation of Starlink satellites where you've got thousands of them, maybe there's one that maneuvers a little more frequently, or maybe its communications patterns are slightly different, or maybe it's just station keeping a lot more often, which would indicate that it has a higher mass than the other satellites in the constellation. The Agatha figures out which of those things is interesting and then offers an explanation for why. Maybe it has a different mission. Maybe it has a different payload.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
If you think too about the interactive complexity of not just existing satellites, but inactive ones, space junk, we're talking about like 32,000 plus objects in addition to those, and then the future. Go 10 years, 20 years, 30. It's not getting smaller.
No.
So then that's a good picture of how AI is using inverse reinforcement learning on the situational awareness side to know what to look at. It sounds like a more advanced form of attention modeling. Where about on the optimization side? So from the knowing to the doing side, where's AI being used?
Yeah, that's the part I think is just super cool. So this is the agentic AI that I talked about earlier, and this is where we're actually working with the Space Force under a contract with Space Systems Command to build an AI system we called Talos. Oh gosh, and I should have written down what the acronym stood for. It's like the thinking agent for logical operations or something along those lines.
Hey, that was good.
Yeah, it's close enough. I think I missed a letter, but anyway, so Talos is this thinking agent for space operations. You give it a goal, like, okay, your goal is to intercept this threatening satellite. keep your back to the sun at all times so that it doesn't have a good viewing angle on you, conserve your delta V, your fuel, so that you have mission to spare, and avoid causing interference with any of the other satellites around you. Go plan that mission. And that's what Talos does. Now, this is an area where obviously we have Guardians who are trained to do exactly that. But guess what? In a lot of cases, they're using like whiteboards and hula hoops to like think about the orbital dynamics, because it's actually pretty complicated, and you have to have like a basic understanding of orbital dynamics in order to plan these complex maneuvers and to balance all of those different mission parameters.
Right.
And so this is where AI can help. Right now, I think in the military context, you're thinking about this more as a co-pilot than an autopilot.
Right.
But having that co-pilot sitting next to you saying, okay, if these are your objectives, here's how I would design the mission profile. And you say, well, maybe that's a little too aggressive, or actually, I think I want to conserve fuel even more. And they'll say, okay, here's a different mission profile. And when you're thinking about making these operational decisions, especially on short timelines, having those tools to support you, I think is critical. Now, of course, there are also applications in the civil world, the civil commercial world, where you're not worried about a potential threat, but you might be worried about how do I optimize my maneuver to avoid a collision with another object. Now, again, these are processes that started out manually. A lot of companies do them autonomously today, but I don't know that anyone's actually using AI to really optimize for efficiency, which I think is going to become increasingly important as these orbits become more crowded and just the margins become slimmer.
You could see where multi-agent systems like the first big one, MetaGPT, was to just reflect a software development team, every human on a software development team, to optimize.
Yeah.
You could see where if the agents matured to take action in an emergency situation, it would be a safer space.
Absolutely.
Is Talos multi-agent? Does it go agent to agent
It
in its
can,
activity?
absolutely. I mean, how we've started this with the Space Force is actually designing red agents. So if you think about a war game context, blue usually means the good guys, red means the bad guys, and then you got all sorts of other colors to mean other people. So we've started out with designing these agents to act as if they're enemy counterspace systems.
Nice.
To really augment the human, they're called aggressors actually, it's the aggressor squadron that challenges the Space Force Guardians to help them develop the tactics, techniques, and procedures. So we've designed these initially as the red agents to support those aggressors. But really, I mean, I think the more interesting application is on the blue side, that co-pilot to support. So yeah, absolutely. The idea is that you could have multi-agents sort of playing against one another, really helping not only on the learning side and the training side, but also on the operational side.
The idea that there's agents at Red Team for our Guardians,
Yeah.
you
Pretty
can
cool.
imagine there's like a DARPA program where you can autonomously ingest rival doctrine, text, video, images, all of it, combat it's called. You can imagine that in a multi-agent system being the best training for them.
Exactly. Well, and I mean, I think when you talk about the red agents, they can be used to predict how the Chinese or the Russians or any potential adversary might respond.
Right.
Now that's, I think, you got to take that with a grain of salt, because obviously you're playing against real humans in the real world. But I think just thinking through all the potential possibilities and then training against all those scenarios, I mean, that's great learning. That's great education for our Guardians.
That's fantastic. Did it begin as a training system?
Talos?
Yeah.
It did. It absolutely did. And I think that, if you think about it, like the barriers are a little lower in the training world, right? In operations, you got to get it right, like 100%,
Danger.
9/9s, right?
Yeah, danger's higher.
Exactly.
You cross over the line. Yeah, that's fascinating. So here is a picture of Slingshot using AI on the knowing doing side of the game in space. You can see where the math would be aided by human machine teaming, as you've laid out on both sides. So as Slingshot evolves, like, what is it coming up against in terms of space policy? So, you're unique in the sense that you're in the commercial jungle now. You've walked the halls of the White House. You've walked the halls of the Pentagon. You've really thought about policy, at least since 10. What does America need to do right to just take down the policy barriers to make a better space?
Right. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this isn't, I think, unique to Slingshot. I mean, I think it's the same story you'll hear across the space industry and across the larger defense technology industry. So at the risk of saying something that, 8 different people could say, I'd say a couple things. First is acquisition and procurement. And I mean, obviously that's a huge topic right now, given all the reforms that were recently announced. But I think we have got to get this right. There are companies across the defense ecosystem, but in particular in space. You know, there's a ton of venture capital fueling the industry right now with the expectation that the Defense Department is going to acquire solutions on a commercial basis. And, you know, we've been talking this talk, especially in space, for a very long time. And I'm really looking forward to seeing us walk the walk.
Right on.
So that's number one. The second one, you know, that I think the US has really got to get right, you know, just from a space perspective more specifically, is something that General Saltzman, the Chief of Space Operations, talks about a lot, which is responsible counter-space campaigning. You know, conflict is coming to space whether we like it or not.
Kind of there now.
Exactly.
Just quietly,
right? And we talked a lot about training Guardians, preparing for conflict, whether that's using AI or not. The point is we've got to do these things, but we have to figure out how to do it in an environment that is fundamentally shared. You know, you're not just doing it over your own airspace or your own space. You know, you've got commercial actors, you've got civil actors, you have astronauts, taikonauts, cosmonauts, all sharing this domain.
Right.
We've got to figure out how we can sort of have these two ideas in our mind at the same time, this shared ecosystem in which conflict is occurring, right? And then the last one I'd offer, and this is, I think, a little more specific to Slingshot, we've got to get the governance structure for space right. You know, I think General Raymond talked about how, you know, he used to say space is a Wild West. I don't actually think it's the Wild West. It's the Wild East. In the US, with our allies and partners, we actually are starting to follow some of the same rules and norms, whether that's on the military side or the commercial side. But those norms are not widely followed internationally. And we don't have the system of awareness, data sharing, communications protocols, and just rules and enforcement that we need to like optimize operations for everyone, frankly, regardless of whether they're using AI or not.
Who's best positioned to have the authority to guide the Wild East?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Where's the power rest for that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I spent a lot of my career representing the U.S. at the United Nations, where I had the opportunity to interact with countries from all over the world who have space programs, who are actively engaged in international dialogue. And the reality is many countries still see the UN as the sort of one and only place where international governance gets discussed. And you know, I think that's a reality that the US is going to have to face as we see sort of this pulling back a little bit from multilateral institutions. It's still the place that many countries want to go to negotiate rules of the road, norms, and legally binding instruments. So if we want to shape a global space order that is in our image, that's where we have to be.
That's a place to do it. Okay.
Yep.
So with the time we have left, let's just like look to the future a little bit. It's an opportunity you probably don't have every day to just say, with this audience and with this group and just thinking about what does a good space future look like to you? Some of that may involve the applications of AI that you've laid out, but more advanced. Some of it may be, you know, a space future where as junk increases, you can actually navigate it. I mean, but go 20 years out for us to say, knowing what you know, seeing what you see in tech and policy, flow them forward and paint the world like you would hope to see.
Yeah, you know, I've been thinking a lot about air traffic control recently and whether that's a good model for space traffic control, and I think it is. And so I would offer a couple thoughts. The first is that we don't really think about it anymore. There's a system that exists, you know, here in the US, but also internationally, where it's a set system. We all follow the same rules. Those rules get updated. And it's just part of the norm. And I really wish that for space. I mean, as someone who's built a whole career doing space policy, it's really fun because you get to think about all these hard questions and design different futures. But I almost wish the policy issues were more boring because it would mean we had solved them. So anyway, first I sort of just start with that. But when I think about it from a technical perspective, if you think about when you are tracking a flight that you are about to, or that your mom is coming to visit and you're tracking the flight, you go to flightaware.com or you go to united.com and you can see the awareness of where everything is. It's a no-brainer. All the planes are like flying around on the screen.
Right.
That's the future that I wish for space. And we don't have that right now. I mean, obviously there are a number of commercial companies like Slingshot, there are government assets that are tracking objects in space day in and day out. but we're largely doing it uncooperatively, okay? So we are looking into the sky and we're watching where satellites are. We're not actually being told by the operators of those satellites, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, right? And you contrast that with what you see on like FlightAware. That's the aircraft,
right,
sending out a signal saying, I'm here, I'm here,
no
I'm
Charlie
here.
Or voice, they're reporting.
Right, exactly. And you've got communications channels established between both air traffic control and the planes, and then of course mechanisms for aircraft to talk to one another. So when I think about it from a technical perspective, I really think we need to shift our mindset away from this notion that everything is sort of non-cooperative and nobody's talking to one another, to a world where not only are all the satellites sending back to Earth, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, but we also have an established mechanism for communication amongst operators so that we can easily resolve issues when they arise. And what that does for the space awareness industry is it fundamentally changes it from one of tracking sort of everything to two things. One is focusing on only those objects that are not squawking. Yeah. So if you think about it in an air traffic control context, that's your military aircraft, or your, oh my God, there's a plane coming in and we don't know what it is, aircraft.
Or a drone that's Marsa or whatever.
Exactly, right? So it's a fundamental shift in how we do that. And it, of course, then puts more emphasis on that value add of like, how do we derive insights, how do we present the data in a way that makes it easy. So from a technical perspective, I think that's where I'd like us to see us go on the awareness side. And then when you think about the operations and action side, I would love to see everyone adopt more autonomy and AI into their operations, because I think it will increase the efficiency of the operations. But of course, in order to do that, you've got to have the data that underpins those decisions. So if you think about when you drive in the car, and I mean, I love using Google Maps. It's, Apple CarPlay or whatever. Yeah. You think about getting directions from point A to point B. Any software tool can tell you, like, here's the different routes you can take. But the most powerful ones are the ones that have the real-time data that say, oh, there's a crash.
Yeah, for sure.
And the traffic is bad there. Or actually, historically, this road at this time of day has a lot of traffic and you don't want to go there. So this is where you marry the power of those software tools to help design operational recommendations with the real-time data and awareness of what's happening to really power that future where autonomy can be a force multiplier in how we think about operations in space.
Is so compelling.
Yeah.
So there's three elements, right? To think about a system of systems that we don't think about anymore. Yeah. Number one. Number two, reverting the reporting duty of objects in space to just be less Wild West, and more the duty is on the operators globally somehow to have a communication network to do that. And then the idea of autonomy and rerouting, which recently we just had a tabletop exercise, and FedEx, the CEO of FedEx, participated in it, where they have autonomous rerouting of packages based on weather. So they've almost digitally twinned their entire system of systems to make autonomous recommendations like this and optimize. Yeah. So you can imagine on the ops side where you're doing that. I also think of missile defense, right? Because you've been in that, where there are times, and if anybody's seen House of Dynamite recently, you need some autonomy at some point where things are happening at such speeds no human could decide to save us if we wanted to. Exactly. So you can imagine that in space too.
Absolutely.
It's such a great picture. I hope we capture that. It'd be a nice short.
You did a great job summarizing what I thought was a somewhat rambling.
No, you're instructional. No, you're instructional. So just with the time we have, maybe just some closing thoughts and reflections you have for the audience gathered here. It's a really diverse group. I mean, you have everything from a CS student to theoretical physicists to people who are leaders in C-suites of the industry. So what are your thoughts about the way we go forward in AI in space, and just any kind of reflections you have for the whole community?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the story in space is the story across AI in multiple industries, which is that we have to build trust. We have to build trust in the systems and the data and in the recommendations, or else people aren't going to use it. Yeah. And this is where I think the example of actually the training is so compelling, because I wouldn't expect the Space Force to right away buy my co-pilot for space operations, because they're not going to trust the recommendations that they get with it. So starting with a mission that maybe is a little more forgiving, like the training mission, I think is really smart because it allows the Space Force to build up some level of comfort with these tools, to sort of see their strengths and their limitations, candidly, and to understand how those can both be used, obviously, in this training context, but really be applied to that operational context. And I think that analogy extends broadly when we think about using AI, whether it's for awareness of what's happening in space or monitoring what's happening on the ground, which I know you're going to talk about later today. And again, it's this question of how do we build trust in the algorithms so that people actually use them, because they can be so powerful. But obviously, there's, I think, still a fair amount of skepticism about, sort of turning over the keys to the kingdom.
Right. I always feel like just in our AI era since ChatGPT, people discuss hallucinations less because they're happening less.
Yeah.
And there is like a movement called auto-formalization that might design these to zero mathematically, right? And so you can see that just like in the military, we always use what we trust. That's a nice way to think about a space future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Audrey, first of all, you've been so central to it. You've been such a key part of it for the country, like in everything you've done, every job you've turned wrenches in. I just want to personally say thanks for your service and for doing that, and now in the industry. And ladies and gentlemen, will you please thank Audrey Schaefer for her time today.
Thanks, TJ.
Thank you so much.
That was great.
Yeah, pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we have an innovation talk entitled AI for Space, presented by Dr. Steve Chen, co-head of the Artificial Intelligence Group of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory at Caltech.
Okay, my first test is to find the clicker. Over here. Perfect. Oops. Okay, so it's my honor to be here to talk to you about some of the work that's been going on at NASA literally for decades. I'm going to start out by giving you a whirlwind tour of some of the main ways in which we've been using AI for decades, and then I'm going to finish up with what's my favorite topic, which is answering the question that should be in all of your minds, which is, are we alone in this universe in the hunt for life beyond Earth? So I'm going to use the meme, where we are and where we're going, where we've been, where we are, where we're going. So the first headline summary of where we are is AI is making a tremendous impact in space in many different ways. But the problem is, or the challenge is, it's a small proportion of its potential impact. I often get asked, what's my mission at JPL? My mission at JPL is to ensure that in the future, space missions have to explain why they're not using AI, rather than us having to endlessly explain why we should be using AI. And I already messed up my timing a little bit. I have to start this talk with a disclaimer that I'm here as a guest of SCSP. Anything I say here is my individual opinions and not the opinions of a sponsor or JPL or NASA. So anyway, moving right along here. So what are the two largest applications of AI at JPL? The first is machine learning for triage of large data streams. And we've heard a lot of this. How do you have your situational awareness in space? How do you have your overall situational awareness? And we have this in droves at NASA. So going all the way back to the 1990s, they were conducting a digital sky survey. It was called POS-2, which was at that time the largest catalog of all optical astronomy data that had ever been collected. That survey was actually classified using machine learning. Back at the time, there's a machine learning system called SkyCat for Sky Image Cataloging System, and that was using the precursor to what became random decision forests. Those of you who are into ML, you know the history of RDFs, then SVMs, then more recently CNNs, and now all the transformer architectures. One of the big wins of this project in applying machine learning is that we did something called bootstrap learning. And this is work by Georgovsky at Caltech and Usama Fayyad, who was at JPL at the time. And so some of the data was captured at a higher resolution, digitized. Those are shown in the bottom frames. But most of the data was captured in the analog format, and you can see that at the top. And so we trained the machine learning on the lower resolution data, and the humans can only classify the higher resolution data. This actually enabled them to process several orders larger, more faint sky objects. And now it's quite routine that are what are called transient factories that are detecting all these anomalies in visible astronomical data, which might be things like supernovas and the like. These are all processed using machine learning pipelines, like the Zwicky transient factory. These science pipelines are actually relied on so much in the everyday operations of astronomy that the Zwicky transient facility data was actually used to confirm the LIGO Nobel Award-winning gravitational wave detection, because they have to rule out other possible explanations for the science phenomenon. We don't just do this with visible astronomy, we do this with radio astronomy, which generates even more data. This is actually an animation that shows what are called fast radio bursts. These are these unexplained transient RF data that come in and have to be correlated across multiple sites, all these terrestrial signals, and then they catalog them and try and understand where they're coming from. Some people will tell you that they're coming from alien civilizations. We can't rule that out, but am I going to say that that's the most likely explanation? I would refer to what Carl Sagan famously said, which is, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But where's the AI? Well, it turns out there's this great work by Kiri Wagstaff and David Thompson where they classify all of these events and correlate them across all the different sources. They did this in an effort called VFaster, which was detecting fast radio transit. That's the faster part of VFaster. And this work continues today in what's called the Square Kilometer Array, which is the largest sets of RF radio astronomy that are happening. So one of the challenges here is that for a lot of these data sets, you collect all this data and you actually have to immediately throw away the vast majority of it because the data set is just too huge. They have the same problem in high energy physics at CERN and these super collider events. They collect all this data from one of these events and they immediately have to figure out what's relevant and throw away the rest. Otherwise, they just don't have enough storage. So AI is very much being used. It's actually considered quite routine. There's actually programs and foundation models for earth science, for weather, for example, fire risk models are of great interest in the Western United States right now, huge commercial impact. These are now considered routine applications of AI. So I would say they've succeeded in the sense that for them, people would ask, why aren't you using AI? Going beyond, there's even more use of AI in routine cases for semantic indexing of imagery. This is great work by Kiri Wagstaff, where Mars Science Laboratory rover images are automatically classified so that the engineers can access them more easily. For scientists as well, this is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, high-rise imagery. These are all science phenomenon that people would be interested, so now they can submit queries, things like, show me all the Swiss cheese that happened in this geographical region of Mars in these seasons, and they can get immediately driven to that. There's even more work in indexing science articles where they process all of the science papers written about Mars, for example, from the LPSC, which is one of the major conferences, and now they can say, what other data sets should I be interested in, given this is my paper, and it'll drive them to other data sets that people with common co-citations used in their papers, okay? And for me, one of the most exciting things going on here is we're driving acquisition of new data with these techniques. What do I mean? So on Mars, fresh impact craters are of great interest because when something hits, it exposes the underlying geology for just a little bit until there's a sandstorm or windstorm and it gets filled in. So this is work where Ingrid Daubar and Kiri Wagstaff automatically detect these fresh impact craters with low resolution imagery, and then they automatically bring in high resolution imagery, high resolution imaging assets to view this exposed substrate. So this is literally changing how we acquire the data. The second big application that you see is automated scheduling for operations of complex missions. So a lot of you are familiar with this image from the Hubble Space Telescope called the Pillars of Creation. What you might not know is that that image was acquired by the Hubble Space Telescope using a schedule that was scheduled by an AI system called Spike that was deployed in the early 1990s by our wonderful colleagues at Space Telescope Sciences Institute up the road. And this allows them to operate the very complex Hubble Space Telescope more efficiently. If we look to now, this is amazing imagery from the James Webb Space Telescope, which is a $10 billion one-of-a-kind asset. And this is a really unique instrument. It has this huge triangular thing, which is a sunshade that that enables the spacecraft to take these unbelievable images of faraway objects, either galaxies or stars or things like that. And it's really challenging to schedule these observations. Long before it launched in 2008, they realized that one of the things limiting the lifetime is actually solar pressure on this huge sunshade. So if you take observations a certain way, literally the photons, the sunlight pressing on this huge sunshade will induce forces and torques on the spacecraft. And when these build up, you have to counteract them using your thrusters. That costs propellant, and that costs mission lifetime. So Mark Giuliano and Mark Johnston, two of the brilliant minds in AI scheduling for space, determined that they could develop this special set of strategies to minimize the momentum buildup and enable this $10 billion asset to have a longer mission. Even post-launch, they discovered that they were having a higher incidence of micrometeorite hits on the primary reflector, which is the mirror that enables all this amazing imaging. And we know where these micrometeorites hits come from. If you go out and if you're a space buff and you see the Leonid or Perseid meteor shower, it's the remnants of a comet, and then the Earth's orbit goes through it, and that's what we see. So they designed a special modification to the scheduling algorithm to minimize these micrometeorite impacts that enables them to for the mission to last longer. So AI is really making a difference here. JPL is very proud. They just launched what's called the NISAR mission. This is a joint mission with the Indian Space Agency. This is the world's most powerful and sophisticated sweep-SAR radar. It enables us to make these interferometric measurements of changes in the Earth's surface. What people might not know, this is one of the first light images of the coast of Maine, is that again, this mission is scheduled and the science plan is all developed in an AI planning and scheduling system called CLASP out of my lab. What about deploying AI on board spacecraft? This is now a dated video that shows the Earth observing one spacecraft. Literally in 2003, we uploaded our AI software to the spacecraft and operated it for over a dozen years. This spacecraft is the first spacecraft to fly machine learning operationally in 2004, support vector machine learning, and it enabled it to detect, understand what it was looking at in terms of the image cloudy, is the volcano erupting, is the ice freezing, and that enabled it to make decisions on what it would observe next. But what's better than one spacecraft using AI? Well, we actually linked together sets of spacecraft in a sensor web in order to enable one spacecraft to see something and request other assets with a complementary sensors like hyperspectral or thermal infrared or radar, and request that they observe the same targets that it just saw. So again, this is over 20 years ago we were doing this. But what's changed What's changed now is now we have more advanced spacecraft. The access to space is cheaper. And this is a collaboration with Ubotica and Open Cosmos. Something that we have flying on Cognizat 6 right now, we overfly a target, and we actually can look ahead and see where the clouds are and target around them. So we are taking the data, processing it through an AI pipeline on board a spacecraft, which was not designed for this kind of dynamic targeting strategy, in tens of seconds, and changing what we look at. And we're looking at custom designed spacecraft. We're going to drive this down to seconds. This has a lot of applications for the people in this room. Obviously, there's all kinds of interesting cross modalities like RF to Viz, RF to SAR, and things like that. We're also taking these technologies beyond Earth to Mars. We've had an autonomous targeting system on the MER rovers, the MSL rovers, and now the M2020 Perseverance rovers. So well over a decade, we've had this autonomous targeting system called Aegis. And for those of you who are Mars buffs, there's one common thing in all the images you see of Mars, and that all of Mars is covered with this rust-colored dust. Why is that? It's the iron oxide dust we see all over Mars. So they actually designed this LIBS spectrometer. It's a laser-induced breakdown spectrometer. We fire this pulsed laser, and that enables us to burn through that and actually then see what's underneath. And instead of manually targeting this, we have a system where the scientists can specify the kinds of rocks they're looking for, and the system, the onboard software, will hunt and find these targets autonomously and downlink that targeted data. And near and dear to my heart, because I spent 6 years of my life working on this, is the onboard planner on the Perseverance rover. The rover now has the ability to change the requested activities and execute them differently based on how the prior execution goes. If an activity fails, it knows to cancel the dependent activities. If it wakes up, it's colder than expected, it's going to take longer to preheat, it needs to adjust the plan. If it's warmer than expected, it can jam more into the plan. Also, just like your cell phone, we often realize that the battery is more or less charged than we thought, and we have to modify the plan. So this is exactly what we do. Proudly, there's not one but 4 AIs on the Perseverance rover. I already talked about the autonomous targeting. I talked about the onboard planner. There's another one called pixel adaptive sampling, where we hunt for specific astrobiology signatures and take more measurements of those. And then there's the autonomous driving. We are most proud of the fact that one of the most significant astrobiology discoveries ever accomplished by NASA for humankind, this recent discovery in this sample that was about a year ago, that's what's called Sapphire Canyon, is the sampling site. This is what's called an astrobiology signature level 1. In other words, we have no other explanation for this particular geological phenomenon other than ones that contain biological phenomenon, okay? Doesn't mean that it's the only explanation. It means we don't have another explanation right now. This sampling was all taken under the control of an AI system. Our onboard planner operated this 3-sol plan just as it has for the last 2 years. We've been operational since October of 2023, all done under an AI system control that replans on average 16 times per sol, or Martian day. So now I'm going to try and wrap up with where we're going. So first, we have this cadre mission to the moon, which is actually going to be 3 rovers plus a base station, and the team works together in order to accomplish tasks more quickly. So it can autonomously map by distributing out the areas that it needs to map and cover them more quickly using multiple rovers, and the rovers all coordinate so they don't cover the same areas. And the second thing it does is it does what are called joint measurements, which is using a ground penetrating radar. So here's showing you the divide and conquering to map more quickly. And then the next part is going to show the ground penetrating radar. And it's very hard for the rovers to coordinate because just like the Mars rovers, they're very power strapped. So most of the time they're asleep, even though this video doesn't show it. They can't stay awake for too long or they'll overheat or run out of energy, but they have to wake up. They have to schedule to wake up at the same times in order to coordinate. And then the second thing that I want to mention is we had the Ingenuity helicopter at Mars, which was a technology demonstration. The next generation Mars helicopter is a hexacopter called Science Chopper, and we want to take it to the largest canyon in the solar system, Valles Marineris. The reason why we want to go there is the same reason why all of us want to go to the Grand Canyon. If you look at it, you see the striations in the rocks, and the geologists call that stratigraphy. So vertical displacement means looking back in time at the evolution of the Mars geology. And so what we want to do is have the helicopter choose its own next targets. Choose its own next targets using artificial intelligence. And then going back to Earth, what's changing now? The changing thing now is we have proliferated LEO. So we have a demonstration called FAME where we're moving towards being on 8 spacecraft next spring, and eventually about a year and a half later to about 60 spacecraft, where it will be a multi-agent system. And the key thing here is these spacecraft are not designed to work together. It's what's called a federated system, where they actually are from different vendors, and these vendors are often in competition with each other. And we have a multi-agent system overlay where the scientists will specify workflows that will execute across these multiple vendors to accomplish their joint measurement goals. And so now, just with my little bit of time left, I'm going to talk about the thing that really keeps me at NASA, which is the hunt for life beyond Earth and how that requires AI. So I'm going to talk about 2 targets. One is Enceladus, which is one of the moons of Saturn. And we're obsessed with Enceladus because we know it has a liquid ocean, we know it has phosphates, and if you're really curious, those are the citations from Science and Nature. And so JPL has built this snake-like robot called EELS to go on a hunt for this life. And this is a really different kind of AI that this robot has to have. In the past, like on the Perseverance rover, the rover has to be able to make decisions to not break its own operations rules, but it's not really making science decisions on its own. In the future, these robots have to make their own science decisions. And what that means that when the rover is over here or the snake is over here, it knows it's far from any crevasse, it can move quickly. When it starts to get worried that it's near a crevasse, it has to pop its head up, which costs more time and energy to make sure it doesn't fall into a crevasse. This has special meaning to me because I'm an open water swimmer, and we do exactly the same thing when we're swimming in the ocean. When you sight to make sure you don't get off course, but you hate to do that because it costs you time and energy. And not only that, we want this EELS robot to understand, oh, that yellowish patch over there, that could be an astrobiology signature. Maybe it's worth risking going in between these 2 crevasses to go and see it, because after all, that's the purpose, that's why I'm here. Or maybe I should do that late in the mission. The other one that I'm going to talk about is Europa. Europa is one of the moons of Jupiter, and we built, again, this robot that would land there. And here's the problem. We land, we might survive 30 days, and we have to execute the policies that the scientists have made for us. And they're what we jokingly call astrobiology bingo. So you land there and you trench. Within a single trench, you can choose sampling sites. You have to decide what are the best sampling sites, both on engineering and science constraints. And then while you're trenching or while you're sampling, maybe it's going slower than you thought. So do you give up that trench and go to another trench? Do you give up that sampling site and go to another site? And then when you process the data, you may or may not find an astrobiology signature. If you find an astrobiology signature, the #1 priority is to confirm that. Nothing else matters. But by the way, you only have so much energy left, and you can't really measure how much energy you have left very effectively in your batteries. And you get 0 credit for finding life if you don't communicate it back to Earth. So these are the kinds of decision-theoretic judgment decisions that future AI has to make. And if that's not enough for you, one of the reasons why we're really excited about Europa is the scientists believe there's more water on Europa than on Earth. That's because the ocean is kilometers thick, but it's all below this icy shell, and they think that there are also hydrothermal vents at the bottom of this ocean. So one of the amazing things about science is it can be wrong and it can correct itself. So when I was a kid, first starting to study science in the 1970s, they thought life couldn't exist without sunlight, without photosynthesis. Then they discovered they were wrong. They discovered black and white smokers at the bottom of the ocean where an entire ecosystem exists without sunlight. So we want to go there and hunt for this life, but it's hard. So first we have to fly to Europa, then we have to land, just like the Europa lander, then we have to melt through this icy shell. And did I mention this icy shell could be kilometers thick and we don't even know exactly how thick it is? It could take over a year to melt through this. And we have to have a way of communicating back through this shell, so we need to have either repeaters or some kind of cabling. And then when we get there, we have an ocean submersible that has to travel thousands of kilometers, going out and hunting for this life and navigating back to a single beacon. And there are very sophisticated techniques to find your way back to a single beacon. They basically are synthetic motion-based trilateration. If you travel what you think is orthogonal to the location, then you effectively are setting up your own triangulation. And once your submersible is there, it has to go and hunt for life. If that sounds like science fiction, it is a little bit, but we're already practicing that. We've had not one, but 2 expeditions to the Gackle Ridge, which is the only known place on Earth where there are hydrothermal vents under ice. This is a collaboration led by Chris German and Mike Chikuba, who are the world-famous hydrothermal vent hunters from Woods Hole, and also with the Alfred Wegener Institute. But if that's not enough to get you depressed, excited, visionary, what's really hard? Going to another star. If you go to the nearest star, Proxima Centauri is about 4.5 light years away, but really what gets the astrobiologists excited is the TRAPPIST system, which is a little more than 10 light years away, because it has multiple Earth-like planets. Your cruise is going to be more than 100 years, and that space mission is completely on its own, because if you send it a direction, it's going to be 15 years before it gets it, and then when it sends data back, it's 15 years for you to receive it. That's the true challenge for AI in space. So with that, I'll lead you with JPL's mantra, which is dare mighty things. And I think I blew my time, so I don't know that there's time for questions, but I would encourage people to just catch me later on in the meeting. Thank you very much. Since I'm standing between people here and lunch, I absolutely don't want to, but, oh, okay, here we go. No?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our morning programming. Lunch is served in the back of the Congressional Ballroom opposite the main screen. Our afternoon sessions will begin at 12:50. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats in the main ballroom with the stage. The Congressional Ballroom will close momentarily. Programming will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SESP's AI+Space Summit. Please take your seats and silence your phones. For our next session, titled Space and Energy, please welcome Mark Bertie, co-founder and CEO of Overview Energy, for a fireside chat with Caleb Barnes, Associate Director at SCSP.
Hi, thank you all for joining us and for your attention right after lunch. We will do our best to make this entertaining for you all. So, I'm joined here by Mark Birdie of Overview Energy. So, first off, for all of us here, would you like to explain what space solar energy is?
Sure. Space solar energy is collecting energy in space in a variety of different orbits and locations, either reflecting or converting it to another form of energy, sending it to the ground, and then utilizing it on Earth. And this encompasses a wide variety of different approaches, some of which have been looked at for decades and some of which are relatively new.
What are some problems that this solves?
I think the simplest one is the grid as we know it is broken. We're seeing that now, especially with AI being such a driver on energy needs, that where we generate energy and where we consume it classically has always been relatively well linked. You have a city, you build a power plant. Now with increasing amounts of renewables, increasing types of energy sources, you're getting a geographic separation between generation and consumption. And that's driving massive issues in both infrastructure investment, build out, time delays on powering large-scale data centers, powering cities, et cetera. And space solar energy can solve that by separating the generation from the location, but providing a geographically untethered way of delivering it to a variety of different locations.
So what are some use cases for where space solar would be perfectly primed to fit in?
So I'll give you two examples. I'll give you a civilian example and a military example. A civilian example is we're already seeing AI development behind the meter. Meta is putting GPUs in tents next to a solar project because getting the interconnect is years and you can't wait for that. So that kind of thing can be solved because unlike a conventional solar project, if, for instance, Overview was providing photons to the solar project, we would be able to run that thing 24/7. So you don't need additional storage, you don't need to compensate for seasons or any of those kinds of aspects. So not only can you now create that solar project right away, and then perch a data center right there, but you don't have to do all these ancillary activities to it. So that's a civilian example. DoD example would be, let's say, for instance, Guam. Okay, Guam is extremely logistically constrained. It's one of the few places in the world that runs on diesel or JP8 in terms of their overall power infrastructure. And if you end up in an increasingly logistically constrained environment where you might have issues delivering a lot of fuel there, you want to use what fuel you have for the warfighter as opposed to just running the base infrastructure. So that's an example where you don't need it all the time, but when you need it, you definitely need it. And having resilient energy there would really be an advantage.
Is space solar something that would just be useful for terrestrial applications? Or are there also orbital applications, like a data center in space, that it would be useful for?
So Overview in particular is space to ground. We focus on large-scale energy infrastructure, so utility scale, 100, 200 megawatts or bigger kind of solar projects, providing them energy 24/7. There's, in the space solar energy industry, which is nascent and rapidly developing, there's also space-to-space companies that are doing this, so powering additional satellites, that's an example for orbital data centers. There's also space to moon, ground to space, basically any way you can beam power or move the energy around, there's applications for this. So we work, one of the things I would say that the things that are making space solar energy workable now, low cost launch, large area, relatively cheap PV, being able to deploy things in space easily, that affects all of the different applications.
Yeah. So what is it that separates Overview Energy from its competition?
So, like I said, it's a burgeoning industry. So there's a few relatively well-funded private players in this industry. There's classically a lot of state-sponsored programs or some academic programs. The UK has a program, China has a program, Japan has a program, Caltech has a program. And what I think separates Overview was we started this from a pragmatic approach. In order to be successful, you have to minimize your overall capital requirements in order to get to first unit, so you can start then bootstrapping. You need to fall under existing regulatory and safety environments. So this is how do you not have to change policy and regulation to get there. You need to look at it from the economics of the situation. You know, what are you actually trying to deliver? It isn't the most efficient system. It's the system that solves the energy problem with the right cost structure associated with it. So we take an approach, effectively wide beam, what we call wide beam near infrared from GEO, that solves all of those particular problems.
So you said with regulation, a lot of forefront energy technologies need something to change, because they're dealing with regulatory structures that were built for something completely different. But you say this is something that can fit entirely with what you want to do without any significant changes?
Yeah, we believe so. A good analogy for your point would be, what really kicked fusion into high gear was being able to look at it in a different regulatory environment than fission. And making that separation, I think, is critical for the development of fusion power. And I'm very bullish on fusion as well. So, but on the space solar energy side, one area for us was, okay, everyone's going to have safety concerns. Everyone's going to have orbital debris concerns. Everyone's going to have communication concerns, all these different things. So what you want is something where you can go to a regulator and say, okay, here is their existing policy on intensity of the beam to the ground. That we are absolutely within that. We're a factor of 10 under that. You can stand in it and stare at it, you're fine. Okay? And it's far easier to get the overall policy and everyone on board if you start at that point, as opposed to saying, well, we have to kind of do that. And that's not a good spot to be if you're trying to develop a new technology.
Yeah. Are there any potential safety or environmental issues with projecting a beam from space to Earth?
We've spent multiple years now ensuring that isn't the case. There's always an eye safety concern whenever you're sending anything. We're absolutely within those types of limits. This is safer than LiDARs on cars or lights on security cameras, effectively. We also had looked into how does this affect, we joke animal, mineral, vegetable, like what else out there could be affected by this, aircraft, spacecraft, et cetera. And we found that there's effectively no wildlife that can perceive the kinds of light that we're looking at transmitting. And that's a really critical aspect. You want to be able to also go in there and say, like, look, this isn't a problem for things. It doesn't create more problems than it's worth. Because no matter where you are, people are a lot more concerned about the impact of energy and its transportation has on your backyard or the national park or all these different kinds of things. So the more you can make sure that that just simply is not the case is the right way to go about it.
Yeah. Well, if we speak loudly enough, we're close enough to the Capitol that legislators might hear us. What is the role of government that you would foresee happening with your technology?
I think, again, I'll use a fusion analogy. In the past, a lot of advanced energy has been governmental programs. So, ITER for fusion as an example. But if you look at the most advanced fusion work being done, Commonwealth, Helion, a variety of companies, they're all private. And what really needed to happen was for government to effectively say, okay, here's the environment you're working in, here's the regulations that you need to fit in, here's the policy associated with it, and we're going to be a customer. And I think that's really the critical piece that government can do is be the right customer for energy resilience, for advanced energy sources. Basically go in there and say, okay, here's our logistically constrained environment. Right now we'll pay blank per megawatt hour. If we're really concerned, we'll pay up to blank per megawatt hour, and here's our capacity reservation associated with that. Effectively, be the same kind of customer that hyperscalers and everyone else is in terms of the overall grid development. Because you can't do these things without a quasi long-term commitment. Yeah. So if Meta is going to say, okay, we're going to build a huge data center here, Okay, well, now, okay, infrastructure needs to be put in place, that's gonna take this amount of time and all those kinds of things. So if the government, whether it be civilian or military, said, okay, we have this energy need in this location, it's planned out to be this big, it'll occur at this time, this is what it needs, this is all those kinds of things, sell us the service. And that service model, I think, is really gonna be the way government should interact with advanced energy sources.
So when it comes to the economics, what are the economics of space solar energy?
I think they can be extremely competitive, especially when you look at not just the cost instantaneous. I mean, you can pick a time, say, noon Pacific time, and look at wholesale energy prices in California, and they're going to be negative in the summer because we just have so much of an excess of solar, effectively. Well, those exact same places, 8 hours later, or in the winter, are going to have extremely high energy costs for the exact same reasons. So I think the economics for space solar are going to need to be looked at more than just regionally. So a satellite in geosynchronous orbit can see roughly a third of the planet at a time. So not only is this, Los Angeles in the summer, but it's at the exact same time, it's Santiago, Chile in the winter. It's Morocco at night. And once you put these all in perspective, the joke I like to say is it's always 5 o'clock somewhere, and rest in peace, Jimmy. But those peak energy prices are available at that time. So how do you look at the economics of selling into that market where the power is needed at that time and separating the generation from the consumption?
Yeah, separating generation from consumption. Really something novel that space solar can give us. Another thing that happens with forefront energy technologies, and we've certainly seen it with fusion, not to continue the same digression, is supply chains. So what does your supply chain look like? Are there any potential constraints, any things that you need to be built or be built here for this work?
I mean, we're a U.S. company, and we're very, in a lot of ways, focused on the economics of where we can build it now. We're solar cell agnostic, effectively. So we'd like to use, on the satellite, the lowest cost, most available type of PV that's available. I think that there's some opportunities for the U.S. to onshore more solar cell production and be globally competitive in that fashion. I think there's, with automated production and a lot of things like that, I think we can recover a lot of that. Otherwise, our supply chain is very robust. We kind of designed that from the beginning of what are the critical features, whether it be our transmitters or the various optics associated with that, where we build those and what materials we use. We very much take into account that we don't want to have any sort of bottleneck associated with that. The other thing that's really critical is this kind of geographically untethered piece is the receivers are everywhere. They're 200 megawatt or bigger utility scale solar farms. There's literally hundreds of those in the world and more being developed every day. So one thing to look at from a supply chain perspective is, what does the customer's supply chain look like? If you have your solar project and your batteries associated with that, your supply chain is the sun, and you're only getting that 25% of the time on average across a year. So how do you solve that problem? But do so in a way that doesn't cause you an additional, supply chain issue. Yeah. So sorry for the roundabout answer on that.
Oh, okay. So with these systems being based in space, that seems somewhat difficult to repair. Can't just send out the cable guy to go get there. What do you do to ensure the resiliency of your systems?
I'm glad you pointed that out. There's capital is always an issue, economics are an issue, safety is an issue, and the last one on that is resilience. What you don't want is a single source. We see that right now, where if you have a power plant. Now the grid makes that reliable, even if that one power plant may go down or have a fault or anything like that. So what you ideally want is a cluster of satellites. And that's really what we provide is, it isn't one large satellite, it's a cluster of many in geosynchronous but not geostationary orbit, where each one is providing megawatt-like power levels to the ground in terms of delivered electricity. So that way, any one satellite could have damage associated with it, and you don't lose it. So it's like Starlink. If you lose a single Starlink satellite, the network doesn't go down. And then also you want to take into account the degradation of the system over time and minimize that. But again, you're looking at it as a network effect.
Yeah. So why now? for space solar? Why not 10 years ago? What's changed about the ecosystem that makes this a viability that these companies are springing up, that your company is springing up?
So, I mean, the first mention of space solar energy was, I think, in the 1930s. So it's been around for, the idea's been around for a long time. What's changed in the last 10 to 20 years, some things people have very much noticed. Launch costs going down by an order of magnitude and continuing to go down. Launch cadence going up by an order of magnitude and continuing to go up. So that's why we're here. But along the way, a lot of the critical technologies, efficiency of PV, overall mass of the PV, transmitter efficiency, et cetera, have all gone up. And effectively what us and others in space have done was say, wait a minute, all those things that made it not work in the past are now different. And I think most importantly, it's the market fit. Like, there is such a demand for, resilient, firm, where you want it energy right now, and that's only being exacerbated or improved by the AI boom, in that now we need it and we need it now. And so the time has come both from a technological basis, but also from a product market fit basis.
Are there any other technologies that might come about as a result of advancements in space solar?
I think I would actually make it more general and say it's everything associated with space. Communications and the mega constellations have driven the space boom to where we have it now in terms of launch costs. Space solar energy is the infinite demand. It's no matter how many you could launch, you could always launch more. You could eventually move all of humankind's energy requirements into space. So if we're ever trying to drive that cost of access to space down to its asymptotic point, I think space solar energy is the flywheel for that, which means everything else you want to do in space, whether it be ballistic missile defense, whether it be over a bit larger scale communication constellations, whether it be humans. All those things can be driven by a strong economic demand that reduces the cost of access. And I think space solar energy is really what's going to provide that.
When it comes to the extraterrestrial aims that we're hearing a fair amount about recently, is space solar a competitive or even a leading technology for potentially going to other planets, building a base back on the moon?
I think that, in this industry, there are companies focused on space to lunar power beaming for permanently shadowed craters and, cislunar operations and things of that nature. A lot of the technologies are common across the board. So what we're doing, focused on the space to Earth thing, some of the technologies, and we're looking to sell some of our technologies to others, and we have LOIs in place with companies to do so. So everything that you can do in space is going to be enabled by low-cost access, low-cost technologies, and more mature technologies that allow you to scale up. So I think we're one of the companies in an industry that is going to enable all of the other things.
All right, Mark, this has been a wonderful conversation. I'm going to give you this last minute here to leave the audience with whatever you want to leave them with. What should they remember from this conversation?
Space solar energy is a thing. From us in particular, you're going to see a lot more public in the very near future, so kind of watch this space. We've been a little vague on a few things, but that's going to change in the near future. But overall, this is an industry, and this is complementary with the other things we're trying to do in space, whether it be data centers or large-scale other systems. So I think that now the time has come to look at this as one of the kind of 5 pillars of potential future energy. You have fission, fusion, terrestrial solar storage, all these different things combined. Now's the time to really look at this as one of the major options for it.
All right. Thank you so much. Please join me in giving a welcome hand to Mark Birdie of Overview Energy.
For our next session, titled Building Orbital Resilience, please welcome Dr. Shimrit Tirash Maman, Chair of the Israeli Space Agency, for a fireside chat with Gene Meserve, host of SESP's NatSecTech podcast.
Have a seat. So when we think about space powers, our minds naturally go to the US, to China, maybe Russia. But the number of countries, both large and small, with ambitions in the space domain has expanded tremendously. And one country in the mix, of course, is Israel. Dr. Maman, we are so glad to have you with us as chair of the Israeli Space Agency. So not everyone in the room may be familiar with the Israeli Space Agency, so let's start there. Could you tell us what it is and what it does?
Okay, so thank you, first of all, for having me. And I really have to compliment the organizer for such a beautiful event and well-organized venue. So thank you for that, first of all. The Israeli Space Agency was established quite surprisingly after one of the most significant processes that we went through, which is the first time we had a peace agreement with an Arab country. So following the Camp David and the peace agreement with Egypt, Israelis understood that they have to follow international laws, and they cannot fly over Egypt as we used to. And the creative solution was, if you can't fly, float. And that's how the Israeli Space Agency was established, 1983. It was a governmental decision. And currently, we're operating under the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. Our minister now is Gila Gamliel.
Can I ask you to pass me that clicker that's right on the table next to you? Here we go. So let's talk a little bit about what you do. Okay. Here are 4 areas listed here that you work in. Tell us a little bit, if you would, about each one of those.
Okay, so the way I view the agency, and this is what I'm going to do for the next 3 years, is we've established the national security 4 components that will ensure that. And the first one is, of course, the economy and how we treat the space sector technology-wise. So we have a really great technological space sector, very vibrant, very great satellites that I'm going to show in a minute within my slides. And the next pillar I would call the R&D, okay, research and development, how we invest in scientific data, how we structure that within the university, how we ensure that our next I'm sorry, I'm missing the English word. How we enable our students to enter the industry while already providing them with the tools necessary to be really great at that as well. And one thing that is really important to understand, it has a major impact also on the society and how we influence and bring that entire process to maturity, is the education component. And we put a really great emphasis in education and outreach within the agency. Eventually, even though we have a really great technological and really great industry working already and operating, we have to understand where it's rooted. And we have to give every 5-year-old the tools to envision that process and to be able to enter that space sector. And lastly, we have the international diplomacy component. We are we're not alone on this planet, right? And we do have to operate with other entities and how we cooperate with different countries in partnership for that goal.
You told me a few moments ago that informatics is your particular field, and that one of the things you would like to do in this role is to try to make people outside of the space community understand how they are benefiting from the science around space. Could you talk about that for just a moment?
Sure, of course. So of course my background, if anybody doesn't know, I'm a senior scientist, and I come with a very strong academic background. And for me, when I entered the space sector, it was a really unique opportunity because I was asked to manage a satellite project through the university. And this was the first time I got the hands-on engineering aspect. And one of the things that I realized is that eventually we have this really great space system and ecosystem going all around Israel, but not everybody knows about what we do. And eventually, if this is a very biased crowd, because everybody's here loves space, they loves AI, and he's already has their own opinion. But if you enter a university classroom and say, do you realize you're applying space in every transit, in every credit card movement you do? Nobody knows that. Okay? And for me, as a university professor, I structure my lessons around that space technology. So one of the things we came up at Bangalore University is we opened a designed program called Orbital Resilience for people from the School of Public Health. So you will have doctors, nurses, medical practitioners coming in, but not realizing how they could use this great technology to improve everyday relief and training and AI applications that are space-based. And we allow them to experience that in a very hands-on manner. Not just talking about the theory, not just applying models, but really practicing it and having hands-on everyday experience.
We have a slide here that shows all the satellites, or a lot of the satellites.
Yeah, not all.
These are the civilian satellites, correct?
Oh, well, we actually don't. No, there's some that are not civilian. Yeah, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. We have more satellites than that. We have over 30 years of experience. But these are our major satellites. And we have series of satellites. Our first series was the Ofek. Ofek in Hebrew is horizon. Okay, and that's exactly after the peace treaty that we did understand that we need surveillance in places that we cannot reach. That's that program. So that's a really unique program, and it's a really interesting one as well because, you know, we live in a very challenging neighborhood, I'm going to call it. And one of the things that we had to deal with the technology as well is that launching the Ofek, we're actually one of the very few countries in the world that are launching in the opposite direction. So while everybody's launching to the east, we're actually launching to the west.
Why?
Because think about all the countries neighboring us. Okay? And that's like a declaration. They won't like that. And I'm not talking about only taking down that rocket or taking down that launcher, which for us it's called a Shavit. Not a lot of countries currently have the possibility to intercept missiles. I think we demonstrated that very well in the past several years. I'm very proud of that technology as well. But it's a declaration, and we don't want to declare that we're starting off anything. So what we did is we built our satellites to begin with smaller in order to compensate for that fuel that we need. We need an addition for launching in the wrong direction. And to begin with, our satellites are smaller, stronger, and I think we were the 8th country with building, launching, operating capabilities in the world.
Recently, one went up that's called Dror. What does Dror mean, by the way?
Dror is freedom in Hebrew.
And what does this satellite do?
So this is a really great example of a communication satellite. So in the previous slide, you saw that we have observational satellites, but we also have communication satellites. And this is a geostationary satellite that also has camera imaging capabilities on it. And DRAW was launched as a concept of independence. We want to be as independent as possible. We did have communication satellites before this series, which are called AMOS, but this has, every satellite we launch has technological development and the evolution that comes with it, and more components, even AI components on this specific satellite. And we are very proud of it. This is one of the first images that was released from the satellite.
One of the most significant things about it is that it is Israeli produced, correct?
Yes.
This is all yours.
Yep.
Not dependent on any other nations.
Correct.
Okay. Talk to us about AI and how Israel is applying it in the space domain.
So for the past years, we've been applying that through all our value chain. And if it's components on the satellite and onboard processing, but also what I really love about our AI components is the applications we do with it. And it comes through everything. If it's planetary, exoplanet detection, one of our engineers, Noah Lubin, that developed a really great application 5 years ago and detected it once 301 exoplanets, that just enhancing the data and making it more accurate and precise, to one of the most recently published algorithms that are dealing with emergency relief applications. So everybody uses AI in Israel, right? That's like a basic thing today, and we encourage that from a very young age. And it's that innovative way of thinking of how you could use that data in order to better structure it, in order to be more time consuming, in order to enhance our ability to operate. And one of the really good examples I could provide is emergency relief. One of the things that are happening currently with emergency relief is that when you have a really big disaster happening, then one of the things that you would do is you will operate the international charter, right? And this is, everything I'm describing is a process that takes time. And that international charter will just go and say, okay, who could provide me with the images? So we wanted to reduce that time and to see how we could think about that process differently. And what we did is we said, okay, we have all the information about the satellites that are published online by NORAD, for example, and we will take that two-line element component, what is called TLE, and just from the orbit, using AI, we could detect which satellite was over before, right after, okay, what series, and then reduce that time. But this is just one example of how we could use a different way of thinking and apply that with a really great AI algorithm.
And what will having that information do? Will it speed response, make it more appropriate to the occasion? And can you give us some specific examples where it's been used?
It wasn't used yet, operational. What we did is we actually used that, the way we check ourselves and how we validate our data is we take past disasters and see, and just run the algorithms on them and see how we could improve the response time. So if we had that, we would have improved the response time greatly. For example, in the earthquake in Turkey, 3 years ago, we had a really big disaster with over 60,000 people killed at once. And one of the most challenging things at that time is that there was cloud cover over the area, so a lot of optical providers could not take images of that region. So one use we could do is we could use radar technology that penetrates the clouds, but not that many countries have that capabilities as well. We do, that's one thing. But the second thing is that when you're already designing the satellite and you're uploading the command and saying, hey, I need this region of interest image right now, we were the first ones to provide the images through the international charter to all responders, first responders on the ground, not just the 130 delegations that were coming out of Israel.
Let's talk space economy. It is booming.
It is.
How big is the space economy in Israel right now?
Not big enough.
Why not?
Well, so that's one of the things that we're challenging, we're dealing with and trying to overcome the challenges that we have. It's not as big as it is supposed to. One of the reasons is that, and this is something that is very important to emphasize, most of our space program is security and defense. And we work very closely together. But for me, as a space agency that I'm supposed to encourage everything that is civilian-based, okay, I expect much more from us because we are the startup nation. Okay, and we have that innovative spirit within us. So what we did recently, after mapping it and understanding those challenges and how we could target that in a better manner, we came up with a creative solution that says we're going to open a national lab that is going to grant access to space by doing the first thing, and for me that's the most important one, is reducing regulation barriers. So we're doing that with the Innovation Authority. I'm translating the Hebrew. I don't have the AI processor yet.
Well, that's something to work on.
Yeah, I'm still doing that. You can see my mind working. So we're doing that with them, the Israeli Space Agency and the Innovation Authority together. Taking down these regulatory barriers will provide a really great basis. And we're investing a lot of money in that currently as the first round. And we have really great applications to run that lab. But eventually, you're going to gain that space experience just by doing, we're currently, the number was 50 new payloads in the next 4 years.
So let me understand what this lab will do. It will allow startups to take their project and put it in space so they can then do true testing of its viability?
Yes, exactly.
So let's say they're successful. What's the financing situation? I mean, is there enough money from government, from private investors, in order to really spur this sector?
So the answer, if you go to industries and you say, is there enough money, the answer will always be no, right? That would always be the answer.
From the audience. I think that's an international answer.
But it's true, right? And it doesn't matter what country would be in the world. I will go anywhere, and I just came back from India, and they said, yeah, we have a problem with that as well. We have the funding issue. And it's a capacity issue, and that's perfectly fine. But the thing is in Israel that you really have to understand is that we have a cultural issue. And funding is not an issue. If you have a really good idea, it will go through. And we will find a way to prove it. And that's the really great spirit you have to understand about us. Because we are very innovative and everybody wants to have their own startup. And by the way, AI is one of the major players. Most of our startups currently, the new ones are AI-based. There isn't one startup in Israel that opens up and they won't say, we have an AI algorithm embedded already. So we have that spirit and you will find the funding eventually.
Are there some specific areas of the space economy which, to your mind, look like they have great promise and where you particularly like to see innovation and growth?
So for me, even though this is another Israeli thing, we're never happy with what we have, right? Like you always want to improve. You could do better. We could always do better. I'm very happy with the technology, and we have a really great technology, and we have really great applications, but I would love to see more fields coming in, more players coming in, more people who did not think that space-based technology could be the solution. And that's where I'm going with, and that's where I'm taking that ship.
So what exactly is the relationship between the defense space industry and the civilian space industry? Is there a clear delineation, or is there bleed over between one and the other?
Of course there's a clear, of course, different offices, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Science and Technology, we have different agendas, but we all work together very closely. Eventually, there are also dual-use purposes. And of course, I'm going to encourage that because we have that great technology. I'm not going to waste that just because there's a defense or security issue. I'm going to use that for the better good, for the greater good, for emergency relief, for whatever, for agriculture, precise agriculture is something we do a lot in Israel and worldwide. And even our startups are always, even if they're coming out of the military and of intelligence units, they would take that great technology and everything that they gained and they experienced again, and they will apply that to things that nobody thought of before. So we have a startup doing precise agriculture and predicting potential yields to resolution of a single field in the United States. We're based in Israel, but they're in the United States. They're called Planet Watchers, again, combined with AI, of course. But eventually, in places that are much bigger and do need that remote access, you could use that even for insurance companies.
How?
So one of the things that happens is, for example, if you have a really bad case of hail, that farmer basically lost all his yield. Like, oh, what would happen? They would go, and they would go to the agent, right? And then he would have to come in. This could take a few days, but if you could do all of that from a single satellite imagery, you could already bring the data, and this is valid in courts and in everywhere because it has the ground truth application component into it, and combined with images that you take on the ground and photographs of that damage, you could reduce your time with the lawsuit and get your reimbursement from the government or the local authority that is dealing with it. And this is just a great example how you could use space-based technology using precise agriculture with insurance companies.
You have a program, supported program called Ai+Space. What is this? What's that all about?
So actually, this is a really nice program that is also on a national and international level already, because we actually call it Ai+Space International. It's been operating in more than 11 countries for the past years. And when I launched my first satellite, which is a nano satellite, it's called BGUSat, one of the things that my students and I discuss is that I'm always the only female scientist in the room, and that there aren't that many women in leadership positions. Now, if you look worldwide, female people...
I'm looking around the room now.
No, I think that's a really good point. But if we're talking about leadership positions, how many women do you have heading space agencies?
You're the first in Israel.
I'm the first in Israel. Okay? There aren't that many. Okay? You currently have Lisa Campbell that is heading the Canadian Space Agency, and we have Altia Ulamani that is heading the United Nations Office for Space Affairs. But if you take everybody through, we're less than 10. So one of the things we did is we wanted to change the way high school girls think about their future. And the reason we are dealing with high school girls and not university students is because by the time they enter university, it's too late. They already chose their major, they already know what they want to do. At this stage, to have an influence on someone would be really hard. So all we do is we provide these high school girls with university settings, and we say, do you want to work with us in the lab? And they enter the lab or whatever facility. It could be also one of our facilities in Israel, and they do everyday work with whoever's running that research lab or that industry lab, or they just get really great hands-on experience. And then you take off all the gender barriers that they come with. And we make science and technology very fun. It's really fun to operate a ground satellite receiving station, but not many people have the chance to do it. So we provide them with that experience.
And what kind of results are you seeing? Are you seeing more girls deciding to study in these fields in university?
Yeah, so after 10 years, we could say that we're monitoring this progress for the past 10 years, and this model was also replicated into different fields of programs in Israel, and we see really great results.
So I'm curious, because these kinds of programs are not in favor in the United States right now, what the particular rationale is for concentrating on girls. Why not provide this across the board to all students?
Or we're providing that to all students. We just,
but with special emphasis on
with a really specific mindset. All we did is called the program Ai+Space. And that encouraged the girls to participate.
And the boys didn't turn away from it with a name like Ai+Space?
Well, we do see lots of less boys coming into the program. Yeah.
Less boys?
Yeah. If we had,
Well, what are you going to do about that? Start Ai+Space, I guess, next.
Yeah, we could think about that.
You mentioned that this science education, though, is important much earlier, that you're working with students very young to try and foster familiarity and literacy and hopefully interest and potential career path. Again, let me ask you if you're seeing results from that, if it's paying off.
So absolutely, yes. We are starting in Israel already in kindergarten. Okay, one of the programs, and this was also accepted for publication now in Acta Astronautica, is a program that is called the Space Race, the Ramon Space Race. And this is operated by the Ramon Foundation. And we actually came up with a very holistic approach to have how we could empower the teachers that do not feel comfortable with employing science and technology in kindergarten level. If you go to a kindergarten teacher and say, could you talk about satellites? And they would be all right. They're like, no, that's not for me, that's for experts. So we provided them with a designed toolkit and with mentorships and created an entire community, science community, that could empower those teachers that they could put these values and instill these values to kindergarten students. So yeah, we see that, and we see it going through the entire K-12 chain. And we went over that slide with the satellites really quickly. But one of the most amazing programs we have in Israel is called TEVEL, which is universe. And TEVEL is an acronym that students building satellites. תלמידים בונים לוויין. Okay? We have high school children building and launching satellites while they're in high school. And we already launched over 20 satellites of high school children. Nano satellites, important to have nano satellites.
When we were talking earlier about Dror, you mentioned that one of the reasons this was so significant is that this was an Israeli project. This you owned. But you do a lot of cooperation and collaboration in space. With whom? Why?
So one of the most effective collaborations, of course, is with NASA and everything. That's important for us to emphasize. We're very proud of that collaboration. But we also work with different space agencies. The Italian Space Agency, DLR, the German Space Agency as well, JAXA, CARI. Now we're working also with CASA, the Korean Space Agency as well. We built a really great satellite with the French space agency with CNES that is called Venus. And we're building a new satellite with them now, CL3, that is going to be working on atmospheric components as well. So we have that international cooperation with different agencies. And we do work a lot with UNOOSA, United Nations Office for Aerospace Affairs, of course.
Is this to spread costs? Is this to share technologies? What's the goal of this? Or just to create better relations with some of these countries?
No, we share technologies all the time. We value partnerships. We think we're very confident, as Israelis always are. But we have this great technology and we have these great applications, but we eventually realize that we're not alone on this planet. And the way to progress is to work together. You could get far to a certain amount when you work alone, but you could get much further if you collaborate. And we really, really value that partnership with everyone.
You are signatories to the Artemis Accords, correct? Which attempt to set some rules of the road out there. Given that China and Russia have not signed, are they effective?
Yes, they are. And we're already working on a lot towards that, and we already did several missions towards that as well, including the astrolabe vest, one of the radiation vests that was developed with DLR and NASA, of course, and was tested on the Artemis 1 mission. That vest was originally, this is a really nice pivot, was designed for coal mines and how you could take that technology that was originated for a different purpose and pivot it into space. So we had two dolls, Helga and Zohar, on that mission that tested that taste, and this was later also examined by our second Israeli astronaut, Eitan Siva, on board the International Space Station. So, of course, we're thinking about going back to the moon, and we're already progressing and doing things toward that mission.
I do want to talk to you about that. You did get to the moon once. Your lander had an unfortunate landing.
Yeah, I'm really proud to say we crashed on the moon. Yeah, not a lot of people get to say that. We crashed on the moon. Yeah.
So where are you in this enterprise of going back to the lunar surface?
So first of all, we do have the Bereshit 2 mission that is already after its engineering stages. The next mission is supposed to be a lander and 2 orbiters. We're working on that. There's a really great design. But I do have to say, because this is something that most people don't realize, and they treat that crush. Okay, this is a hard landing. Okay, this is the right term. It's a hard landing. But I would like to quote Inbal Kreis, she's currently the head of innovation in the Israel aerospace industries. And she said, I cannot treat Bereshit as a failure. It was an unsuccessful mission. And from your unsuccess, you could learn a lot. And this is how we treat it. And then I always get to say, we crashed on the moon.
Excuse my throat. Could you pass me a water?
Yeah, sure.
Inconvenient. At the conclusion of our conversation.
Yeah, it's okay.
So apart from the moon, what are the other big goals? What do you have ahead in the next 5 years, 10 years?
So learning from that specific mission, because eventually the Bereshit mission was very entrepreneurial in its nature. It's 3 guys sitting together in a bar and saying, hey, we're going to enter that competition, and we're going to bring Israel to being one of the only states orbiting the moon. And I see one of my most important roles is cultivating that exact spirit. And that's our culture, right? But I have to make sure to take it to the next level. It's not just about designing and putting the agenda for the next 20 years from the satellite point of view. And those are taking you back to those 4 pillars. For me, it's also how to make sure that I nurture that spirit and how I take that to the next level and how I give those kindergarten kids that opportunity to become the next person that sends the cheapest mission to the moon.
Thank you so very much for joining us here today. So appreciate it. And my apologies for the coughing. Maybe AI will solve that too, as well as the translation issue. Thanks again.
Thank you for having me.
For our next session, titled Reimagining Space-Based Intelligence with AI, please welcome Dan Smoot, CEO of Vantor, for a fireside chat with Audrey Decker, space and emerging tech reporter at Politico.
Boy.
Well, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm excited to host this conversation with Dan Smoot, the CEO of Vantor, and we're going to talk about how his company plans to use AI and demand for commercial imagery and all that stuff. But I would like to start and pass it over to Dan for some opening remarks, and then also talk about the recent rebrand. So Vantor used to be known as Maxar Intelligence, so I was wondering if you could talk about the decision behind that rebrand and how where the company is heading.
Great, thank you. Thanks for opening. But this is an interesting format to have to twist my neck around a little bit. See your bay. The rebrand has definitely been something that we've gone through. It's been quite a journey. We started about 10 months ago. And as many people in the room may or may not know, Maxar is the largest electro-optical imaging company from a commercial perspective in the world. We were taken private by a company called Advent a couple years ago as we were trying to launch our next generation constellation. In doing so, we've actually invested a tremendous amount in our new application development and taken our foundational ground capabilities and foundational data that we've been collecting over decades and really started to build next-gen applications, everything from our Raptor, which is GPS-denied landscape navigation for drones, and how to use 3D landscape, for targeting, and those are newer applications. So moving away from just being an imagery company, which we're still large at doing, but also becoming a software data and applications company, and specifically around what we're doing with AI on our site detection, object detection, site monitoring, change detection capabilities with our Sentry programs. It was to continue to drive the innovation of the company. The second reason was we actually used to build satellites as well. People may have known Ai+Space. They do large comms geosatellites and stuff, and they were rebranded as Lanteris, and we decided a definitive agreement to sell that to Intuitive Machines. And that was announced a couple weeks ago as well. So we can't really have a Maxar anymore because one part is splitting off to be part of another company, and of course the intelligence side. And then the last piece is we have been developing ourselves about what we're going to do next with our financial side of our business. And the markets we're looking for, what's different about Vantor, and that shift has also been helping us recognize what we're doing from the financial markets perspective as well.
Great. Well, thanks for that overview. And kind of along those lines on, the strategic evolution that you guys are making, if you could maybe, drill down on some specific bets that you're making, how that relates to AI. I know you also announced the TensorGlobe platform. Could you also, tie that to this and what that exactly does, in plain English, and how, it represents the evolution of where you guys are going?
TensorGlobe just doesn't define itself. There are a lot of things that we're betting on in the change, and clearly using AI and language models is going to be critically important for us to move forward. If you really think about the major bets, I talked about one, which is taking this rapid development of what we call 3D mapping.
Vantor, we have the largest global 3D map in the world. We've been mapping it for decades. So actually taking that and actually driving what is the change, and think about it if you're doing post-damage assessment after a military activity. You want to understand what's changed in the 3D map. You actually have to have those models loaded in and be able to apply new imagery down and to make sure you can actually understand what that post-assessment looks like. If you had to do that manually with analysts, that takes a tremendous amount of time, and you imagine the imagery that they have to parse through to see what the change is. By actually teaching the data or learning on the data, you can actually just apply the change or apply the new imagery onto it, and it can actually adapt very, very quickly. Why that's important is if you're loading that on to be a 3D navigational capability onto a drone for a mission where GPS denial is going to happen, that 3D landscape has to be updated. And so you have to have advanced capabilities to be able to advance them quickly. The challenge is, even as good as AI is you still have to teach. You still have to learn on the data. And there's a lot of manual work that still goes into making sure you have very accurate data to build these models out. But the Raptor capabilities for doing this GPS and AI capability is a huge bet for the company, because autonomous warfare is, as we're learning from the Ukraine conflict right now, is how rearmament is working in the world. The other big bet is something called Sentry, which is really looking at site monitoring, or looking at change around location. When you're seeing the same location up to 15 times a day, and you're trying to track objects on the ground, if you're trying to do that from an analyst perspective, you will be parsing through tons of information and trying to understand. But if you could actually teach, by using AI and look these language models to understand, what is that object? Is that a rail car? Is that a train? Is that a plane? What kind of plane is it? What kind of ship is it? Is it a naval ship? Is it a freighter? Is it a wooden vessel for that they might be using for immigration? These are the types of things that you're trying to teach the data, and the more we can actually automate that, the faster decision making can be made, at a government level, without having to have a tremendous amount of labor.
In terms of where you guys are right now with using AI, space companies have talked a lot about how they plan to use it in the future, but I'm curious if you could explain, what are you using AI now for that's actually delivering, gains, and where there's still shortfalls?
Yeah, I think people underestimate in AI how important the data is. And if the data is not clean, you're going to actually have bad models. And I think we've seen that even in ChatGPT, and you've seen that in Gemini, and you've seen stuff where you're actually still doing queries or use stuff and you go, well, that's not 100% accurate yet. Because the data you're still learning on the data. And that's one of the most important things you have. So one of the things we've learned is we have this thing called geo-registration, which is the accuracy of the imagery on the ground. And if you use our imagery, we know it's going to be accurate because it's the same kind of imagery that we build based on all of our sensors. But if we bring in a third-party sensor, let's say we bring in synthetic aperture radar, SAR, and we want to actually have models that are going to have that kind of data, we have to make sure the geo-accuracy is aligned perfectly. So we have to do all that testing to make sure that data aligns. Let's say we bring in a smaller sat, which has high revisit but less exquisite data. We have to make sure that's geo-registered. That we learned painfully through in the first couple of models was there's a lot of inaccuracies because we would be, meters off in regards to, well, if you're targeting or you're doing something on the ground, you can't be that far off. And so we had to make sure that all the fundamentals of the data actually lined up correctly. Then you can provide the intelligence on top of that and start teaching. Then the second thing is, like I talked about, it's teaching things what are on the ground. We ran early on, this goes back a year ago, we ran a scenario where we were monitoring a location and we were looking at mobile missile launchers. Then we took that exact same model and we put it over to where an IKEA was. And 2,200 missile launchers showed up. And it's like, well, that didn't match up, right? So what we learned is, even the data that we were applying and how you actually applying the intelligence to it, you had to make sure that it was location specific and sort of learning. Now our accuracy is down to what type of rail car, what type of vehicle. And that's just the continued evolution we're doing. We're using AI a lot in our software development. for quality, for QA, making sure that our innovation is actually going faster and we're using the resources the correct way. And I think that between applying it onto the product side, but also applying it onto the product development side, has been a huge uplift for the company in how we're actually innovating faster. If you look at our Raptor product, we went from concept in January to actually GA this month in regards to actually being able to guide and sensor drones. That is a tremendous space. You have to have faster innovation to be able to develop that fast.
Mm-hmm. And in your conversations with your DoD and Intel customers, what exactly are they looking for with AI from you all? Is it speed, accuracy, automated tipping, all of it? What are the customers saying?
Yeah, I think you have the USG and then you have the international communities. They're kind of actually looking at it from two different perspectives. From the USG perspective, it is how do you actually take out the man in the middle a little bit, right? The human in the loop. And how much resource can you actually trust the data that that's accurate information? If you're providing detailed, event scenario or detailed monitoring of a situation, they have to believe the data to make decisions on. And so what they're looking for is trusted data, trusted factor in regards to how we are actually making sure the applications we're producing are incredibly accurate. And that's one thing that they have to culturally shift to, is to start to trust the data. Commercial companies like ours and many others, we are actually creating these capabilities pretty rapidly. But remember, there's still commercial belief in sometimes in governments that they have to have that manual check, that they have to have the human in the loop to make sure that they believe in what they see. And what the government's really looking for is to make sure that they can actually trust that data and trust that environment. On the international front, they're now, if you think about specifically Europe and even Asia-Pac, but Europe, really, they're rearming. They're doing a full rearmament. They're trying to catch up over decades of being dependent on the US and really building out new capabilities. So they don't have time to go through large, bespoke, prime-based programs anymore. They have to be able to put software applications in that can drive decision-making and skip levels of history. And so they're looking for things that they can actually do as trusted partnerships in regards to how you can actually bring those solutions to them. And they know that they can trust the data of which they're going to be, ingesting into whatever system that they're going to be managing. And so we're seeing kind of two different types of flavors, between the U.S. and the international markets.
And on the U.S. side, that trust piece, how close would you say the U.S. government is to getting there?
Well, I think the U.S. has a lot of experience. I think there are a lot of programs where they've been taking these capabilities and generating outputs from. A lot of them are classified programs, and they've been adjusting some of these capabilities. So the problem is they're not interconnected. And so I think that they have developed a tremendous amount of capability in some areas, but how do you actually drive a broader capability that's interconnected that you can actually make better decision-making on, which means, by the way, better connected across different agencies. And I think that that's the big bridge now, that they're looking for commercial companies to be able to modernize away from having customized programs into standardized formats so they can actually deliver information in an accurate way. And if you really think about the revolution that's going on in regards to acquisition, that really thinking about how do you actually drive it away from custom bespoke programs into more modernized standard software platforms. And I think that's the decision-making process you're seeing in the U.S. And the trust that they're looking for, that they can actually see that it's incredibly accurate.
And I want to go back to that acquisition point in a second, but on the trust piece, I'm curious how vulnerable would you say these AI models are to possibly manipulation or adversarial spoofing or anything like that? And what are you seeing in terms of your active programs?
Well, I think the security posture of companies is still probably one of the most important things. Protecting your data has always been one of the most important things we do in the marketplace. I think we spend as much money securing our data as much as we do sometimes innovating around it, because of the fact that your point exactly, we actually deliver, we're very unique as a company. We can deliver information in an unclassified format. We can also deliver it in a classified format. And that classified data has to be protected as the most valued asset. So, and unfortunately, we live in a world where the adversaries want that data. They want to, for their own use, but also they want to be able to try and manipulate that. It's got to be top of mind for everything we do. because you're going to have the trusted data format for any of us. We have to make sure it's protected. And this is a world that moves pretty quickly to unprotected. I think that having that posture and co-developing that with governments, by the way, it's not just the U.S. government, but multiple governments, is a really important investment. And we teach that to our international colleagues to sit there and say, hey, it's not just about getting imagery down, doing something unique with it. It's actually protecting that data stream, putting it into a format that they can use pretty effectively. You talked about TensorGlobe. That platform that we built out called TensorGlobe has an application called Nexus in it. And that Nexus is exactly that. It's a secure database in regards to how people can actually not just access our information, but other constellation information in a secure format to be able to distribute it to their end users. And so that's the importance of investing in a highly secure, highly resilient platform on information that many people would like to take advantage of.
And back to acquisition reform,
Yeah.
it's obviously a big push from this administration, and so I'm curious from your seat on the commercial side, how does government need to change to be to buy from commercial better, and what are the roadblocks now for?
Yeah, I think we've actually seen in a very short period of time, we were laughing backstage about it's only been 10 months since the new administration took over, and some of the ways that they're driving acquisition reform. First off, I think it is about modernization of our capabilities without having to kind of reinvent and rebuy everything. If we're doing that, the bill will be too expensive for our possible world. I do appreciate the fact that some of the acquisition reform is around performance. Like if you sign a contract, you perform to the contract and you deliver to the contract. But also a lot of it's around innovation, how you're actually moving forward on a software format in regards to modernizing our capabilities in a secure fashion, without it having to be a bespoke FAR-15 type of program where, it's hugely larger, labor intensive, and gets them into a corner where it just becomes a ongoing, procurement process that's, never completely effective. And so I think that reform is something that we're starting to see, but there are growing pains. Some of the growing pains are some of the programs are long-tailed, longer programs that you have to be able to insert new capabilities into. And there's a bit of a cultural aspect that we have to reform inside the U.S. government as well, which is that you can trust new applications, you can trust new capabilities that the commercial industry is developing so fast to replace existing capabilities, and it doesn't have to have human in the loop for every single thing that we do. So there's a big cultural aspect that has to go with the acquisition reform to make sure that we're actually applying new capabilities in that can bring modernization much faster, if that makes sense.
And also I think we're at an interesting inflection point where we're moving, the bottleneck isn't hardware now, it's software in some ways. And so I'm curious, if the future is very software heavy, how do you think the government needs to change in the way that it buys things to accommodate for that shift?
Yeah, it is. We're definitely seeing the modernizations, is much more software centric. If you think about it, application development is done at incredible speed. The compute power that still has to go beyond it, behind it is pretty amazing as well. And I think that you're seeing the industry, it doesn't matter if it's what Google's doing or NVIDIA's doing or any of the other major providers, Amazon and so forth. They're building the foundation for how we can deliver compute, deliver capabilities. And by the way, we're actually seeing this from a space perspective. We're seeing people start to develop potential on-orbit data capabilities and mesh networks. Why? Is because you can compute to the factor faster, then you can actually transport that down. I fundamentally believe you'll always be able to compute faster on the ground because of the fact that you can modernize much faster than trying to do it on orbit. But that is one of the biggest things we're seeing. So now it's about driving the application development to that compute power. And I think that's why people are seeing this as a software forward-thinking world. Think what I was just talking about, the drone world. If you had to replace an entire drone fleet because of the fact that GPS-denied capabilities takes it basically out of effective combat, you'd be spending billions of dollars just doing replacement. Or you can actually take software, load it on the drone, take the GPS denied off of it, and now you've got a modernized way of navigating for 3D. Now you don't have to replace the entire hardware, and you can also, by the way, you can make existing vehicles autonomous. If you look at what we're doing in the marketplace. So there's lots of things we can do from a software perspective, modernize capabilities versus have to just continually, on a hardware perspective, replace capabilities. And I think that that's what the government is really leaning on. And if you look at the rearmament, what's going on, again, for people who are rebuilding or building from fresh, this is the approach that they're taking.
Shifting gears a little bit, I want to hear about the demand signal that you're hearing from customers. This administration has said it wants to lean into commercial, but also, we're seeing mixed signals. OMB proposed cuts to commercial space-based imagery. Congress may or may not reverse those cuts, but I'm just curious how you're managing, uncertain demand signal possibly, and kind of what you're hearing from your seat in the industry.
Yeah, I think it was, spring was interesting, to say the least. For those who probably read some of the articles, there were large proposed cuts in regards to certain commercial capabilities in the U.S. government. It created a lot of news, around it. What we've done as a company and what we've done working with, congressional leaders as well as the agency leaders is to really make sure that they understood what the demand signals look like. There were a lot of learning. Let's be very clear. There was a lot of learning pains that went through between new agency members, new budget members, command demands and stuff like that, and getting it all synced back together, for how do we actually continue to meet the national mission. I think that the commercial first rhetoric is still, that is the administration's direction to go. It's actually a definition of what is performance to pay for all that they had to continue to make sure that they're putting the money into stuff that drove value. I think we've demonstrated that back in. We are not seeing less demand. We're actually seeing an increased demand. We're seeing, if you think about some of the priorities for the U.S. government and shift in, southern border or other parts of the international community, those demands are not shrinking, they're actually increasing, and how do you actually budget to them has been kind of the challenge that we've had to go through. Right now, we actually see Congress and the Hill trying to make sure that they're plussing up the strategic elements to it. We still don't have a budget, so I really can't talk to if they've actually going to get through the final bills. But we're not operating less than we were before. We just got to make sure that it completes its cycle as we go into the 2026 budget. But I think there was a lot of lessons to be learned. It did open up a lot more conversations, I can tell you, that we've had with budgeting offices and the agencies on value. And I think that was really healthy. Because I think sometimes we take for granted when you're running these programs that you're just running these programs. And I think it's always a good checkpoint to make sure that everybody really perceives the operational capability that you're delivering. I mean, we're very proud of the fact that we haven't missed a metric since 2018. And it was a good reminder to be able to go out and present that to the government. This is what we're doing every day. And that, we have this value. And I think that'll help, continue to support the demand that's actually being asked of the government. It's busy out there right now.
And speaking of demand, I want to get an update on some of the current contracts that you're on and the programs you're working on. Luno with NGA, TAC SRT with the Space Force. In terms of Luno, could you kind of lay out where you are on that program and give us an update on how that's going with the NGA?
Yeah, the Luno program is actually a pretty encouraging program because it's the first true commercial program where they're looking at commercial capabilities to solve things like site monitoring and actually apply multi-sensor AI-enabled automation into how do we actually enable information. And we've actually been very successful. We won multiple Luno bids. One of the ones that's exciting and probably jumping out a little bit in front of skis of the announcement is something around we're doing with NEI, which is non-Earth imaging. It's not about looking at the adversaries on the ground now, it's also trying to understand what's going on in orbit. Being able to turn your satellites and actually look at other satellites and what's going on with their orbits, what's going on with their capabilities. Actually, there's a lot of dark areas where they disappear for a little while and you can actually take imagery to do that. That's been a very interesting one that we're excited about because it is kind of a game changer in regards to when we start thinking about things like Golden Dome. But there's also been a lot of site monitoring ones, which is monitoring pop-up airports or monitoring areas in the South China Sea. And you're really filling these gaps for the government. So we've had several awards in this area. Untack SRT, you asked about that as well. That's another one through Space Force that's actually gained a lot of momentum, including what we've seen so far that will come back from Congress in the budgeting is more budget around doing these bespoke programs. Again, not doing big data dumps on the government to go figure out what's going on, actually using the capabilities from commercial to actually build reports out of what is happening on the ground is, these tactical capabilities that they're looking for have been nice wins. And so we're actually very pleased to see them starting to ingest letting commercials solve these little problems.
And then could you also give us a snapshot of what you currently have on orbit? I know the Worldview Legion satellites, they're all up there. How are they performing? And then also after that program, what's next? Are you going to be doing incremental updates, new satellites? If you could give us the right there.
If anybody has the stomach to want to get into the satellite building or launching business, let me know, because come join us. Having the company build for 7 years, a new constellation of, and I won't put the price tag out there, but quite a lot of money. And then have them on the ground and stick them on SpaceX and launch them in 2 pairs over the last year and a half. It's been quite the experience. We were very fortunate. All 6 hit their orbit. All 6 have been delivering probably some of the most exquisite 30 centimeter, 15 centimeter high def capabilities. They're all fully functional, what we call FOC, fully operational. And so for the first time, we have the largest constellation of 30 centimeter satellites. Some of them are doing sun-sync around the poles. Others are doing mid-inclination, looking at the world a different way. We're the first to run a mid-inclination. So you can imagine in the middle of the world where there's a lot of activity. It could be in the Middle East, it could be in South China, it could be in the along the southern border. You're seeing a different perspective. So we now have a constellation of 10 very large, exquisite satellites, and right now we're very fortunate they're all operating. We are currently, we've already bought the optics for a couple more, and we are looking at the next build that we're doing right in the procurement process of that right now. And so we're looking forward to how do we actually continue to extend our constellation. And we're also looking at other types of sensor capabilities that the government has, governments have actually asked us to look at about how do we build with our advanced capabilities. We've been very successful at doing this. How do we bring some more of those to market? Could they be in smaller formats? Can they be, a little bit more revisit? We're looking at all these different options right now to continue to evolve our market.
And can you say at all, what those new capabilities that governments are asking for?
I can't really talk about some of those capabilities, but
okay.
Clearly it's, and some of the internationals are looking for the same thing, just different types of sensors to be able to pick up different types of information.
And you mentioned, I know Vantor recently got a Space Force contract, as you said, to monitor objects in space. I'm curious how you see the in-space tracking business going, and then also for Golden Dome, that could also tie into that. So, how do you see Vantor fitting in there?
Well, it's interesting. We've been very selective in regards to the information we were, we tasked with to go look at, assets. And then I think recently, if anybody had seen, the Chinese actually took an image of our satellites taking images. And I'm like, well, if they're going to share images of us, we're going to share images of them. So, and what I was really proud of was our images of their satellites were way better than their images of our satellites. So, if you want to play this game, we'll play that game. It also talks about the fact that the key thing about low Earth orbit right now is the proliferation of satellites and stuff on orbit. It's actually becoming really important because of the fact we want to understand the movement, we understand the congestion, we understand the capabilities of what's being launched. A lot of the satellites are moving around. They're not always in the same place because the way the adversaries think about it. So. I think it's a very important thing in support of the Golden Dome initiative. I think it's actually a very important capability for us to understand what the adversaries are putting on orbit today. I wish everything they were putting on orbit was just to, be driving GPS or comms or anything like that. Unfortunately, it's not. And I think that it is kind of this next frontier that we need to be incredibly aware of. And we just so happen to be able to be fortunate to be able to take those images and be able to monitor the external.
Well, I think that's all the time we have today. But thank you so much, Dan, for that conversation, and thank you to the audience. Stay seated for some great conversations later.
Thanks, everybody.
Next, we have an innovation talk presented by Stephen Indike, Director of Space Systems at Honeybee Robotics.
Let's see. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stephen Indike. I'm with Honeybee Robotics. We're a small company that was acquired by a much larger company a few years ago. You may have heard of them, Blue Origin. My tenure at Honeybee has been over 12 years working in a variety of things that Honeybee does. We do a lot of sample handling in space, but I'll talk a little more about that in just a couple slides here. So a quick background of Honeybee for those of you who may not have heard of us. We have a pretty good reputation of developing systems for sample handling and sample acquisition in space in very rigorous environments, from places like the Moon or Mars or even Saturn's moon Titan. Honeybee has been around since the 80s, and one of the things we really pride ourselves on is we're a really creative group of engineers. We've developed a lot of different technology, a lot of testing, a lot of sample handling, again, abilities for these extreme environments that not only impact space, but also have relevance back here on Earth. I'll start off this talk generally with a few of our capabilities that we've had a lot of success with in space in the past year. Talk a little bit more about how demanding it's been to develop these technologies. And then I'll talk a little more about how AI might be able to help some of these technologies that we're developing for future missions and future applications as well. Honeybee itself is divided into two groups, one outside of Denver, Colorado, and the other outside of Los Angeles. Together we work pretty well together in developing a lot of these mechanisms that, again, are used for space. The images up there you can see on the slide right there, you can see some of our earliest successes in space. One of my favorite missions, Mars exploration rovers, Spirit and Opportunity, where we provided the RAT, the rock abrasion tool, to open up the rocks on the Mars surface. This was a pretty important capability because it allowed the scientists that were interested in Mars geology and Mars formation to see the unoxidized, the unweathered surfaces of these rocks and get much better science readings from that. So one thing I'm personally very passionate about, and one thing I really love about Honeybee and what we do, is we work a lot with scientists to develop their payloads and their systems for space applications. Generally, I like to say I help make these scientists' dreams come true. A lot of very smart people, a lot of really big dreams, a lot of big ideas. And again, with AI, I think that we can enhance a lot of these capabilities and increase the turnaround time for them quite a bit. This is just a high-level list of some of the things that we're really good at Honeybee, good with at Honeybee. We, as our name implies, we do a lot of robotics work. We do a lot of mobility systems. We do a lot of avionics. But I think one of our real strong suits is kind of getting dirty with these things. Again, we do a lot of sample handling, sample acquisition. What that requires is setting up these involved environments, these vacuum chambers, these thermal conditions that are really rigorous, and then solving the challenges related to them. Again, if we're talking about sample handling, how do you pick up a rock on Mars? How do you move through regolith on the lunar surface? These are some of the challenges that we look at every single day. We do a lot of research, we do a lot of development. This slide captures our flight work that we're currently working towards. The dates are all relative. They're kind of out of date on this slide, so don't hold me to any of the years mentioned there. But this is just a nice track to say that we have a lot of experience in low Earth orbit with mechanisms and systems there. We have a lot of experience that we're applying to the lunar surface. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. We have a lot of heritage on Mars and the Martian surface. One mission I'm very excited about is the JAXA-led MMX mission, which will actually be the first sample return mission from the Mars planetary system. And we're providing that sample handling system that's going to grab that material and help bring that back. In addition to that, one other mission that I'm really super excited about is the NASA Dragonfly mission, which is a nuclear-powered octocopter going to Saturn's moon Titan. I bet nobody can say that 3 times fast. I know I can't. But it's a really cool, impressive mission that's going to bring back some of the finest information back from the moon Titan we've ever been able to have access to. And I'm very proud to be part of that team working towards that. The next few things I'm going to talk about are some of our recent successes in space and some of the technology that it's taken to develop to make these things successful. First one I'll talk about is our lunar planet vac system. Usually when you think of space, the environment you think of is this really harsh vacuum environment, absence of everything. One thing you usually don't think about is pneumatics or gas in space. The first thing you think of is just poof, it goes everywhere, dissipates, disappears. Some of our really creative engineers and scientists on our side said, why do we not think about that? How can we utilize that capability, that really high delta pressure, that really high energy? How can we use that in applications that we might not have thought of before? And in this case, I'll talk about 2 examples of using pneumatics in space, specifically on the lunar surface. Again, you have that really hard vacuum, so maybe you can use that to your advantage. Maybe you can use that to collect the material on the surface. Maybe you can use that to port it over into a spot that you care about, as opposed to have a heavier, larger system, something like a robotic arm instead. So our system that we call Lunar Planet Vac, think of it like a vacuum cleaner, exactly the same sort of system that you'd have at home, except instead of just pulling up the material in an atmosphere, you're using that pneumatics, you're adding that gas to liberate that material from the surface and funnel it down a path of least resistance into a sample collection chamber. That's what our Lunar Planet Vac system does. Here you can see a cross-section of the cone that's used for Lunar Planet Vac with a couple of pneumatic nozzles in it that funnel that material up through that path of least resistance into a sample collection chamber. This is a system that we've had in development for about a decade at this point. We've worked with NASA, we've worked with other smaller companies to do a lot of testing, a lot of analysis. We were fortunate enough to be selected as one of the payloads on the NASA CLPS program, Commercial Lunar Payload Services program. So here in the next slide, you can see some of the testing we did. You can see one of the Maston landers out in the Mojave Desert, where we replaced the foot pad with one of the sample handling cones for the Planet Vac system. This was kind of creative at the time. You're now using that foot pad as a dual service. It's not only landing on the surface, it's also your collection system. More efficient. Again, a very creative idea. Here you can see us integrating our Planet Vac system on the Firefly Blue Ghost lander. It's kind of hard to see, but it's kind of in the center there, that little white cone with that big red safety cover on it. Take note of that, because in the next video I show you, that will be on the lunar surface. That one right there in that image. It'll be collecting sample. So I'll show you this video. I'll try to do it twice if I can. But we're going to see that cone drop down to the surface in just a second, and then it's going to fire the pneumatics, releasing the gas, collecting that sample through that cone. So here we got the lights on. There we're just firing pneumatics. We're in the vacuum of space. Oh, there goes Dwight the Rock Johnson flying overhead there. Oh, and here you can see our team celebrating. Very exciting. This is years of work going into this to make that happen. I'll try to play that again one more time just so everybody can see the pneumatics in space operating. Let's see. Again, this is on the lunar surface. Drop the cone, release the pneumatics, liberate all that surface material. Some of it gets funneled down path of least resistance through that tube into our sample collection area. Oop, hi Dwight. There we go. And then our acceleration. Yay, everybody likes that. So what were the end results here? So these are images taken inside the sample collection bin of our container. You can see from left to right, nice, clean, no material in there. That's a good sign. The second one, after we fired the pneumatic, you can see how dirty and dusty it is inside there. We collected lunar regolith. That's great. That's a great achievement. And then finally, what you can't see in this image is there's a sieve right in the center, so it filters out the large from the fine particles. of that sampling routine. So this basically proves that we can not only collect the material, we can also successfully sieve it into the size particle range that we might care about if we were to take the sample, pass it to a certain scientist's instrument. Very cool. The second one I'll talk about is our Lister probe, which also flew to the moon on the same lander, on the Firefly lander. This is a type of drill. Again, not just the drill that you find at Home Depot, something if you were drilling into concrete or something else that was difficult, hard. Those are usually rotary percussive drills. They have percussion like a jackhammer, and they have a rotary like a normal drill to kind of cut in and exhume the cuttings. This is a gas drill. Specifically, it's a coil tube drill. Smaller, lighter weight. Similar to Planet Vac, where you don't necessarily need something big and like a robotic arm to move it in position and collect your material. This is a system that you don't need a big jackhammer-like drill to bore down below the lunar surface to collect a sample, or in this case, place a sensor suite. So here in the lower left, you can see a series of images from one of our vacuum chamber tests. Again, test as you fly, mimic the environment. In this case, we're replicating the lunar environment. And you can see a lot of that regolith kind of showering around. You'll see that again in just a moment in the next video I show you. But the novel part here is we're not taking a big clunky drill. We're taking a coiled piece of tube. We're uncoiling it into a linear piece, similar to a straw. And then just like the straw, we're adding pneumatics through it. We're blowing into that straw, but in this case, we're in the regolith environment, which is very loose, sand-ish material that's then kicked up into the vacuum of space. Again, high pressure, low vacuum in the environment, a lot of energy being excited. Here's a picture of our hardware on the lander. One orientation, you can see it's on the table, upside down. And the other orientation, you can see it's on the bottom of the lander. And with this video, again, you'll see we're looking down at the lunar surface. You'll see our probe start to bore down. You'll see a lot of material getting kicked up. So here you can see us test firing some of the pneumatics, slowly lowering, and you can see a lot of debris getting kicked up as we're slowly boring a hole into the regolith. Again, regolith is kind of like a loose material. It's kind of compact in place, though, and the pneumatic release is what's kicking it up, excavating a hole with relatively low force for a lot less mass than what a similar rotary percussive system might require. Again, you can see our team celebrating. I really hope that AI never replaces the idea of our celebrations and enjoyment that we can get from these big successes. With that, I'll talk a little more about what we're looking forward to in the future and where AI is coming into our realm, what we're doing for developing space missions, for developing instruments, for developing science hardware, etc. One thing that I'm very excited for in the AI realm is this idea of making our work, using AI as a tool, making our work easier, making our work more time efficient. Let our engineers spend more time doing what they're able to do, what they're really good at, which is being creative problem solvers for challenges that are very difficult, that are very challenging in space. You may have heard Blue Origin is planning on landing on the moon. They have a really nice lander to do this. One thing that we're working towards is developing a map of the lunar surface for when we get there. So we know where the safe zones, where the not so safe zones, where we might want to deploy science instruments, rovers, etc. And this image right here you see on the right, that's what we know is on the moon from the images that we have from orbit. Those are the best quality images that we have. That looks kind of blocky, kind of dark, kind of unknown. From all the science data that we have, all the rock distribution, all the particle size distribution, we know that it should look something like this. That's a lot of debris, that's a lot of material on the surface. These two images were developed using AI. This is using a video game engine. We're inputting a lot of the data about the particle distribution, what we expect to see on the surface, the rock size, etc. We're mirroring that, we're merging that with the known information from missions like LRO, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and other missions that have high-resolution imagery of the lunar surface. So this is not a true moon image. This is an image that's generated using AI to show what we expect the surface to look like. From this, we can do a lot more modeling. We can do a lot more analysis. We can pick out areas that we presume we should be able to land on, areas that have lower hazards. But these are some of the tools that we're using right now utilizing AI. Here's a video using that realm that we've developed. Again, it's one of the video game engines. And AI is factoring in all the lighting angles, all the surface topography, etc. So this is just a quick graphic of how we're doing that and how that can play out. But from this, you can manage a lot of permutations and a lot of iterations on what you might care about. Lighting conditions are very important on the lunar surface, in space in general. Thermal conditions are very important. You can model all these things in this realm. One of the missions that I'm also very excited about, which Honeybee is a big part of, is another Firefly-landed mission, part of the CLIPS program. CP-21, Honeybee is venturing into making lunar rovers, autonomous lunar rovers in this case. And you can see one of the graphical representations of our rover for that there. It's a pretty standard lunar rover for what you would think is roving around on the moon, or will rove around on the moon. 4 wheels, suspension system, cameras, comm, solar panels, etc. Nothing too outlandish, simple, low cost. That's one of the main things about anything CLIPS related. But with it, what can we do to optimize the science that we're getting out of the lunar surface? And that's kind of where AI comes in. Operations is pretty tricky. A good day in operations is a very, very boring day. You don't want a lot of excitement when you're driving around the moon. That's exciting enough. Don't hit any rocks. Don't do anything too crazy. No wheelies, right? So keep it simple. In this case, we're applying AI for modeling what we can do with navigation, for modeling what we can do with sensors, etc. Here is a video using that AI realm, the modeling that we have for the lunar surface. And you'll see 3 different camera views of that. One is top down from the left of the image, and one moves kind of slow because that's kind of the holistic approach. And then the 2 other views are following the rover as it's driving, and then right in the front of the rover as it's driving. Both of those terrain navigations are AI generated. We created this realm. We said, hey, here are craters, here's rocks. AI, go from point A to point B. Do it safely. This is the course that it chose on its own. This is the path that it's deciding. And this is some of the tools that we're using to try to implement AI in our future developments for the CP-21 rover. It's pretty impressive. As was talked about earlier by Dr. Chen from JPL, there's been a lot of auto navigation that JPL has forefronted that they've done with the Mars rovers. And this is in the direct lineage of that. Instead of rover planners making certain coordinate selections or boxing out this area as far as we could drive, here we're just saying, here's the world. Go from point A to point B. Don't get stuck. Don't do damage. Don't be too adventurous, let's say. Another big part of all these autonomous driving kind of problems is it really is a data problem. It's a lot of data. You have sensors, you have cameras, you collect all this data. How do you process it? How do you turn it around in a really quick timeline? And that's one of the things that AI is really excellent for and really excels at. So the final project I'll talk about on the Honeybee side is one that I'm also very excited about. I think this is one of those AI-generated images. I know I'm not that artistic, so it didn't come from me, I promise you that. It's also very cute. But the idea here is thermal energy and regolith exchanger, or T-Rex. Note he's drinking his nice cup of warm tea. I like it, it's kind of fun. But the concept here goes back to one of the really big challenges for the lunar surface and the lunar environment itself. We have about 2 weeks, 2 Earth time weeks, of daylight, and we have about 2 weeks of Earth time night on the lunar surface. That goes from a very hot temperature to a very cold temperature. Survive the night, that's the term. How do you survive a lunar night? You park your instrument, you park your rover, your lander, whatever it is. If you can't survive the night, if everything freezes, your electronics break, you can't operate the next day. That's a pretty big problem. And here you're going to see a couple images of the lunar diurnal cycle itself. but how do you survive the night? And this is just one of the solution sets that we're talking about, that we're working on using AI to solve that problem. There's been other concepts put forth before: thermal batteries, hot rocks, heat up things, park your rover on top of it, solar concentrators, concentrate solar energy onto a certain spot or to a certain system, keep that warm, and basically just let that cool off during the lunar night and reap the benefits of that dissipation from the thermal energy. Other solutions are bring a lot of batteries, right? Like if you really have to turn on heaters for a long time, bring a lot of batteries. Let that deplete as the night goes on and generate heat from that. Space heater style thing. You can also bring radioisotopes to the surface, but that's kind of tricky because that's very expensive. There's a lot of other legal problems currently for getting radioisotopes and also getting to the surface, and the lunar surface. And then also what happens during the day, it's still very hot, you still have to dissipate that energy as well. Phase change materials are another thermal solution here, but that's also kind of heavy again. You get the kind of sense that I keep talking about: mass, heavy, expensive. These are some of the biggest problems for surviving the lunar night. So our solution is not a mass or a volume-focused solution. What we were able to do with the solution set is convert it from mass and volume to a surface area solution. So how do we do that? This is a rough schematic of what we're working with. Instead of bringing all your material with you, why can't you live off the land? Lunar Institute Resource Utilization. Take the regolith that is plentiful, contain that regolith, put it in a big container, seal that container, bring up some gas with you. Use a heat exchanger to heat up that regolith during the day. Once it's heated up during the day and you transition into night, siphon off that energy. Well, this sounds like a lot of those hot rock things that you just mentioned. Similar, but it's very different in its implementation. Instead of just taking that hot rock and sitting on it, or staying in front of it like you're warming up against the fire, here we're pumping gas through that granular hot rock. We're cooling off that rock with the gas and transferring it through a heat loop to where we care about, to where we want it to be warm during the night. Let that gaseous rock mixture cool off during the night, transfer that heat, keep your habitat, your whatever system it is, warm during that period. That's the key here. I'll show you the next slide, which is basically that cycle that I just described. Starting at fill, where you collect that material, you put it in the chamber, you seal it off, you close off that chamber, to then during the day, where you energize that heat exchanger, you collect all the heat there, you transfer that heat to that regolith material, and then during the night, you live off the heat from that radiating material. Again, you're pumping gas through it. So you're kind of getting this weird mixture of regolith in this chamber that's full of gas and kind of this bubbling, almost separating loose regolith material. This is a pretty cool idea that one of our creative engineers came up with. If anybody knows anything about computational fluid dynamics, which I know is very, very complicated, and then you start throwing in all the thermal problems into it, I start looking at that and say to myself, there's a lot of equations that exist in that realm. There's a lot of math there. I'm not a big math person, but I know computers are really good at math. Can't we implement AI to take those really known equations, take the values that we know from the lunar environment, plug them into those equations, and then run a design iteration, a design problem, a design loop here to tell us how big that container should be, or how much energy we have to put into that container, or how much material we need in that container, or what about the shape of that container, the shape, the curvature, what are the optimal configurations for that heat exchanger? What about the siphoning of that gas? Where does it got to go? How do we do that? I wish I could talk more about that today, but stay tuned, because in the next few days or weeks, Honeybee will be talking more about the results from this AI-generated design problem. I wish I could talk more about it. It's really cool, but you just have to kind of bear with me on that one. But I can kind of end on that little bit of a teaser and kind of say, like, AI really is making differences in design engineering. I think humans are really creative problem solvers. Let the AI do the heavy lifting. Let it do the things that we know are solvable, the math, the big equations, all that sort of stuff. We've got a lot of great data there, a lot of great information there. Why don't we be the ones to tell the AI how to make our work simpler, easier, quicker, more productive? I'll wrap up on that. Thank you all so very much.
For our next session, titled Space Observation in the Age of AI, please welcome Will Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Planet Labs, for a fireside chat with Gene Meserve, host of SESP's NatSecTech podcast.
Back again, with water this time. Will, hello. Nice to see you.
Great to see you, Gene.
So Planet Labs is the largest constellation, or has the largest constellation of observation satellites in the world. Among its clients is Ukraine, and it's been called a living testbed of innovation. Will, what services exactly have you been providing to Ukraine that you can talk about?
Absolutely. Well, look, with Ukraine, we are imaging all of Russia, all of Belarus, all of Ukraine every day. It's over 18 million square kilometers, so twice the area of the United States, roughly. So it's a huge area. And then using AI on top of that to find threats. They do things like building damage assessment, plan strategic strikes. They do threat assessments. It's really early warning, not just of what's going on in military installations in Russia, but also industrial activity and supply chains that might lead to that, trying to get the warning time not from hours or days, but maybe to weeks or months, so that they can plan accordingly. This information advantage has been critical to the balance of power. Drones, satellites, and AI have really been critical in Ukraine, and we've been proud to help support them.
Well, we've heard a lot about drone innovation in Ukraine. Talk to me, if you would, about satellite innovation. What have you learned? What have you implemented there?
Well, absolutely. As I was just saying, it enables the peripheral vision. Drones can't cover all of Russia for multiple reasons. Firstly, it would take millions of them to do that on a daily basis to give you that peripheral vision. But secondly, they don't have ability to go there with air because they don't have air superiority. Another way of thinking about it is actually, where do you fly those drones? Where do you send them? You should send them to places where you know there's threats. Actually, in Ukraine, they quickly learned that when they were using ISR drones, so drones with cameras, they were sending them up to the front lines. But 1 in 2 of those drones weren't coming back. Instead, now they just look in our imagery, and if there's no changes from yesterday to today, then they don't need to send the drone. So it's a smarter direction, so it's the tipping system for drones. They all rely, so the foundation of that in Ukraine has been satellite imagery that then tasks all of the higher resolution and other uses of drones.
So they learn a lot from your satellites, but what I'm wondering is what you have learned from deploying them this way in Ukraine. And have you given your satellites new capabilities, perhaps, that they didn't have previously?
We have learned a tremendous amount. As you said, it's an incubation, a testbed, and necessity is the mother of invention, and Ukraine has been deftly leveraging these new tools, all of them together. And I would say what we have been learning is speed really matters, so latency on getting these answers is really important. The peripheral vision is really important. And the only way we can tap the peripheral vision, that scan of all of Russia every day, is if you have AI on top of that. So leveraging AI is critical to doing the kind of analysis that you need at speed and at scale.
What would you say are the biggest opportunities and the biggest barriers when it comes to more deeply integrating commercial systems with military operations?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, let me give you a couple of examples of how we already are. I mean, we're just given Ukraine, but we also work, for example, with the US Navy, and they're monitoring all of the South China Sea. Imagine you're an analyst in the Pacific trying to monitor all the whole of the South China Sea. It's too big, right? So we help them by imaging all 13 million square kilometers automatically finding ships. They can set thresholds for, tell me if there's this kind of activity, tell me if there's ship bunkering, for example, when ships get together and do some illicit activity. Tell me, alert me across this vast area if those sort of challenges. So we can do things like that. We work with NATO on doing similar things to what we were provided for Ukraine, but in the Baltic Sea and across the whole eastern flank of NATO. But there's so much more. So that's the sort of defense application. But in the intelligence world, we've seen Ukraine innovate there. The US, you'll be surprised to hear, actually hasn't leveraged this data yet. The US intelligence community uses, you'll be surprised to hear, less than 1% of our data today. So they're leaving lots of...
Why?
Well, because their geospatial process is dependent on a few analysts. And if you just use analysts, they were used to dealing with thousands of images per day, but Planet alone has millions of images every day. So it's about 1,000 times more data than they were used to. They couldn't deal with it through analysts. You've got to use AI, and what it can do is not replace the analysts. It can empower them so that they can cover a much greater area. But they haven't done this shift. It's a cultural shift. It's a change in mindset. Also, frankly, the requirements process is broken, right? So what happens is they don't even know they can ask for this capability, and they're dealing on the process for procurement is slow and very specialized, and this capability is fast and very general, and so it doesn't match together. We've got to have new kinds of funds that are fast and flexible. They don't need to be vast. They don't need to be in the billions and billions. They actually can be relatively small. They can be tens or hundreds of millions, but they need to be able to change. When there's a new AI technique, they apply it. And I would call it moving from a sort of requirements-driven process to a more capabilities-driven process. That's what we do in Silicon Valley. We look out at the principal needs of users, not just what they're asking for. Oh, a slightly better computer like this. We think, what might they want to do? What's the power if we could do everything, if we could answer all these things? That's what the AI companies and the other tech companies around here are doing. And if you take that lens and you go, what are the principal needs of the IC and the DoD? Well, it's to find all the threats around the world and give you real-time information about that. There's no specific requirement for that, because no specific person in some specific place has asked for that. But yeah, it's empowering across. So the procurement system is broken, and they don't have a direct need. But I would say adapting to leverage this tool is no longer just an efficiency matter. It's faster and more efficient. We've seen in Ukraine how important it is. It is an existential thing if your adversary is using that and you are not.
So you've talked about Ukraine using it, the US isn't. I'm sure you work with a lot of other governments. Is the US the exception to the rule?
Let me be clear. The US government is using it. The NRO is using it, the NGA is using it, but they're only really using the tasking system that we have, not this scan. And so the benefit of that scan and I think we need to change that, and we need to go faster to adopt this technology. And I think this administration is leaning in to adopting commercial technology and breaking some of those barriers that have existed that are getting in the way to help leverage this sort of new technology.
So apart from slow acquisition and funding, and perhaps not a full appreciation of what AI can do, are there other limits to the private-public partnership model?
Not many, I don't think. I think there's cultural differences and speed and so on, but not really. I think that we're seeing companies like Planet are proud to work with the government, and we want to try to support them. And I think the government it can so benefit from these sorts of technologies.
So you are embarking on a moonshot project, excuse the pun, with Google called Project Suncatcher. What is this?
Yeah, this is a fun one. So it's really quite an amazing project. So Google and others have been looking to see where can they expand compute. They just can't go build compute fast enough. And Planet and Google are working together on a joint mission to see if it's possible to put data centers into space. Now, that might seem crazy and far out, but as launch costs come down and satellite costs come down, it's only a matter of time where the benefits of space, which include 8 times more solar power per panel, so continuous power and continuous cooling, and plenty of space, no issues of land and so on, can both be more efficient and eventually more sustainable as well, because we don't need that land and continuous resources. I mean, space geeks have been thinking about this for decades. We talk about the fact that we can take energy-intensive infrastructure from Earth, like compute, like power, into space, and then get the benefits just beamed down. But finally, it's not crazy to think about that as launch costs and satellite costs are coming down. And so we are starting and embarking on this. It is very experimental at this stage. It's early days, but if it proves feasible technically, it's an incredibly big opportunity. And it sounds in the realm of science fiction, but it's becoming in the realm of science fact. And we're putting up a first demo next year with Google. We're very proud that Google selected us, and it's because we've launched hundreds of satellites before, done that sort of scale. We've worked already with them a lot on AI, and so it was a natural. But we were very proud that they selected us for this moonshot project. It's exciting times.
So there have to be technological challenges in doing this. One might be the environment. It's tough out there in space. Are you sure that the equipment that's needed for a data center is going to be able to survive and operate?
Well, that's exactly some of the things we're testing in the first missions. So one of the toughest things is the thermal environment. It's how to get rid of the heat that you generate. On the ground, we would use water cooling. Obviously, we're not going to do that in space. We have free cooling to the cold background of space, but it's radiative cooling, so you have to build lots of radiators, and then there's upsets from radiation that could happen. And again, so these are all the reasons we're putting a few TPUs, the Google's advanced graphics processing systems, into space, and seeing how that works and learning these lessons, so we can decide how and what it would take to scale a project like that.
Reading about this involves more than one satellite. I'm wondering about the communication between satellites and if that is a challenge as well.
Not too big. Google envisions clusters of spacecraft. They published a paper on this that would be quite close together. It would be optical links between them. All of that sort of thing has been solved. There's no fundamental thing standing in the way. It is a big engineering challenge, and we're very excited to be working on it.
What about the proximity? If you've got a number of satellites in close together operating these systems, are there hazards potentially there?
Yeah, I mean, you have to do formation flying, which is a real technical issue, but there's nothing that we haven't solved before in doing that. It's just the numbers of satellites that you have to keep proximate, flying next to one another in proximity. But there's no outstanding fundamentals to doing that. We have to fly it low to make sure it doesn't create long-term orbital space debris, just like other big constellations. This one uniquely will fly in a sun-synchronous dawn-dusk orbit, so that the solar panels always face the sun. That's one of the amazing things we can do in a dawn-dusk sun-sync orbit. So we're thinking about all the challenges of that, and it's exciting.
Is space junk a potential hazard?
Space junk is a potential hazard today to spacecraft, and we do collision avoidance with many community of space actors. We regularly talk to one another and resolve that. We keep planning our satellites really low, so it's in that self-cleaning area of orbit that even if something goes wrong and the satellite goes out of control, say, it would just come down automatically. And by the way, we've maintained a 100% success record of contacting our satellites. We just launched another 38 last week and connected with them all. And so we rarely have that challenge. But if it were to happen, these satellites come down in a very short time. Actually, they're designed to come down in like a month.
So you mentioned the launch timeline. What's the longer timeline, presuming launch is successful and your experimentation also works out? Do you have a timeline?
Well, you mean for the Suncatcher project?
Yep.
With Google? We'll reveal more as it becomes the right time. But I mean, the first stage is let's see if those TPUs work in space. Let's overcome some of those thermal challenges and other things. And we're excited to scale quickly thereafter. But I haven't got any specifics to share.
Let's talk about AI and its integration into satellites and how this has changed the game. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, so we're seeing, firstly, we're putting a lot of effort into AI processing once the imagery comes down to the ground. That's all the things I was just talking about, how we work with Ukraine, NATO, and so on. But another challenge is, do we want to put compute at the edge so that we can process all the imagery upstairs? And so now, in the last few missions, including the one we launched last week, we put the NVIDIA GPU, NVIDIA Jetson Orin platform in space. It's the fastest processor in space that we're aware of, at least. And that enables us to process AI at the edge. That means instead of sending down those millions of images of the South China Sea for the analyst that we were just talking about earlier, we could actually just send him or her the latitudes and longitudes of all the boats because we've already done that AI upstairs. Actually, and the advantage of that is that you can get back to them within seconds rather than waiting to download all that data and then process all of that data en masse. You just do it at the edge. So there's actually a convergence between that, what we were just talking about then, and the Suncatcher project. Because I think we're going to move towards, I think in the long run, so there's exciting applications of AI at scale on the Earth imagery today. But in time, we're not just going to have a queryable Earth where you can search for objects around the Earth. I think we're going to move towards a system of planetary intelligence. And that is where you combine compute and sensing and comms in one. So those things are going to merge. And you'll note that biology did this very smartly. It put the eyes next to the brain so that we can process the data really fast. All the sensor systems, actually, that's why the brain evolved near the mouth. We have sensors, the brain processes it all really fast. And that needs a much smarter way of having. And that leads to an integrated intelligence where sensing and compute are right there together. We're going to be doing the same. More and more compute right next to all the eyes of our satellites, such that they can have more combined intelligence. And I think, so again, back to the thing I was saying before about the LLMs, they have very limited data right now. The LLMs, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, they are mainly trained on the text of the internet. It's about a 9 terabyte mass of data. But we are collecting 30 terabytes of data every day, and over time have collected 50 or 100 petabytes of data. It's orders of magnitude more data. And to process and keep that all in is going to need a lot of upgrade, but it's going to have incredible power to do very different things. That's how human consciousness helped to evolve. So by bringing in this data, we'll bring in, let's say, more awareness, so that AI is not just answering about text or the internet. It's being able to answer questions about the physical planet. And that's a wholly different domain than what AI can do today. Real-world models is the direction. In fact, all the leaders of the AI labs are talking about building real-world models. Well, for real-world models, you need real-world data. But then, if you can do that, and integrate all that data, the power is that, again, you can answer questions, not just of the text of the internet. You can answer questions about anything on Earth in real time, and in a semantic way, and just like you do with ChatGPT. And that is just incredible. Imagine being able to answer any questions of the planet. That's where we're going. I think it's a sort of planetary intelligence, and that's the amazing upshot of the revolution, the simultaneous revolutions that are happening in space, more satellites and cheaper satellites and rockets, and AI, these incredible large language models and the power of that. You combine that. That's why I really think that Planet is in a unique position, because we do this daily scans, the most relevant data set to AI from space. I see a merger of those two things. Planet, we see ourselves at the intersection between those two revolutions, the space revolution and the AI revolution. And I think the upshot is going to be incredibly powerful.
I hate to bring you from that big picture down to something much smaller, but going back to computing on the edge, I presume one of the huge advantages of this is reducing latency, right?
Yeah.
getting information faster, which is needed certainly in a situation like Ukraine.
Yep, or disaster response or many other applications. But yes, quick data is critical to a number of applications.
You know, Ukraine's a war, duh, but I'm wondering if you have a vision of your technology being used someday for peace.
Absolutely. Well, I sincerely believe it already is, including in helping Ukraine bring peace there. But beyond that, we've seen in and around Ukraine myriad NGOs, from Human Rights Watch monitoring war crimes to NGO like media, shedding light for everyone to see what's going on, to think tanks doing analysis, to the World Food Program looking at our data to understand the food supply, because Ukraine was the breadbasket supplying half the grain to the world's poorest countries through that program, and that suddenly was being restricted. So where was that grain going? How does it? And then it led to investigative journalists figuring out which ships were going where, under which ones that were in keeping with the sanctions and which ones weren't, and so on. And so I think of this as part of a broader process of transparency that brings accountability to warfare, that is critically important, not just to help open societies, firstly, that's critical, and I think open data like ours, it's unclassified, enables that sort of accountability the best, because people can check each other's maths, but also it is important because it's a deterrent. Because if everyone knows, I mean, if you look back at the history of war, most wars started with a mistake of some kind, or someone assuming someone had this capability when they didn't, or had this troops there, or what have you. Mistakes lead to war. The more information is power, having more players, including civil society, understanding all these capabilities, will then, I believe, bring more accountability, which then drives peace and security. So in a direct way, and in that sort of theory of change in the broader sense, and that's why we call our satellites doves. We really believe that on a peaceful mission, including in helping in the national security domain.
However, to push back just a little bit, in the case of Ukraine, there was satellite imagery that showed that the Russians were preparing for war, didn't stop a thing.
Right, correct. And I think one of the differences today from then is that Putin, I think, genuinely didn't know that this capability exists, or wasn't aware of the ramifications. And I think today, if you did the same, would other countries make similar ventures now knowing that the rest of the world is going to find out in real time what's going on, and they can't hide things like mass graves or invasions or what have you? I think it may change the calculus. Look, I'm not saying it's a silver bullet to solve all world peace, but I am saying that I think that it can play an important role in transparency and accountability, which is an important side car to peace efforts.
And it could be predictive as well, to some degree, correct?
100%. 100%. Looking back in our data, it was now clear that the Russian exercises in the summer before, many months before they invaded, were very different. So can we do the same to prevent? And if you have that time, you can do more with diplomacy. You can do. Now, we didn't know that at the time. We didn't look in our data for that at that time. But looking back after the invasion, we can say, oh, many months earlier they were doing this. It was very different than the prior years. Maybe they're preparing, and that's the opportunity to prevent the war in the first place, right?
We have a lot of people representing industry here in the room, and I'm just wondering what breakthroughs you see coming along that could transform how government and commercial entities interact in this sphere.
Well, I think AI is the foundation of the biggest change, and what that does is the upshot is three things. One is, as I said, it empowers those analysts to do much more. The second is it democratizes that, so that it's not just the PhD in geospatial intelligence that can actually get access to this. And thirdly, it brings along civil society in that same thing. Think tanks, and NGOs and news media can access some of that, perhaps with a delay, but they can access that and hold accountability to those efforts. And so I think it's game-changing. And what I think is exciting from an industry standpoint is that we're at the beginning of opening up a huge market here. This isn't a few billion-dollar market. It's tens, if not $100 billion kind of market. That's our estimate, sort of $75 or $100 billion market. And it's highly aligned with us driving greater peace through coordinated understanding of what's going on, as we've seen the role of open source intelligence. It's one of the key ingredients that enables us to triangulate truth. And I think it also is just an incredibly beautiful thing for us all to know about how the planet is doing and all the sustainability and other benefits at the same time. So I think it's really important for both security and sustainability.
Will, you're a big thinker here. You are endlessly creative. Give us a few words of inspiration to wrap this up. I mean, the whole thing's been inspirational.
Inspirational.
But you take it to the next level for me, Will.
Well, let me just end on the point about AI today is like brains with no sensors. Would any of you want to be a brain with no sensor? I mean, they've been fed some facts, but they've not had sensors, really. But imagine bringing sensors to AI, that is AI with a brain and eyes. Then you can imagine us building, and the natural eyes for AI are satellites, because AI wants to see the full picture. And so that combination of AI and that data is where I think we'll see the emergence of planetary scale intelligence. And I think that's an incredible vision that we should aspire to build towards.
Okay. Will Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Planet Labs, always an inspiration to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Have a good chat, Ian. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take the next 15 minutes to enjoy a coffee break.
Program on 325? Yes. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, our programming will resume at 3:25. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats and silence your phones. Programming will resume momentarily. For our next session, titled Taiwan's Vision for Space, please welcome Mr. Holmes Liao, Senior Advisor at the Taiwan Space Agency, for a fireside chat with Libby Lang, Director at SCSP, and Channing Lee, Associate Director at SCSP.
Oops.
Okay. All right. Hope everyone had a good break. This chat is going to be featured as part of our podcast, Straightforward, so I'm very, very excited to be able to have this conversation here. So welcome to Straightforward, live here at the AI+Space Summit. We're really, really excited to be able to feature Taiwan at the Space Summit and all the conversations around space, because Taiwan's actually doing a lot more in the space. Specifically by featuring a representative from the Taiwan Space Agency. Really excited that you're here. So I'm Channing Lee.
I'm Libby Lang, and as Channing said, we're so excited to have you here, Holmes. Thank you so much for joining us. And I first actually just want to start by saying congratulations. I know that TASA just launched the newest, I guess the first satellite in its newest constellation, Formosat 8.
Right.
So thank you for timing that perfectly for our space summit. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Libby. Thank you, Channing. And thanks, everyone, for having me here.
And I'm sure we'll get into all things Formosat 8 and what you're doing there. But I first wanted to take a step back because I think that a lot of people may be surprised to learn that Taiwan has a space agency. And so I just want to start maybe by asking, why TASA? Why does Taiwan need a TASA? And what are you trying to achieve in space?
Well, remember President Lyndon Johnson? He said in the height of Cold War, he famously said, control of space means control of the world. And of course, Taiwan does not intend to control either space or the world. But we do intend, I think it will be a great idea that we take advantage of the vantage point of space to our benefits, as well as the Indo-Pacific region.
And so what are some of your priorities in space for TASA?
All right, so Taiwan passed a law called Space Development Act in 2023. It's actually a year into the working, but eventually it was enacted in 23. In it, it laid out a few pillars for Taiwan's space activities, right? The first one being, well, Taiwan needs to promote the industrial growth for the space sector. And the second is we need to ensure sustainable development and build up, the third one being building up the national governance as well as infrastructure for space activities. And fourth is to protect the national security as well as public safety. And the last but not least is to strengthen international cooperations as well as legal alignment. Yeah. So suffice to say that out of these 5 pillars will be the foresight are in security, in science, as well as industry. You know what I'm saying? We, the TASA, are rapidly marching toward these goals.
Yeah, security, science, and industry, actually all places where Taiwan excels. TASA has actually existed in many forms, we spoke earlier, right, since 1991, but it only rebranded itself into TASA, the Taiwan Space Agency, 2 or 3 years ago, right, 2023 in January. So it's been about 3 years. Can you share with us what are some key milestones that TASA has achieved, other than, of course, the Formosat 8 satellite that launched a couple days ago? What are some key milestones that TASA has achieved in the last 2 to 3 years? What are you really, really proud of so far?
All right, thank you. So, like you said, TASA dated back to 1991, but Taiwan has not, did not put enough national resource into the space sector. It was called National Space Program Office and gradually evolved into TASA today. The achievements or milestones that we have accomplished in the last few years, dating from, let's start from, well, all right, first of all, Taiwan was called Formosa. In Portuguese, it means beautiful island. So we just add a T at the end of Formosa. We call it Formosat, right? So Formosat 5 was launched into space in 2017. It's Taiwan's first remote sensing satellite, and we are, like Libby just said, We built on that foundation and evolved it into Formoset 8. All right, so time sequence-wise, after Formoset 5, 2 years later, we have Formoset 7. 7 is it has a payload to conduct ionosphere as well as oceanography research and collect the scientific experiment data, and that is widely available around the globe for researchers. And after that, there is Triton that was launched in 2023. Triton is it uses GNSS reflectometry to measure the wind speed not only on the ocean but also on landmass. It also collects many parameters that would feed into the global weather and climate models. So there comes the Formoset 8. The first one of which is launched into low Earth orbit last week. It actually is a constellation of 8 satellites, right? And from now on, we intend to launch 1 satellite per year until the whole constellation is deployed. And then there is Formoset 9, which will be a SAR satellite, synthetic aperture radar that will be able to see through the clouds. Right now, Formoset 5 and 8, they are all remote sensing, meaning electro-optical that doesn't really see through the cloud or darkness. But the FS9 will be able to do that. That will provide not only better data for disaster relief, but also for, say, applications such as maritime domain awareness. And TASA is also working on launch vehicles. The TASA's parent agency, National Science and Technology Council, has set a target date of 2034 for TASA to launch into orbit the first rocket that is capable of delivering 200 kilograms of payloads into LEO orbit. So these are basically what TASA has done in the last few years and plans to do in the next few years.
Thanks, that's wonderful. Yeah, and I guess one theme I'm hearing through all of that is that it feels like it's progressing really fast. Like it seems like a lot has happened in very few years. And I imagine that TASA isn't able to do that alone. It sounds like you need a lot of commercial partners to do that with you. So could you talk a little bit about, does Taiwan have a growing commercial space industry and how TASA is supporting that?
Yes, indeed. In recent years, TASA has encouraged and incentivized some of the startups, right? The one notable example is a startup called Rapidtech. In Chinese, it's called Day1. What they did is to develop the antenna as well as the phase array modules, and it has become a supplier for Eutelsat OneWeb. So that is one successful example, and another one is another startup that is called Lingyan. Its English name is a little bit hard for me to pronounce. It's T-Timac. Not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but in any case, it has also become a partner for Japan's NTT Docomo in its HAPS program for high-altitude pseudo-satellites and non-terrestrial network programs. These are two but many of the two startups that are rapidly marching towards their to insert themselves into the global space market. There are also conglomerates in Taiwan, primarily we call them Electronics 10. The 10 largest electronic manufacturers. As you may know, Taiwan is world-class electronics manufacturer, not to mention TSMC, of course, but the Electronic 10 does not include TSMC. They provide balance sheet and scalability in manufacturing process to the startups. So once the startups are able to insert themselves into the global supply chain, the conglomerates, the OEM and ODM manufacturers are able to support them to continue to expand from there. So suffice to say, TASA defines the mission and provide flight opportunities. Startup develop cutting-edge technologies, and the conglomerates provide balance sheets and other capabilities to the industry.
Is Taiwan applying the non-red supply chain? So for those who may not know, that is sort of the requirement that components are not sourced from China in certain sensitive supply chains. Is that being applied in the space industry?
Oh, absolutely. Not only in the space industry, but also anything related to security. As a matter of fact, Taiwan's government has a legislation or mandate that prohibits the use of the so-called red supply chain. We do not and cannot use any components from China, and that makes the manufacturing part of it, of the security application, a little bit difficult, but it's a requirement, yeah, because China's ambitions to gobble up Taiwan is well known, and we are doing everything to prevent that from happening.
No, really, really great to hear. I'm glad you asked that question. Holmes, you spoke earlier about global cooperation. You mentioned how international collaboration is a huge priority for TASA. Obviously, as our friend from Israel said this morning, right, we are not alone on this planet. When it comes to space, you actually need a lot of international collaboration. Regardless of any of the diplomatic hurdles that Taiwan might face, you know, Taiwan could be a space player too, just by living on the planet. So I'm curious if you can expand upon that. Tell us about how Taiwan sees itself positioned in this kind of allied space environment. Where does Taiwan see itself being able to contribute to you know, the United States and our allies, our capabilities in space, and just what are some of the partnerships that you have in the space sector?
Yeah, so basically we can separate into 3 layers. The first and foremost is TASA as a government agency is it provides data for stuff that I just mentioned, the ionosphere and oceanography's research. Also provides remote sensing data for natural disaster-prone areas, such as Philippines and Japan and so on. And we have provided imagery to disaster area to help speed up the recovery. And the second will be we call it the co-design layer, right? Like I mentioned, the startups, they are picking the right technologies and trying to penetrate the global market in that sense. And the third layer is the manufacturing. The manufacturing is Taiwan's deep manufacturing and advanced. If any one of you have visited Taiwan's any of the Taiwan's electronics 10 factories, you'll be very, very impressed to see how fast and how precise and the quality of the electronics that they produce is just astounding. And when you mention Israel, Foxconn is the largest Apple OEM manufacturer. They have invested in Israeli companies called Ramon that intends to develop a space-based data center for edge computing purposes. That, of course, sounds a little bit futuristic, but hopefully it's not too far away from the horizon. Yeah.
And I definitely want to go back to that point about some of Taiwan's edges in other industries and how they apply to space. But first on this collaboration point, thinking a little closer to home for you, in the Indo-Pacific specifically, where do you see more opportunities for collaboration?
Yeah, so one area that we can think of is the maritime domain awareness, right? To provide, well, before the satellite business come into play, most of the MDA was done through ground-based infrastructures like the AIS, the automatic identification systems that all the ships needs to install the transponders so that they can identify themselves. But in the past, we have also identified many incidents where Chinese ships, cargo ships or otherwise, they either turn it off or they disguise into something else, or they spoof their locations into a completely different area. So these are part of the gray zone activities that China has has done, not only in East China Sea, where Taiwan is located, but also in South China Sea. So this is one area that I think Taiwan can work closely with not only Japan, but also the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, where these are basically victim countries of China's nefarious activities in South China Seas as well as East China Sea. So that's just one example, right?
And I guess now that you bring up China, kind of on the flip side of this coin, so we talked about opportunities. In terms of challenges, I imagine that China could potentially be a challenge for Taiwan in space. We've heard from speakers earlier today about setting rules of the road in space and how China may not always be bound to follow those rules of the road. So have you at TASA experienced any of those challenges?
Yeah, so geopolitics is a strange animal, right? But being an engineer by training, I'm not going to get into it and make a fool of myself. But let's use Artemis Accord as an example, right? NASA released it in 2020 and hoping all the spacefaring nations would sign up. I think so far there are more than 40 countries that are signatories of the Artemis Accords. And TASA expressed our interest and intent to NASA, and which introduced us to the State Department. China is not a signatory of Artemis Accords. In fact, they criticize it because that's, they say it's a vivid example of US hegemon that is going to dominate the whole world as well as the space. They criticize it and they set up a competing model with Russia, right? So their intent is not exactly benign. But when Taiwan tried to join Artemis Accord, the State Department officials, I hope there's none here, and if there's any, speak up for yourself. But what I'm trying to say is State Department officials, they hem and howl and for a long time, and eventually we lost interest and our focus shifted somewhere else. The issue dissipated. And I certainly hope that the State Department under Secretary Marco Rubio would be able to update the outdated mentality that exclude Taiwan with or without actually knowing it. Like I said, Artemis Accords, China is not part of it, and I'm sure China did not object Taiwan being part of it because they are not a signatory, right? And yet the State Department said, they didn't say no, but they just procrastinated until the issue disappeared. Right, so that's one example. So there are many others, and we'll get to that.
That's really interesting. I'm actually wondering, on the broader topic of international collaboration, can you speak to how Taiwan's either government-led or private sector companies are collaborating with the United States on space? I think the US remains a really important partner. Formosat 8 was launched in California when I was there last week, and I should have looked up at the sky to look at it. But can you tell us about, how is Taiwan Space Agency or the companies able to collaborate in the US?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all the companies in the private sectors, but there are there are a few notable examples, right? Taiwan's conglomerates such as Kista, Compo, and Quanta, they invested in different outfits in the U.S. space sector. One example is CCM Astro, based in Austin, Texas. So with fund injection from Taiwan, after TASA awarded the first of the Beyond 5G network satellites, right now the plan is to have 6 satellites. The first one is awarded to CCM Astro, and TASA will develop the second one, and the rest of the 4. These are sort of the Pathfinder program. It's if Taiwan deploys the whole constellation, there will be more than 100 birds in the LEO orbit. But back to the the remaining 4 of the first 6 satellites, they will be co-designed and co-developed between TASA and the big conglomerates in Taiwan, as well as the startups. So they are leveraging US technologies for comm payloads, and Taiwan's also providing some, for instance, phased array modules, not just the antenna, but also the processing unit, the additive control, and as well as other electronics subsystems. Yeah.
Well, it's great to hear. I do want to turn the conversation over to AI because we are at the AI+ Space Summit. How is Taiwan thinking about using AI for space?
Yeah, so TASA is slowly but surely adopting AI technologies. In the future, satellites to be launched into orbit in the Formosat 8 program, we will be using, because it's a remote sensing satellite, and it's electrical optical, it doesn't really penetrate cloud, so we are working on AI algorithms to point the camera away from cloud, right? There's no point of taking a bunch of cloud-covered area. And that being one of the AI applications. Another will be for the bandwidth management. So with terabytes of data collected on board, how to transmit down to the user that needed them the fastest. For instance, for disaster recovery area. So onboard AI algorithm would need to determine, after receiving the instruction from the ground, they would need to determine what data to download, and basically they will be able to sequence the download imagery, or imagery to be downloaded. And there is also the bandwidth management, how to choose the right frequency and at the right time so that the download will not be interfered by the very, very crowded low Earth orbits RF spectrum. Yeah. So these are but a few applications. And of course, there are other examples. Beyond 5G will be another application for AI. The application is almost limitless. Yeah.
And on the topic of disaster relief, disaster management, I know that Taiwan had a very serious typhoon earlier this year that caused a lot of destruction and took some lives. Were you able to use your space and satellite capabilities to help with that disaster management?
Yes. So Triton satellite, like I said earlier, it uses GNSS reflectometry. It can detect not only the winds, the wind on the ground and on the ocean, but also detect the soil moisture, right? And then therefore can derive whether certain part of the land is prone for landslide. That would be one great application for that. Right now it's done in traditional algorithms, but there is no point that we won't be able to use AI algorithms for faster and more predictive analytics. Yeah.
Well, that's great to hear, and great that you're here to talk about it here at the summit. But I do actually want to go back to something you talked about earlier, which is that Taiwan already has so many strengths in manufacturing and technology, even beyond just chips. You know, Taiwan is great at making hardware across the board. What are some of the lessons that you've been able to take from your strengths in those sectors to apply to the space sector?
Yeah. So. One example came to mind is the non-terrestrial network, right? The one that Rapidtech is helping. The Linyang, the MyTech is helping NTT Docomo to build the non-terrestrial network as well as the high-altitude pseudo-satellites. These are the things that Taiwan will develop for instance, millimeter wave phased array modules, and then to be embedded into NTT Docomo's constellations. These are one of the things that Taiwan's private sector is actively involved, and TASA is also helping them to a certain extent. Yeah. Sure.
I want to also talk about the training piece of this, because Taiwan has such a stellar semiconductor industry or just electrical engineering majors, lots of E majors. How has the training piece factored into how TASA is thinking about the future of their space agency, right? You obviously need to nurture this talent. You need to train young engineers, young astronauts maybe for the future. Can you talk about how maybe Taiwan's strengths in the semiconductor industry or in all this tech already can help you, build up that talent that you need for your space industry?
Yeah. So TASA does offer internships for CubeSats. They are realistic projects. They are not lab projects, right? we invite college students as well as grad students to work on the CubeSat projects. Some of them were actually were launched by startups last week as well. Everybody, I think Taiwan has probably 4, maybe 5 birds that will piggyback together on board SpaceX rocket. For the training, so that's one part of it. TASA also sponsored championships, competition among colleges, not only for payloads, satellite payloads, but also for launch vehicle. But some of the space enthusiasts set up an NGO. It's called Taiwan Space Generation. It's a very interesting outfit. Suffice to say that space is a very sexy business. Right? It not only turns sci-fi into reality, but it's also visually dramatic, right? So it attracts a lot of young and upcoming engineers as well as researchers, right? So they set up this NGO inspired by the current head of TASA, Dr. Wu Zongxin. His nickname, he is widely known in Taiwan as Uncle Rocket. The moniker reflects not only his long careers as a propulsion expert, but also his personable and approachable personality. And his vision as well as leadership also sets up the foundations of many of the TASA, not only the TASA program, its missions, but also inspire college students to join the TASA's workforce. Yeah.
And I know we've talked a lot today about imaging and satellites that can do that and Taiwan's capabilities there, but one thing we haven't talked about as much is satellites being used for networks, right? A lot of people might be thinking of Starlink, but of course Taiwan, I think, has ambitions of its own in that area. Can you talk a little bit about what Taiwan's developing there?
For beyond 5G?
Yes.
So as I said earlier, there's a pathfinding program for the first 6 ComSats. Currently it's also on the drawing board that we've done systems engineering simulations and determine how many birds will be required to deploy the full beyond 5G networks. So 2 years ago, after war in Ukraine erupted, everybody realized that Starlink is very useful, right? And the Starlink's engineer was even able to fend off the cyber attacks as well as the RF jamming from Russia. So Taiwan at one point in time also tried to talk to SpaceX for its Starlink constellation. But then Elon Musk made a statement that, well, no, Taiwan should be part of China, so should follow the Hong Kong model, and that's a showstopper. It basically killed the whole thing. So we have been talking with OneWeb, Kuiper, and different constellations as a stopgap measure. Right now, Taiwan doesn't have spacecom capabilities, full coverage, 24/7. No, we don't have that. So in time of crisis, that will be a major issue, especially considering China has been sabotaging Taiwan's international cable, the undersea cable. Taiwan has 14 of them connecting Taiwan to the rest of the world. And in the last 3 years, there were 11 incidents of sabotage. It's incredible, right? So therefore, the issues of connectivity for Taiwan's survival and resiliency has become more and more urgent. So we are, like I said, we are talking to a few service providers, and we are also developing our own beyond 5G network. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing all of the exciting things that have been happening at TASA over the last 3 years. Looking ahead towards the future, the next 3 to 5 years, what are TASA's main goals?
Okay, well, beyond 5G is certainly one of them, and the launch vehicle, it's a very ambitious project. The timeline is short, the resources limited. And speaking of resource, TASA's budget is only 1/3 of its South Korean counterpart. and 1/10 of Japan's JAXA, right? So it's the resource is very limited. And like I said, Taiwan's government in the past did not put enough attention and resources into space sector. But it's gradually changing, all right? So we hope that with more resources to be allocated to TASA as well as the public-private partnership programs for different type of applications, that situation will change. Yeah. Okay. And back to your question earlier, you asked about what lessons we can learn from semiconductors, right? So, and I just remember so non-terrestrial network is almost a replay for Taiwan's electronic industry. Taiwan started out back in the 80s manufacturing components for PC, motherboards, mouse, and all that stuff. And it gradually become making the whole systems, now servers. In fact, a lot of the AI servers that is being used by OpenAI, Google, they're all made by Taiwanese manufacturers. So the non-terrestrial network is similarly modeling after the electronic industry. We started by picking niche technologies where we can strive, and then gradually expand from there. And hopefully, with the co-design, co-manufacturing paradigms that we have established so far and still maturing, we hope that Taiwan would get a bigger footprint in the international market.
Oh, well, many exciting things to look forward to in the next few years. I know we're running up on time, so I would love to ask for our audience here today and online around the world, if you could just leave them with one message about TASA's mission, what would it be?
TASA, well, space vantage point is very critical, and I hope Taiwan's government can realize that TASA can do a lot of things, like working with the US Space Force, for instance. China, they have increased their reconnaissance satellites by 1,200%. Well, in the last 10 years, and that's incredible. It's a menace. It's, in fact, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said it clearly in last May in Singapore's Shangri-La dialogue that China is a clear and potentially dangerous threat to the Indo-Pacific region, and we hope that we hope to accelerate our programs in line with Japan and the U.S. to help safeguard the peace and security in the Western Pacific region. Yeah.
And in the last 30 seconds, those who listen to our podcast know we really like to bring stories of Taiwan to a wider audience. So if you had to recommend something from Taiwan to someone who doesn't know much about it, what would it be in 15 seconds?
All right. A lot of people talk about night market, but I would say if you get a chance to travel to Taiwan, go to the East Coast. The water is crystal clear, air pristine, and the views is just astoundingly beautiful. Yeah. Go there and enjoy.
Thank you so much for joining us here, and thank you all.
Thank you for having me.
For our next session, titled Ensuring America's Launch Infrastructure Advantage, please welcome Colonel Brian Chapman, Commander of Space Launch Delta 45, and Colonel James T. Horn III, Commander of Space Launch Delta 30, for a fireside chat with Major Megan Hainline, Air Force Liaison at SCSP.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you everybody for joining us and for staying through this afternoon. In this next session, we're going to jump into the mission sets of the Space Launch Deltas. The Space Launch Deltas, there's two of them, are the bedrock for America's space launch infrastructure. And they really ensure the strategic capability that is our access to space. So today I've got Colonel Brian Chapman joining me on stage. We're hoping that Colonel Horn will be able to dial in here shortly as well. Colonel Chapman is the commander of Space Launch Delta 45 out of Patrick Space Force Station, or excuse me, Space Force Base and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station down in Florida. He's also the director of the Eastern Ranges. Colonel Horn, when he dials in, is the commander of the Space Launch Delta 30 out of Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, and also is the director of the Western Launch and Test Ranges. So, Colonel Chapman, your Space Launch Delta was just officially created in May of 2021. Obviously, you have a much longer history prior to that as the Space Force is getting set up. Can you talk us through what your mission is and what your vision is for your command for people that might not be as familiar?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the question. So Space Launch Delta 45 stood up in May of 21 on the backside of the 45th Space Wing when we stood up the United States Space Force. Awesome opportunity to pull launch in and get after critical launch capability. Our mission is to be the world's premier gateway to space, to assure launch capability for the nation and for the warfighter. That basically sums it up.
Fantastic. So this year, the United States is on track to set a world record again for the third year in a row for the most annual space launches of any nation. And I'll just give some context for that. The previous record was held by the Soviet Union from 1982 until 2023 when we broke it for the first time. Last year, the number of launches between the two space deltas was 144. I won't try to estimate this year's, but I know Colonel Horn just had a successful launch last night with the Falcon 9. With that increasing tempo, which we can only expect is going to continue to grow in the next several years, how are you modernizing your facilities to handle that? And what are your kind of priorities as you're looking to the future for modernization and this new world that we're in with high launch tempo?
Yeah, I'll tell you. We stand on the shoulders of giants, which is amazing. When you look at a decade ago, launch capability off the Eastern Range, we were talking maybe 10, 15, 20 launches in a calendar year. Just before Thanksgiving, we launched 100 times. We have our 103rd launch coming up, and that's just the Eastern Range. When you look at the amount of launches that China did last year, they had 66 total launches, space launches, across the entire country. We launched 100 times off the Eastern Range here before, or just before Thanksgiving. The amount of launch cadence between the Eastern and Western ranges, and the amount of capability we are getting up on orbit is at a rate we have never seen across the world, right? With that comes infrastructure upgrades that are much needed. We, 5 years ago, 8 years ago, had the road to 24 and then the drive to 48 on the Eastern Range. That was trying and laying the stage to get to 48 launches in a calendar year. That set the pace for space. That set the stage for infrastructure upgrades we need, for additional logistical flows that we need to be able to support a launch cadence. When we look at the 2035 timeframe, we're estimating upwards of 300 launches per calendar year off the East Coast alone, off the Eastern Range. So with that, OMB was awesome in giving us a huge plus up in funding to take a look at where we have facilities today and move them away from the launch complexes, moving them to what we call the industrial zone. What that allows then is for hazardous operations associated with launch to occur without displacing day-to-day work operations with personnel, because public safety is our #1 focus across the board. We're taking a holistic look at where we have launch service providers bed down at, and where we, what the logistical throughput is needed for, from a commodities perspective, from a booster transport perspective, and laying the framework now to be able to support that increased manifest and increased launch capability that we see coming on the Eastern Range. Colonel Horn's doing the same thing on the West Coast, and I see he's popped up online here.
Colonel Horn, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. We were just talking about the massive increase in launch cadence that we've seen in the last couple of years and what the Space Launch Deltas are doing to modernize and to accommodate that increased tempo. I'll throw that question to you as well with a slightly different lens. A lot of launch infrastructure might be decades old, and we're only getting higher tempo, more complex launches. Through the lens of artificial intelligence and machine learning, how are you modernizing your launch infrastructure, your operations, whether it's from digital security or just improving the tempo that you're able to make launches happen? How are you approaching that from Space Launch Delta 30?
Yeah, thanks. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for having us. First of all, I appreciate it. Last year we stood up our version of an innovation center called the Crucible. Colonel Chapman has the Forge out there. Those are purpose-built innovation centers to leverage the innovation that's coming to the forefront with AI and ML. One of the things we're really excited about, we took our entire process to launch a rocket, and it actually filled on paper an entire conference room table. We then digitized that into a digital model, and we're leveraging AI and ML to tell us where are our pain points, our pressure points, where's our biggest bang for buck in this entire process to then go after and get more efficient or invest money like Colonel Chapman was saying in the infrastructure to fix a particular bottleneck or things like that. We're super excited about that capability. It's allowing us to make much better and more intelligent and informed decisions than we could in the past. So that's one prime example.
Fantastic. And I can only imagine you're also leveraging some of the commercial advances in AI in a lot of the companies and startups that we're seeing that are able to provide some of those services as well. I want to move into the rapid changes we've seen in launch service provider capabilities in the last decade or so. So obviously we've had SpaceX, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, ULA's Vulcan, the New Glenn from Blue Origin. Then there's other companies like Firefly, Relativity Space, Stoke Space. How are you balancing bringing on a lot of these brand new capabilities and these emerging companies with also maintaining launch reliability and launch cadence and the current ops tempo while that's happening? And Colonel Chapman, I'll have you start out this one, but I do want to get Colonel Hord's thoughts too.
Yeah, absolutely. So reliability and cadence, appreciate that. From a national security space launch perspective, we certify each of the launch service providers before ever entering into a contract with them to launch our most secure, most precious satellites that we need to get up and on orbit. That certification process is run through on the acquisition side, from the launch complex itself to the booster, how the booster performance happens, and several other key indicators that we evaluate within the acquisition construct to prove out that reliability before putting on NSSL or National Security Space Launch satellites aboard. From a manifestation and a bed down that said, when we look at the eastern and western range, if you look at the east coast of the United States and the west coast of the United States, you look at the geographical landscape, there's little bumps that bump out. That affords us the opportunity to launch experimental capability and to launch or to bring in new launch service providers to be able to launch and not have to launch over land. Public safety, again, being the key, being able to launch over the water allows us from the MRTFB or the Missile Range Test Facility base perspective to test new weapons that we need to test out from a hypersonics perspective or new follow-on advanced weaponry type capability. Also the space launch capability, bedding down new launch service providers, allowing them to work through the initial launches that could potentially result in a bad day or hopefully have success getting capability up on orbit. With the geographical locations of the east and west coast, it offers prime real estate to be able to afford those launch opportunities, prove out those boosters, increase the competitive market space of launch capabilities and industry partners being able to get capability up on orbit.
And I imagine that's paired with the modernization efforts you've got going on at your facility as well, expanding the space available for different companies. Can you talk any more to that, of how you're ensuring that there is enough space or what kind of partnerships you're doing with industry to expand the space that you do have that you can provide to them?
Yeah, I'm challenged at Cape Canaveral in that I'm just out of real estate from a landscape perspective. Based on the current blast damage assessment areas, flight caution areas, flight hazard areas, the safety rings that we have around the newest launch vehicles that are coming in. LOX methane is the combination of fuel that is the newest combination of fuel we are seeing both in the launch industry as well as in the commercial cruise line industry. That LOX methane analysis today is, from an explosive safety perspective, unknown. So we treat that with the maximum keep out distance, 100% TNT equivalency from a blast radius perspective, from a keep out distance, from a public safety perspective, from a launch service provider to launch service provider safety perspective, right? So when we have a operation with New Glenn, for example, we had their second launch off the East Coast here a couple of weeks back. We had the safety analysis came back and we put everybody at Cape Canaveral in a telework posture because the explosive arcs had the potential to, based on the wind patterns and environmentals that were happening at that time, to cause a potential caution area over the entire Cape. So we put everybody in a telework posture to facilitate that launch operation that day. We are working with the Air Force Safety Program and the Space Systems Command safety programs, and then the Eastern and Western Range safety programs and teams to further analyze that LOX methane combination and reduce the blast radius to tighten in what the keep out zones need to be to facilitate more operations, more space, more concurrent operations, but doing that all through public safety as our #1 lens.
Yeah, sounds like a great project for an AI system to model it
There's a
and
ton of
figure it
data
out.
there, absolutely.
And Colonel Horn, I'll kick that over to you if he's still on. One of your focus areas was the operational surge and its impact on current capabilities. And did we lose Colonel Horn? All right.
I'm still
Oh,
on.
there we go. Here we go. Sorry, this is our screen. Can you expand on that? And how are you maintaining current ops tempo, meeting new ops tempo requirements while also bringing in new providers?
Yeah, sure. First I'll characterize the capacity demand that we're seeing. Similar to the East Coast, we've seen an over 1,300% increase in our launch rate from 2020 till now. Last year, we broke a 60-year record with 51 launches. The last time we launched that many times was in the 60s. This year, we broke that same record again in October, and we're trending towards 70 launches this year or more. I think we'll hit over 100 in the next 2 years. So there's a tremendous demand and a lot of deconfliction that goes on to make sure that different launch activities and test activities that we support here aren't stepping on each other. A big part of that is things like critical days. So when we're doing maintenance or sustainment on the spaceport and the ranges, we have to stand down ops activity just to make sure that we can maintain those systems until the next launch operation. So part of the $861 million that we're investing here in infrastructure upgrades is to reduce those critical days, to build redundant and parallel systems so that we can work on a portion of the range while we're launching on the other portion to eliminate critical days. So that's a prime example. We're essentially, as Chap mentioned, we're retiring decades of tech debt that we've accumulated in infrastructure investment. We're essentially overhauling a 1960s era infrastructure to catch up and then surpass and leverage state-of-the-art things that we're trying to do today. Now, our vision here is a vibrant, automated, integrated system that leverages all the technology we have today for simultaneous operations across all the domains that we operate in, whether it be air or space, for the mission sets that we have here at Vandenberg. So that's where we're headed.
Fantastic. So talking about the brand new infrastructure and how we've kind of let that sit for a while, obviously we've also got a lot of brand new technology like reusable launch systems or components that weren't a thing 15, 20 years ago. China's also made this a national priority. They've got multiple versions of their Long March rockets where they're trying to get reusable components that are in development. How does U.S. maintain our edge in the reusability and the efficiency side and keep pace or continue to outpace China with these new reusable components? And how does that tie into what infrastructure considerations you guys have had to support that?
Jim, you want to start out there?
Yeah, sure. For us here, I think it's continuing to open the capacity that we have to enable the companies to leverage those technologies. They need increased facilities to do the processing. Normally, we had facilities to process a bespoke rocket that launched from the pad. It was expended in the ocean. We moved on to the next one. Now you need capacity in terms of facilities to refurbish all of those reused rockets to then get out to the pad and launch again. That also drives an increase in transportation of those reused rockets back to the port and then onto the spaceport to launch again. So here at Vandenberg, we're doing massive investment in overhauls to our wharf to make it more accessible, to enable simultaneous operations, to increase the number of up days that we have in the harbor. Right now, we're hovering around 50% usable days in a year at our harbor, just based on the seawalls and some of the logistics behind it. We're trying to get that up to the 80 to 90% range, and then dual operations, because every single one of our providers here ships their rockets by a boat. So that's a big area that we have to look into. Reusability and the throughput that enables also drives a huge strain on commodities and our transportation infrastructure, whether that's roads, bridges or other things. So what we have to do here, and I'm sure it's similar to Patrick, is upgrade our infrastructure to be able to handle that throughput and enable them to leverage that technology to the fullest extent, decrease the number of days it takes to go to the next operation, and just get more efficient overall with how we operate.
From a competitive edge perspective, it's close partnerships with each of the launch service providers. SpaceX, Blue Origin, United Launch Alliance, Relativity, they have extremely smart engineers getting after the launch problem and cadence, and are really pushing the balance on how to get more mass to orbit and how to bring down cost across the board. So it's that close partnership and collaboration with each of them that allows us, one, to maintain that collaborative, that competitive edge over adversaries, to get mass up to orbit, additional satellite capability up to orbit, but then also working with them from the logistics point that Colonel Holmes was kind of talking about. So on 16 December, in partnership with Kennedy Space Center, the Eastern Range is hosting our Reverse Industry Day. All of the infrastructure upgrades and plans that we have today were focused on what we knew for launch service provider requirements 2 years ago. That said, now we've changed the face of launch. Starship is coming to the Eastern Range. Blue Origin is talking about a larger launch capability and is working recovery of their vessels at sea today. As each of those launch service providers recover a reusable first stage booster and bring it back via barge into the wharf, I have one line of transport on and off Cape Canaveral. That line of transport is how everybody gets to work every day. And it's also how the boosters get back to where they need to get to for the launch service provider to refurbish that booster, get a new satellite, stick it on top, and get more capability up on orbit. 10 years ago, that wasn't a problem. 2 years from now, that's a big problem. So how do we set up a booster transport lane? Commodities, another big issue that Colonel Horn talked about. I have hundreds of trucks a day today coming through my vehicle inspection station, trucking in the commodities, the liquid oxygen, the liquid nitrogen, the methane, all over to the launch service providers that need that to have the capability, the commodities to get launch operations to occur. As they increase their launch tempo, that drives, based on today's parameters, an increase in vehicular traffic, driving on all the roads, going through the vehicle inspection stations, an increase to my defenders that do vehicle inspections on each of those trucks before they come on my installation. And so how do we look at this problem holistically? Do we upgrade with pipelines to move commodities around the Cape Canaveral? Do we, what are other ways to take a look at how we're getting after the problem for what the launch landscape looks like today, but also where the launch service providers want to get to for tomorrow? Because 2035 is right around the corner, and 300 launches is a whole lot of capability off the Eastern Range.
It definitely is. Where do you think we are at with in conversation with things like the booster transport lane and allowing industry and the private capital that they have, that they can leverage to keep increasing their capacity? Are they able to utilize that to help support some of these, or open up some of these bottlenecks that you're seeing in just a base infrastructure perspective? Are you happy with where those conversations are? Do you think we could be doing more to leverage everything they're bringing to the table that could remove some of these roadblocks?
We are in a new paradigm for launch, right? Again, launching at a cadence the world has never seen. Huge companies coming into the launch game that aren't government backed necessarily, that have a commercial business case that they're launching off of. Congress has been awesome in working through special authorities for us to help recoup some of those costs, and we're actively engaged with Congress and with the launch service providers on how we can facilitate the launch service providers being able to leverage their funds to get after additional upgrades that are outside the fence line of the launch complexes that they have. Today we enter into a lease or license with the launch service providers for a launch complex, and then they do the development within that launch complex to be able to support. But those roads that all of the trucks are driving on for commodities perspective, or wider lanes that are necessary for larger boosters that are going to be recovered and need to be transported back, or new processing facilities that need to be built out, we're in close partnerships with each of the LSPs, and then keeping Congress up to speed on what we are doing, both on the East and West Coast, to be able to support and get after that very challenge. It's not a problem.
Sure. I'd like to pivot a little and talk about threats. So our launch infrastructure, strategic asset, also in one location and potentially a little fragile. So what are you most looking forward to in terms of investment or in future modernization to counter any potential threats in both the physical and the digital realm, to maybe answer some of those threats, especially as we're seeing new tactics coming out of Ukraine and Russia, the fear of a drone attack at any time, any place? What are some of the things you guys are looking at to modernize and to counter that?
It is definitely a new day when we look at the threat picture and what that means to the Eastern and Western Range. counter UAS systems are a thing based on what we saw play out in Ukraine and Russia conflict, right? And we are working with the intel community, specifically with the NRO, and the Eastern Range to install a multi-million-dollar counter UAS system that'll help us detect when UASs are flying into the airspace beyond the capabilities that we have today, which are pretty good, right? This is going to take it to the next level and then allow us to negate those capabilities from coming into the airspace that we've closed off where our launch complexes are. From a cyber perspective, we, in September this year, brought the 645th Cyber Defense Squadron into SLD-45. Their job is to protect and defend the cyber terrain associated with the launch networks. They are doing active monitoring and scanning for any penetration, adversarial penetration of the cyber networks, and then have capabilities to negate that from occurring and continue to maintain cyber hardening and cyber resiliency across the cyber domain. A huge game changer out on the Eastern Range. Jim, how about on the West Coast?
Yeah, it's similar here. We have a program we call Defend the Mission. Counter SUAS is a key capability that we really are behind on and lacking. Vandenberg, unfortunately, is one of the most attempted infiltrated bases in the DoD. We have hundreds of incursions from foreign adversaries at our gate. We have 42 miles of coastline, 118,000 acres, most of it unfenced, and we're woefully behind when it comes to things like counter SUAS capability. So those are things that we're focused on building that capability. We likewise will stand up the 630th Cyber Defense Squadron here at Vandenberg to defend our mission networks. They'll leverage systems like Manticore, Kraken, and the like to defend our mission networks. So this really is, I think, an emerging area, like Crumpchat was saying. It's kind of our soft underbelly. And so that, and I'll go back to the infrastructure investment we're making. A lot of those investments in our infrastructure is to build resiliency and redundancy as well. Things like protection of SCADA systems and things like that. To make sure that we're not vulnerable to those attacks, because we know that our adversaries are watching and they're trying to infiltrate and exploit what they can as they build their own capability, and we have to defend against it.
Beyond the immediate risk to the launch infrastructure itself, China has been really working on expanding their launch capability, their volume they can get into space. We still have, obviously, a big launch volume advantage, but they have a lot of state-sponsored programs that are working to scale their space sector. Does this have a risk involved for the United States in our operational tempo? Where do those risks lie? And then what can we be doing to counter or negate some of those risks we might see as they're trying to achieve parity and we're staying out ahead?
Jim, you want to start?
Yeah, it goes back to capacity again. We have to unleash the capacity that we have here to continuously field cutting-edge capability. General Gutlein used to say, buy what we can, only build what we must. And so we don't even have the right lexicon, I think, anymore in launch. It's not good enough to just call a launch a commercial launch or that's a national security launch. Really, they all benefit national security. Starlink, I know for both of us and for many mission partners across the DoD, is something we leverage every day. We'll start leveraging Kuiper once they get up and operational as well. And so anything we can put into orbit helps us stay ahead of the adversary. So leveraging American innovation and truly unleashing the capacity we have at the spaceports is how we maintain that edge.
That's spaceport specific, of getting mass up on orbit, and absolutely that is critical, right? As China gets more capability up on orbit, the training pipeline the Space Force has stood up for our officer training corps and for our enlisted pipelines has produced the best Guardians in the world, the best satellite operators in the world. Nobody wants a fight in space, but we're going to ensure that if one does kick off, the Eastern and Western Range are the way we are going to get capability up on orbit, and the Guardians we have in the Space Force today are going to control those satellites to be able to protect and defend America's interests in from and to space.
And to dig into that talent pipeline beyond just the Space Force, you both emphasized that the space launch deltas are more about people than they are even about the rockets. How are you cultivating the next generation of talent to help run the launch infrastructure? So your range operators, your engineers, your data analysts, especially as you're working to integrate AI and we're seeing rapid changes in what the workforce needs to be doing to keep up with pace of technology, how are you thinking about where you're going to get the next generation of talent? Sir, we'll start with you.
I'll tell you, Patrick Space Force Base, we recently stood up STARCOM headquarters, our Space Training and Readiness Command. And they are tasked with developing the next generation of Guardians to feed into the pipelines that are coming not just to the Eastern and Western Range, but to each of the Space Force locations around the world. Right? On the officer side, we recently stood up the Officer Training Course, or OTC. The vision that we have for the officers coming into the Space Force is that every Guardian is a Guardian first. That OTC pipeline, you'll go through space operations, you'll go through intel, you'll go through cyber operations, and then coming out of that, you'll move into an operations tour. Completing that operations tour, you'll have the opportunity to go into the acquisition arena, intel, cyber arena, and deep dive more into a specialty area. But that operations tour, whether it's flying satellites or launching satellites, we have Guardians coming out of the OTC pipeline, both now into the 30th and the 45th, into our range operations squadrons and our space launch squadrons, taking a look at the launch capability because it's critical to national security.
And Colonel Horn, do you have anything else to add on the talent pipeline, especially with the lens of local talent that you need there, maybe longer term than Space Force specific personnel that can help run your range operations? So the civilian, the contracting support, obviously you've got a lot of the commercial companies that bring in their own set of talent, but the more long-term sustainment side of it, where do you see that going? Where are the challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, it's a huge growth opportunity. Space Force was born in digital service. We send as many of our Guardians as we can to what we call supercoders. That's where they go into a month-long extensive immersion in coding. They come out actual coders. They can build apps. We're building a cloud architecture that they can ride those apps on, and so that we can rapidly advance and innovate as the needs of the spaceport emerge and change. We have a shortage of cybersecurity analysts for our cyber defenders. That's a growth opportunity that we're looking at working on. But it's really instilling digital innovation in every single one of our units. We have Sherpas in every single one of our squadrons. They are the link between the Crucible, which is our innovation center, and our units. So we're trying to bake innovation into the DNA of the facility, and then through digital upskilling and things like that the Crucible sponsors, teaching our folks the skills they need to automate processes, get rid of things where a human in the loop is no longer required. We can leverage AI and ML to get more efficient and automate things so that we can focus our people on the true tasks that only humans can do. And so it's a holistic effort, but it starts with education and equipping our folks with opportunities to get after the challenging problem sets in their units.
You mentioned holistic too, and I talked about our active duty corps, but our civilian construct, our civilian forces that are there for the long term, we're investing hard in them. We're investing hard in training opportunities and affording those training opportunities. We're extremely busy on the two ranges. Again, that launch cadence that the world has never seen. But taking pause and taking personnel and affording them the opportunity to go get advanced training in areas applicable to the skill sets that they use and bring to the game day to day. One, continues that passion they have that they originally signed up for, and two, helps posture them better to be able to support the launch deltas holistically. So there's a hard focus on training investment for our civilian corps as well as our officer and enlisted pipelines.
Civilian versus convincing people to join the service. I'm curious, a lot of excitement in the space world right now on the civilian side, and I imagine that makes it tough to attract and keep talent on the Space Force side. And I realize this may be not your specific forte for recruiting and sustainment, but what would you say to someone who wants to get into the space world, and what would your pitch be for, hey, here's what the Space Force is doing that no one else is. Here's why what we're doing is unique, and why you find it really fulfilling to be in the Space Force rather than working for SpaceX or one of these other companies.
Yeah, I'll tell you, on the active duty side, that one's an easy one. I came in on an ROTC scholarship because I ran out of money for college. It's supposed to be 4 years and out, and I've had opportunities that my civilian counterparts have never even dreamed of. I had never left the United States prior to joining the military. I've now operated in 32 different countries around the world. Right? Those opportunities, those new unique challenges that change every 2, 3, or 4 years when we PCS you to a new assignment are what keep me in and keep me excited and seeing the holistic effort of the Space Force getting after all aspects of the space domain. Mm-hmm. For our civilian corps, that is absolutely a challenge, right? Industry pays a lot more than what the government can pay. but the government, with the government jobs, brings a passion to get after the launch capability. We, right before Thanksgiving, had our 100th launch and threw a big launch celebration, a launch party, to say thank you to our government civilians, military officers, and enlisted. And the civilians were in full front out there at that launch party, having fun with us. They are critical to everything we do across the board. And thank you over to them for what they do day to day, coming in and getting after.
Awesome, and apologies for turning this into a recruiting pitch for the DoD. Didn't intend to take it there. So, operational challenges I want to get into. So from your seats at the Eastern and Western Range, what is the hardest part of maintaining your launch tempo, whether that is weather, range safety you spoke about earlier, environmental regulations? What is the driving, persistent challenge that kind of defines your operational tempo and the things that you can constantly run into? We'll start with you, Colonel Horn.
Yeah, I think for us, it's that soft underbelly piece. Protecting the mission is our biggest challenge going forward, both physical infrastructure as well as cyber. I mentioned we're the largest space force, 118,000 acres. You can fit every single other space force base inside our property and still have land left over. That's the scale and size of Vandenberg. So it's a huge challenge to protect all that real estate. And then cyber is the other piece. As we start to bring online these more modern capabilities, cyber architectures and things like that, zero trust and the rest of it, defending that terrain is going to be critical going forward. So for us, those are two of the biggest challenges, to include counters to SUAS, as I mentioned earlier. So that's a big piece of it. We also have an environmental steward responsibility here. We have at both ranges incredible professionals in our civil engineering squadrons that balance the need to continue to increase our capacity with being good stewards of the environment in which we operate. As Colonel Chapman mentioned, we launched over the ocean. Both bases are located in very environmentally sensitive areas. Here at Vandenberg, also culturally sensitive. The Chumash Native Americans have a heritage site here and over the water. So balancing the operational needs with being good stewards of our cultural and environmental resources is a critical challenge that we take on every day to do the best we can in both realms while ensuring that we maintain national security. So those are some of our biggest ones here.
You can't talk launch at Cape Canaveral without talking weather, right? We have hurricane season that comes through every year. Luckily this year we were blessed with not having any storms come through, but that poses challenges. And then not only are we leading in space launch, but we're number 2 in the world for lightning strikes. Lightning commit criteria make it a challenge to get capability up on orbit. From a public safety perspective, we migrated to the automated flight safety system. Days of old when we would launch, whether it was a space launch capability or a new munitions test that we were launching over the ocean, we had a manual command destruct system. And we said, hey, you're within the left and right boundaries for a launch to be able to occur. And if you go outside of those left or right boundaries or something squirrely starts to happen with that launch, we will send commands up to that booster and blow it up, all through the lens of public safety. When we went to the AFSS, the Automated Flight Safety System, that really increased the cadence, the opportunity for more efficiency. And we were able to program the left and right boundaries within the rocket and use the AFSS system to manage and maintain the rocket within that silo that it needs to stay in as it's going into its orbital trajectory. With that, we defined lightning commit criteria that said, hey, if there's lightning in the area at certain levels, we're not going to risk a launch that could occur because we run the challenge or the opportunity for lightning to hit the booster and then negate that AFSS system from doing the destruction that it would need to do if something anomaly happened with that launch capacity capability. The other challenge that we have, in my opinion, is that we haven't holistically embraced AI. When we look at the safety analysis that comes in and the amount of data that we analyze for every launch or a new launch vehicle that is going through that certification process, we have reams and reams and reams of data that a human is analyzing and going through to make a smart safety decision with regards to what the hazard areas are going to be and what the certification parameters are going to be to certify that launch vehicle. That seems ripe for AI to come in and help with the predictive analytics associated with today's known hazards and then where we can go for the future reduction in hazard areas, and then have a human look at the end results and say, yeah, that makes sense. We haven't fully embraced predictive analytics on our range assets, right? As far as uptime and downtime, we started to venture into that, but there's still a lot of work that we can get into in the AI realm, and I'm looking forward to bringing that onto the East Coast through the Forge and through my teams that are smart in the data science realm.
I'm sure there's a few in the crowd with AI startups that would love to hand you a card that can solve that problem for you. Since we've got a little extra time here, I want to get back into the capacity conversation and really looking at how do you balance this for the payloads themselves. A lot of commercial interest, a lot of, Starlink is huge. It's only increasing in volume, the commercial interest in getting something on orbit. How do you balance that and ensure capacity for national security assets or DoD or civil assets? What are some of the mechanisms you have in place to balance that? What if you need to surge on the national security front? How are you guys approaching that? And I know you mentioned earlier you see even the commercial entities also being national security assets as well. So even though it's Starlink and commercial, that's something that the DoD could use, or DoW could use for communications. But I'll pause there and let you guys take it away. Colonel Chapman, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, we have an annual forum called the CLSRB, the Common Schedule Launch Review Board, that takes a look at all of the national security satellites that are in the pipeline, when they are expected to be complete from a production perspective, when we will get through processing, and when we need to manifest those onto a booster. And then the acquisition team takes a look at what that pipeline is, and then goes and acquires a launch service to get that capability up on orbit. That then feeds into my range operations squadron and my dynamic range scheduling team that schedules out that launch capability. Around that is when we then go in and schedule in other launch service providers or launch requests that come up based on what industry has that they want to get up and on orbit, or academia or civil needs. We've got great partnerships with the launch service providers at the Eastern and Western Range. There's weekly dialogues that we have on the East Coast with each of the LSPs, and we bring them into one ops-related meeting, where we talk about what the manifest is for the next week, next 2 weeks, and next month, and then identify if there's any changes that we need to make with regards to new launches that need to on-ramp because new commercial capability or industry capability is ready to go get up on orbit. So my range scheduling shop works all that real time for us, and it's those close partnerships, again, with those launch service providers that really facilitate the ability to mitigate any challenges or conflicts we have in range scheduling.
And Colonel Horn, did you have anything additional to add?
No, I think he covered it well. I go back to what we were talking about earlier. It really is not accurate anymore to say that's a commercial launch, that's a national security launch. We're leveraging the breadth and width of the capability that we put on orbit, whether it's something we buy ourselves or our service we buy on orbit. I think in the future we can get better at combining payloads. There's some issues with indemnification and liability on, who's responsible for mission assurance for that rocket, things like that. But we can start mixing and matching payloads. You're starting to see that a lot with a lot of the transporter missions and things like that, where we're leveraging a commercial service, but it's got critical national security payloads on it. So I think we're doing a good job balancing all of the different modes of transportation in terms of rocketry and licensing to get on orbit. And really it's just about increasing our capacity and doing it more often. I think some of the ways we can protect against that is we're trying to get to the point where we can launch simultaneously, multiple times a day. Right now, I think the closest we can get it down to here is about 16 hours. I think Colonel Chapman's in a sort of place there working with some of his providers. We want to get that down to seconds, or even being able to launch multiple times at the same time. So just continuing to increase that capacity, I think, gives us what we need in terms of flexibility to get on orbit.
When it comes to schedule conflicts, at the end of the day, Colonel Horn owns the West Coast schedule and I own the East Coast schedule, and national security will always take precedence. We will ensure that the highest requirement satellites get up on orbit when they are needed to be up on orbit.
I'm not sure if you guys are able to get more into this, but Tactically Responsive Space, or TAC-RS, is a program I've seen a little about in the Victus Hayes mission. Are you able to expand on what that is and some of the successes or pauses that you've seen over the last couple of years where that effort is at?
Yeah, Colonel Horn's lived that real time out on the West Coast. Jim, over to you.
Yeah, So I can't get into a lot of details about Victus Haze, but certainly it's a capability that we're working on the ConOps. We're engaged with U.S. Space Command on operational plans and launch annexes to those plans, so we can start to build the mechanisms and the pieces we need to turn on that capability on the need. I think we now have the infrastructure and the launch architecture we need to get there. The real question is the satellite going to be ready? And do we have the processing capabilities here to get it ready to integrate with the rocket and go? Now the cost of launch and the cost of space capability is decreasing. That starts to give you flexibility. You can build residual capability. You can have it on the shelf waiting for need. And that's really, I think, where we need to get to. And then that creates the flexibility we need to execute the operation. So we're testing out all those ConOps and tactics, techniques, and procedures, and we're preparing to be able to launch at will based on national need.
And if you could expand on, for people that aren't as familiar with what TAC-RS is, it's my understanding it's a from go to something on orbit and capable in 24 hours or 27 hours. You guys have done a couple of demonstrations. Can you explain any more about what is difficult about that, or what that program is meant to address, what capability it's meant to give?
Yeah, traditionally we would buy a launch service 2 years in advance. We would be preparing the rocket through the production facility for launch. The spacecraft simultaneously would be going through its systems checkouts, vacuum tests, and things like that, getting ready for orbit. And those two parallel processes would meet at the end of approximately a 2-year cycle for launch. The only way to get around that, we know how to do this, right? We have a nuclear deterrent capability that's ready to launch in minutes all over the nation. You have to build the infrastructure. You have to have the facilities ready, and you have to have the capacity on demand to pull off the shelf and go. And that's really where we have to get to. And to reduce that from 24 hours down to hours to even minutes, you have to have everything in place and ready to go. And that's the infrastructure we have to build to get there.
Mm-hmm. So really addressing the surge, the desire to be able to surge a space capability, which is looking forward to. We'll go into the final question for both of you. What gives you the greatest confidence, this is very broad, but the greatest confidence in America's ability to sustain our launch advantage over our competitors with all the new technologies, whether it's the government industry partnerships we have that are unique? What is it about America that is enabling and going to continue to enable us to stay ahead in our launch capacity?
It's people, right? It's the teams that we have coming together. It's the partnerships, the collaboration we have with industry. It's the common bonds that we forge getting after what used to be a government-focused mission set of getting capability up and on orbit, right? The innovation that we see across industry and those partnerships we have with the government teams, the collaboration that plays out in our weekly ops synchronization meetings, the tight-knit community across all of the launch service providers at the launch deltas that play out on the eastern and western range. That's it. It's the people.
Fantastic. And Colonel Horn?
Yeah, I'll double down on that and add innovation. I think we ask our people to do incredible things every day. They'll come back and say, sir, that's going to take 6 months, or sir, that's going to take 2 years. And we tell them to do it in 6 days or 2 months. And after they shake the shock look off their face, they go back to their office, they figure it out. And they turn around and they do it much faster than we ever dreamed possible. They're challenging assumptions every day. We don't have the luxury that we had in the past to take the time we did it. And as we start to learn how that frees us and opens us up to do things differently, it's unlocking incredible innovation and creativity. And that's really the strength of our country, our capitalistic economy, and the ability to leverage that innovation and creativity to put critical capability on orbit. And I think it's why we'll win.
Absolutely, on American ingenuity. Colonel Chapman, Colonel Horn, please join me in thanking both of these gentlemen for taking the time to be here with us today. They have very busy schedules, and they really, really appreciate it.
Very much.
Thank you.
For our final session of the day, titled The Future of Space Exploration, please welcome Mark Kirisich, Vice President of U.S. Operations at the Exploration Company, for a fireside chat with Martin Rasser, Senior Advisor at SCSP.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. final session of the day. Mark. So, topic of discussion, future of space exploration, and it's a real privilege to have you here, Mark. I mean, you're a true pioneer, architect of human spaceflight, particularly for the next generation. Want to touch on some highlights of your career, because it tees up the question I want to ask you. So, 4 decades at NASA, you managed the Orion program, served as Deputy Associate Administrator for the Artemis campaign development, then you went to Blue Origin, and you're now at the Exploration Company, where you head U.S. operations. So you have a tremendous amount of experience with 3 very different organizations. So what I'm curious to know from you is, based on what you've seen and experienced in terms of pace, risk tolerance, decision-making culture, what's the single most profound difference that you've observed over the course of your career?
Yeah. First of all, thanks, Martin. I appreciate the opportunity to participate and the invitation to be here today. And yes, you highlighted the 3 places I've worked over my career, and there are some differences between the 2. The 2 that stick out to me as I think about, well, what drives pace, what drives risk acceptance, is a couple things. I'll start with size, and I'll start with the company I work for now, the Exploration Company. We're a young company, 4 years old, and we're still small. Now we're growing fast. Over the past year, we went from about 160 at the start of the year to we're going to peak at 400 at the end of the year. But still, the smallness of it, it's amazing how I can look at the decision chain and how easy it is to go from the bottom of the company to the top of the company and make decisions compared to some of these larger organizations I work for. And I think that enables decision velocity a lot. We also have a CEO, our founder, Elaine Hubie, who really emphasizes this, puts it in the culture of the company, pushes accountability, pushes responsibility down. So everybody, even the entry-level engineer, they know what they're responsible for. They have to deliver something, and then we encourage them to make the decisions. So size is a really enabling factor that I've observed helps us in my current company move fast. The other thing I wanted to mention, especially when I compare 40 years of the government with working at 2 privately funded organizations, Blue Origin and now the Exploration Company, in both cases, the companies brought private capital, brought essentially their own money to the table and made significant investments. For example, now on the operational spacecraft we're building, the company's investing about 40% of the cost of developing our new low Earth orbit transportation vehicle. And what that does is in the commercial environment, that allows, first of all, the government recognizes this, and there's a risk sharing. And some of the risk, more financial risk is taken on by the commercial company. And in the process, when we find you control a budget and you've taken that financial risk, there's more of an impetus to when topics of schedule, when topics to be willing to decide to go faster, to go quicker, perhaps take on technical risk. Risk is still ever present in all the discussions, because in the end, we have to make money, but the fact that it's your money causes you to want to move fast. And we have a saying, develop fast, build fast, test fast, learn fast. And we're not always successful, but in all cases we learn. And sometimes, and I've learned this even from my earliest days at NASA, you learn the most from when you don't succeed, as opposed to when you do.
So given those dynamics, and what does that mean then for innovation? Where do you see the most significant innovation happening? Is it in government, established commercial, new ventures like the Exploration Company?
Yeah, it's, as I think about this, I'm going to answer the environment. At least in my career, my 40 years in the industry, it's a very unique time. I've never seen as many small new startups in the industry. I've never seen, and these startups are attracting a lot of capital. I just read this morning about how one young company received a fairly big investment from the Janus investment firm. So that's enabling a lot of innovation. And I would say it's across the spectrum. First of all, the fact that there's so many of us, it drives competition. And I can tell you, I'm very proud of our company. We have flown 2 spacecraft, by the way, in our 4 years. The first spacecraft we developed in 9 months. So I think we've demonstrated the pace, but just about every day I log on, I read the latest newsletter, and there's another new small space transportation company with a different shape. And I'm looking, and they're saying they can, if we develop ours in 9, they're promising 8. So I'm looking at their shape and I'm wondering, how are they doing that? So it drives a lot of competition. I think this is really healthy. In terms of where is it now? Where is the innovation coming from? Well, I look across what I'll call the mature commercial companies. SpaceX, look what they're doing with the Starship. So I think they're still really innovating. I look at us at the other end of the spectrum and what we're doing in our capsules, making them more reusable, the way we're using them to lower costs, and everybody in the middle. So I think it's across the industry, and I think it's the environment. And the government has a key role too. The government's enabling commercial, they're investing. So I really think it's a very unique time for innovation, and we're going to see a lot of growth, a lot of things in space in the years to come.
Yeah, so you're describing a public-private partnership model. That's quite different than how it was during the Apollo era. So what do you see the big strength, but also one of the major weaknesses of this public-private partnership model being?
Yeah, very, very interesting question. I spent 40 years, I'll say 40 years of my career building the traditional model, if you will, building how governments interact with companies. And I would say it was, towards the end of my career, it was very healthy to have people pushing the commercial approach. And maybe I'll talk about what I see as a couple of the key enablers, and that really drive the difference. And believe me, over my career, I saw what happened. We didn't move as fast as I wanted to move. We costed more than we wanted to. All of us did in the traditional programs, and all of us, nobody liked it, but it's where we were. But I think there's a couple enablers in the new system. The first thing I'll talk about is competition. Every one of the, if you think back, if you watch NASA and the commercial programs, commercial cargo, commercial crew, the commercial approach to the human landing systems, the initial award for spacesuits, and now the competition we have for surface rovers, every one of those had a goal and initially picked more than one prime contractor. So we awarded 2 contractors. And that caused, first of all, that created a competition among them to perform. It also provided resiliency. And we've seen it in the operations of the vehicles. When one has a problem, the one is there. So the competition, the approach to having 2 available, I think is a big factor. The second thing that you have to talk about is the contracting approach. In all of the traditional government programs that I was involved in while I was with NASA, we used cost-plus contracts. In the commercial approach, most cases are fixed price, and I don't think anybody necessarily intentionally uses cost-plus to drive costs up. But you're just not as motivated. In fixed price, you are motivated every day to meet that schedule. You're motivated to look harder, strike harder deals with the supplier. There's a real motivation that we just didn't quite have when you have a cost plus, where, okay, I went a little over in schedule, or I may not argue this price down as much as I should because it's a cost plus environment. I think that helps a lot. And the government helps too, though, because another thing that enables the companies to innovate is the government, their contribution is they back off the requirements. The requirements we had at the start of the Orion were measured in hundreds, and in the early commercial crew days, you could, excuse me, did I say hundreds? Thousands of requirements. NASA's backed way off in these commercial, where you're down to really key performance requirements, and that helps these new companies a lot. It gives them flexibility. It gives them flexibility to innovate. And along with that is the oversight. How many government people watch the contractor work? So all these things, they kind of play together, and I think are really big enablers of this this newer, more commercial approach to our industry.
Great, excellent. Let's pivot to Artemis, right? So the Artemis campaign aims for sustainable lunar presence. In your view, what's the one critical piece of infrastructure or technology, so beyond the landers, that we really need to be able to successfully deploy and make lunar exploration sustainable, right? It's more than footprints and flags, but a true permanent presence.
Right, that's what all of us want. That's what I worked really hard for my last couple of years at the agency. And you mentioned like the HLS, and I know there are pieces. We have the Gateway, which will be an orbiting platform, an orbiting human-capable platform. We're working on the surface systems, power systems, navigation systems, comm systems. But I'll go back to you said besides HLS, I strongly believe that what's going to really enable sustained presence and continued presence is we have to get the end-to-end transportation. We have to get the cost lower, and we have to make it more regular. We have to make it more reliable. When I say that, we're barely starting to fly. SLS Orion has flown once. We'll fly the first crewed mission in the spring. The landers are coming, but we've invested a lot of money, and we have to get those costs down because that drives everything going back and forth. I can tell you, especially in the world when I'm on the opposite side now, building a transportation system, lower cost enables all of the applications. The governments that want to do more science, that want to explore. The cost per kilogram today is just too high. The commercial industries, the people that are trying to do in situ resource processing, manufacture, for example, propellants, or for example, mine helium-3, bring it back to Earth. Their biggest challenge, again, is the end-to-end transportation. So as perhaps as unsexy as it sounds, we have to do what commercial crew did for the space station and for low Earth orbit. We have to get flying, and then we have to get the cost down to enable this growth, to enable this sustainability.
Let's dive into the work that you do at the exploration company. So first, tell us about NIX, what that is, what sets it apart, and then as a follow-up, in particular in your role heading U.S. operations for the company, we had a great conversation in the green room before we came on stage about some of the specific challenges, as the U.S. representative of an international company headquartered in Europe. Well,
yeah, good.
Love to dive into that too.
Thank you. Yeah, there are a couple of parts to that. Make sure I hit them all. Let me start by saying I was drawn, I left NASA after 40 years. I went to Blue Origin. I was intended to finish my career there, but I got a very interesting phone call from Elaine Hubie, our CEO, one of the founders of the exploration company, who I had met while I was the NASA Orion program manager, and she asked me, did I want to join the exploration company and open essentially the U.S. office. And that sounded really exciting. It was really the one reason I would have left for. And when you go to, if you go to our website, our purpose, it ties back to the last question. Our purpose is to make space more accessible, more people flying, and more collaborative. We are an international company. We have 4 offices in Europe. We have an office in the Middle East. Now we have an office in the U.S. Those are really foundational principles to make space more accessible, to lower the cost, exactly what I was talking about previously. A little bit about our product line. We're 4 years old. As I mentioned, to date we've built and flown 2 spacecraft. Both were subscale spacecraft. The first, when the company was started, Elaine brought $50,000 into the company. She had a little help from an angel investor, and we built a very small, less than a meter diameter, 60 centimeter spacecraft that flew on the first Ariane 6 flight a little over a year ago. And that led to us raising some additional money through a Series A funding, and we built a second larger spacecraft, 2.5 meters, called Mission Possible. This one actually had prop system controlled reentry. The first was ballistic reentry only. And that flew just this past year on a SpaceX, again, another commercial innovation, a transporter mission. And I did not fully appreciate what SpaceX has done in that market. we were one of over 60 spacecraft that SpaceX mission deployed in that flight. So that was our second mission, 2 years. And now you brought up NICS. NICS is all of that are the low cost we demonstrated, the speed which we demonstrated on those first two developments really enabled the company to be very competitive as a young company for ESA's, the European Space Agency's first foray into the commercial approach, if you will. It's called LCRS, Low Earth Orbit Commercial Return Services. In the US parlance, it's LEO cargo, up and down. So we were very competitive. We won, we were one of the 2 awardees for that contract, and our spacecraft that we're building support that will take cargo about 4 metric tons to a space station and then return a similar amount of mass back to the Earth. NICS is our spacecraft. It's a cargo spacecraft only. And we are targeting, in this past year, if you dealt with NASA before, they have a very high bar, especially if you're going to dock to the International Space Station, a very high bar on integration standards, on safety standards. We passed our preliminary design review and we passed our safety review over this past year. So we're now halfway to our critical design review, which we'll do next fall. So that's our NICS Earth spacecraft. Now let's see. The last half of the question, I'm sorry, Martin, I lost the.
Well, some of the
challenges.
Particular challenges, yeah. Because again, I was in a similar position prior to joining SESP, where I had to navigate, running the U.S. arm of a European company.
Yeah, that's something again. Is since I opened the subsidiary, I learned a lot about, and they don't exactly teach you. When you join a big organization like NASA, but I thought, I'm going to come to that exploration. I'm going to build new spacecraft. But I found out everything from you want to get paid to have health insurance to you have to set all that up, and that's the easy stuff. There are people that can help you with that. But when you're a company, an international company that has its roots in Europe, and you're opening up the first U.S. office, that has some special challenges. And just a couple to cite. First of all, there's these things about countries, and when they develop technology that can be used for defense, as a lot of the products we do here, other export control laws, and we are flat in the middle of it. We develop spacecraft that can re-enter, no less. So we have to pay attention both ways. We have to be really careful when the Europeans send it. We can have a European employee in Europe, in Germany, working on the same system, the same technical problems that the U.S. tech employees working on, and we just have to be really careful about information exchange. So export control is something you have to pay very close attention to if you're international business. And the other interesting thing I didn't fully appreciate, I guess I always knew about it. I did know about it. I led many procurements at NASA, but it's different when you're on the other end. At the moment, our U.S. subsidiary it's a subsidiary of a European-owned company. And if you're trying to bid on the kinds of things we want to do, we want to build spacecraft for not only the civil but also defense needs. All the governments want investment they want investment in the host country, and they want the work to be done in the country. So what we're doing right now, to be a truly international company, we're opening a sister entity, which will be right now in the head of tech, what we call the Exploration Company US, Tech US, which is this wholly owned. We are opening another legal entity that we'll call Tech Federal. It will be over 51% owned by US citizens and over 51% controlled, including the board of directors, including the officers. So that will allow us to compete here in the US for government-based business. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider. There's a lot of benefits to being international. Clearly we can draw on a lot of the different investment communities. The people here right now, even though most of our engineering, most of our manufacturing is based in Europe, there's about 15 people out of our 400 that are engineers who live and work in the US that support the development of engineers. Because when we had a competition, when we posted our job, they were the best people for the job. So being international open creates a lot of opportunities. You have to work through some things to get started.
Let's talk about Mars, right? It's been a long-standing fascination of mankind. I think inspiration for a lot of science fiction that hopefully will soon become science fact. So you oversaw the architecture for the Artemis campaign. In terms of non-engineering hurdles, what do you see as being the biggest one?
Yeah, well, first of all, Mars is a dream. It's a dream. I hope we get there during my lifetime. And yes, we worked on both getting back to the moon and the Mars architectures. And there are a lot of challenges. I would tell you, it's still a scientific challenge. The thing that I found that I still feel is most daunting is just the human health, human performance, the psychology aspects, physiological aspects of going to Mars. You know, even though there's shorter duration missions, when people go for the first time, it'll still be the longest time people have spent in space, even with the long duration missions we've had on board the space station. And so that creates several challenges. First of all, they'll be outside of the Earth protective shield. Radiation is high. It's long duration. You have to take really good care of your body, exercise, and that's where the space station has really helped us. We've learned a lot about the microgravity effects on the body, on our bone structure, on our circulation system, on our eyesight, how our eyes work. What else? Just the fact of being isolated so long. Another example of the space station, when I was actually a flight director in the earliest days of the space station, the first time we flew American astronauts, and by the way, the internet was new at the time, and the use of the video telecom was very, very new. And the favorite system of everybody on board was the fact that they could use the computer network to call whoever they wanted back here on Earth. And they literally, we used to send them fake phone bills, but they spent a good part of their weekend communicating. It's something we learned on space station. We'll have to make sure there's an equivalent for the people that go to Mars. So I think it's taking care of the human being is what I worried about the most. And I'll add that what we have in LEO today, the International Space Station, it has been hugely beneficial in terms of learning more about that and buying down the risk. The things I talked about, the things we've learned about what happens to the human body. And also a big advantage of the Gateway, I'm not sure if folks are familiar with this. The Gateway is the crewed space station, the smaller that we'll put in a lunar orbit. But one of several reasons we're putting it there is it's a very good place to do more, even closer analogs to a Mars mission, because what will happen is people will travel to the Gateway, they will spend time on board the Gateway, and eventually extend a period of time, months on the Gateway, and then they'll go down to the lunar surface, as if somebody would go to Mars, spend time there in a microgravity field, come back up, spend more time there, more time in pure zero G before they finally come back to Earth. So it will be much closer to a real analog of what it will be like to travel to Mars, to learn even more about what Mars is going to do to the human body.
So looking ahead 10 years, what's going to define human space exploration? Is it a permanent base on the moon, clear trajectory to Mars, self-sustaining LEO economy?
Yeah, that's a tough one, and I got to name just one, huh? The first thing, you know, when you list all those three, the thing that pops out of me, can you believe, and part of this again is the environment we lived in. We talked about commercialization, but can you believe we're sitting here and even talking about doing all three in the next decade, talking about commercial LEO operations, talking about returning to the moon and establishing permanent bases there, or longer crewed bases there, and talking about sending people to another planet for the first time. So I think that's a statement in and of itself. We're in a really great time for people who are interested in human space flight. I want to see all three in the next 10 years. But you know, if you ask me to name one, we have to build on what space station has built, and we have to keep. We are so close. The investment we've made in low Earth orbit, in different pharmaceuticals manufacturing, things that when we were selling the space station 30 years ago were just, you know, our goals. They're very close to coming to fruition. I think it's really important that space stations get in just a couple of years, that we field these commercial LEO space station destinations, that we build the infrastructure, and then we continue here. It's the closest place, it's the place to learn, and there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of investments. By the way, that doesn't mean I don't want to get to the moon, doesn't mean I want to get to Mars, but I really place a lot on making sure we keep the ball going here in Leo.
So as we close the first day of this summit, you've worked on some of the most ambitious projects in space history. As a takeaway for everyone here, what's the single most important lesson in leadership that you've learned? You know, because we're talking about life and death situations oftentimes. What would that be for you?
Yeah, well, and it's something that I was an engineer by education, and it's something that, well, some people would say I'm still not very good at, but I didn't have a concept of it when I was 25 years old and I was thrust in the first leadership position, but it really is about the team. It's about teamwork. The kinds of things we do, they're so complex. It takes, even in the faster, cheaper commercial environment, it still takes a lot of people communicating, getting the job done. So it's about keeping the team together, leaders having integrity, open communications, a common mission. The thing I really loved the day that I walked into the doors at the Johnson Space Center over 4 years ago, sense of mission. The sense of mission in our industry is so strong, and that provides a good foundation to bring people together. And then the leaders, they need to make sure they're leading their teams, keeping the communications open, establishing trust, because it takes a lot of people, and that's really what enables these great things that we do.
It's a wonderful note to end on. Mark, thank you so much for being here today. Please join me in thanking Mark Kirtzig.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's programming. On behalf of the Special Competitive Studies Project, thank you for joining us. For those of you joining us for Day 2 of the AI+Space Summit, please remember to hold on to your badges and wear them tomorrow. Thank you, and have a great evening.